Day one of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour Finals ended with Anish Giri celebrating in this chair after beating Hikaru Nakamura in Blitz Chess. Now today, Anish Giri will be up on this podium to literally face Jan-Christoph Duda. And also playing from the Oslo arena, Magnus Carlsen. For him, is all about fighting for those points to keep his lead overall in the Tour Finals. So welcome everyone to day two of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour Finals. Magnus Carlsen, he still has a 4 points lead overall to Wesley, so they both won their matches on day one of the Tour Finals yesterday. And now Anish Giri is one of the players playing from the Oslo arena. He has arrived and is ready for his fight today, facing Jan-Christoph Duda on the podium. And here comes Jan-Christoph Duda. Bad first day for him, but can he fight back today when he faces Anish Giri? We're also waiting for Magnus Carlsen to arrive and to guide us through the second day in the Tour Finals. As always, International Master Jovanka Houska and Grandmaster David Howell. And David, what was the highlight for you on day one of the finals?
For me, the highlight has to be Magnus Carlsen's performance. It was so convincing, and to see him start fast like that with an 18-move win against Jan-Christoph Duda, it shows he's in the mood to fight.
Yeah, and Jovanka, after 9 tournaments, mostly having all the players spread out all over the world, 3 players playing from here, from Oslo. What was that like?
It was absolutely fabulous. You know, you can get to really feel the nervous tension and all the energy that the players are bringing to the game. And also, it's really nice to have that connection, to bring them here to the studio and just to hear their thoughts on the games. I love it.
And Magnus Carlsen, he was in the lead heading into these Tour Finals, and on day one, he was up against one of, well, the one player that knocked him out of the World Cup 2 months ago, Jan-Christoph Duda. And here we go, the finals has started.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen has sacrificed a pawn. Huge critical moment at an early stage.
But you called it, David, at the beginning. You were like, okay, yeah, it's on the board.
And after a trade here, we do see the White Queen about to deliver checkmate on this square, or on this square. Masterpiece by Magnus so far. Jan-Christoph Duda has resigned after only 18 moves.
On the first day of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour Finals, Magnus Carlsen had a dominating performance against Jan-Christoph Duda.
Okay, Duda took a pawn. I thought he was going to take the Black Knight. I was mistaken. Instead, Duda not caring about pieces. Very, very ambitious play from Jan-Christoph Duda.
Oh.
Okay, he drops his bishop back. That's a move that neither of us were expecting. Attacking the Black Queen.
Is it any good?
And wow, the evaluation bar hates that move. Thinks that White's advantage has suddenly disappeared. Oh no, okay.
And the knight has moved to the empty square.
Okay, we were just about to say this is a huge mistake. You could not do this, because now, look at this, the Black Rook is about to come and trap the White King. And now Duda, he's shaking his head, because if he takes the Black Queen, suddenly Rook takes Rook is just winning for Black.
Unfortunate for Duda here, because...
Has he given up?
Yes, he has.
He resigns. Wow.
Now, this is the second time we've seen this position, and Duda just allows the draw. He doesn't even try to keep the game going. Magnus Carlsen wins today's match.
It's 3 points for Magnus Carlsen. He is the winner of the first match against Jan-Christoph Duda here.
Quite happy. I think the second game was a bit dubious. I probably played a bit too riskily there. But overall, with such a score, you cannot complain.
I've played terribly today. I was out of form. I mean, I was just blundering tactics all the time.
And here are the results in the matches from day one. Wesley So, the winner against Shakhriyar Mamdyarov, gaining 3 points. Levon Aronian eventually lost in Armageddon to Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, so that gave 2 points. to Maxim, 1 point to Levon Aronian, and also 1 point to Timur Radjabov, lost in the Blitz tiebreaks to Vladislav Artemiev. Anish Giri, he won in the Blitz against Hikaru Nakamura, so 2 points for Anish there, 1 point for Hikaru Nakamura. And Magnus Carlsen, as we saw, dominant in the Rapid. After only 3 games, he was the winner in that match against Jan-Christoph Duda, gaining 3 points. And Jovanka, how dominant was that performance by Magnus Carlsen?
It was incredibly dominant to win in 3 games, and also, like David mentioned, to win the first game in 18 moves against a rival like Jan-Christoph Duda. Absolutely amazing. And he just looked like he was in control all the time.
But can he keep it up? Well, that is the big question. Let's also take a look at the standings now. Overall, in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour Finals, Magnus still on top of the table with 19.5 points now. Still 4 points more than Wesley So. Anish climbing 1 place. He is now in 4th. And Vladislav Artemiev also climbed 1 place yesterday to now go past Hikaru Nakamura in 6th place. And David, can you also remind us about the regulations here in the Tour Finals?
So the Tour Finals, it is 10 players and it's an all-play-all. So over these next 9 days, they'll be playing each other once. And each day, each match comprises of 4 games and possibly tiebreaks as well if the score is 2-2. Most importantly, however, about the points. 3 points if you win the match in normal time within those first 4 games, but 2 points for the winner if it goes down to tiebreaks, and only 1 point for the loser if that happens.
So a bunch of points to be given out here in the Tour Finals. We have seen Anish Giri and Jan-Christoph Duda arrive, and here comes the world champion Magnus Carlsen, ready to fight it out against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov here on day 2. Let's take a look at the matches in day 2 of the Tour Finals. Hikaru Nakamura, he will now face Timur Radjabov. It's Vladislav Artemiev against Levon Aronian, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against Wesley So, and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Magnus Carlsen. 2 very entertaining players. Jovanka, what do you expect from this matchup?
I can't wait for this one. It's my favorite one to date because you have Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, who has a wild, aggressive style, against the positional genius Magnus Carlsen. Can Magnus tame the energy that Shakhriyar brings to every game? I don't know. I think we're going to see fireworks on the board.
All right, very cool. And the game that we will follow in the first game is Anish Giri against Jan-Christoph Duda, because they are here gathered in Oslo. They will play up on the podium in the Oslo arena. We do have those 3 players here in Oslo. Let's head into the play zone, because 7 players, let's not forget about them at all. They are sitting in their homes all over the world. We have 3 players sitting in the US, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, and Levon Aronian. But those 3 players gathered in Oslo, David, I mean, it must be a little bit different to be on site. You know, there's more people, there's more attention. Did it affect them at all, you think?
Felt like Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, they took this new scenario in their stride. They really flourished on day 1. Jan-Christoph Duda, however, did struggle. He didn't feel like, he didn't play like himself. And after that slow start, maybe today he'll recover and come back stronger.
All right. That is what it's all about for Jan-Christoph Duda against Anish Giri. Let's take a look at the schedule for day 2 here in the finals. Of course, we're going to follow many of the games going on in the Oslo arena, starting out with the first game between Anish Giri and Jan-Christoph Duda. And a reminder, there is a total of 4 rapid games to decide each match. And if needed, we will have tiebreaks with even Armageddon if it goes all the way. And hopefully some more memorable moments will be created today as well. And that is the theme for the question of today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great things on the tour. And we are asking, what is your favorite moment from the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021? And if you want to enter our quiz of the day, you can do so by tweeting us using the hashtag ChessChamps, or you can enter the competition by going onto the Champions Chess Tour page on Instagram and posting your answer there. Remember, 1 lucky winner will win 1 year's Chess24 Premium membership. Can't wait to hear your answers.
So far, 82 days of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, so there should be a lot of moments to pick from. And Anish Giri's favorite moment must have come yesterday, celebrating with his hands in the air after winning his in the Blitz games against Hikaru Nakamura. David, why did this mean so much to him, do you think?
I think partly he wants to start off the finals on a high, but mostly it was because Nakamura has been Anish's kryptonite in the past. Nakamura seemed to beat Anish every single time. So for Anish to get that victory against one of the best speed players in the world, he's going to feel on top of the world right now.
Yeah. And at 27 years old, Anish Giri, he is having the most successful chess year of his life this year. And it all started back in 1994 when he was born into a chess-loving family.
Born in Russia, St. Petersburg, to father from Nepal and mother from Russia. My parents met in Russia because there was a program where they would invite a lot of foreign students from different countries, and Nepal was one of them. So it's not entirely accidental that my father from Nepal studied in Russia.
Living in Russia and with two grandparents who loved chess, Anish Giri was bound to start playing chess. But it was a book that got him hooked on the game.
My mother taught me when I was little. I didn't really learn it not immediately at least. Also, I don't know how patient she was at teaching me. But eventually I received the book as a gift when I was 6, I believe. And the book was called How to Become a Gentleman. And there were many chapters. Of course, those who know me well know I skipped all the chapters and went straight for the chess. So I didn't become a gentleman, but I do know how to play chess.
When he became better than his mother, she did something clever. And maybe that is the reason Anish is known for his confidence today.
My mother tricked my chess club. So I learned from the book, and then I played a lot with my mom. And only when she thought it was too much and she no longer could spend so much time playing me, then she gave me to the club. And by that point I was already, well, perhaps stronger than her. But what she told to my club teacher was that I'm a complete beginner, I only know the rules. And they put me in the lowest section and I won everything. And it continued like this for a very long time. So I kind of had like a head start. And I just was winning everything from the start. Yeah, it's great. So I know exactly what Magnus feels like. Nothing special.
But it's not all fun and games for Anish. He is one of the most hard-working players in chess.
If I had to do something which I wouldn't love, I don't think I would be as hardworking and as disciplined as I am with chess. So probably my passion for the game is my main strength. Of course, I would love to become a world champion, but you have to definitely be fortunate. Well, you have to do everything you can and be fortunate. So I'm doing my part and hope the fortune will smile.
Anish Giri, what a great player and what a great and fun person as well. And he has arrived, the Oslo Arena. Runa got to talk with him when he arrived here.
Beating Nakamura in Blitz, and now you're facing Duda on the big stage. How do you feel?
I feel terrified, just like yesterday, but I'll do my best.
Okay, did it give you just a little bit of confidence to beat the speed demon Nakamura in Blitz?
Very little, so little it's barely noticeable.
Well, we have confidence in you. Best of luck. Thank you.
Anish Giri, he is ready for his fight with Jan-Christoph Duda here. You can almost see it on his face, David. He is confident. He is just flying high after that finish yesterday.
Yeah, he's looking focused, and there we see him already in his chair, waiting for the games to start. There was just something in the air, actually, yesterday with Giri. It felt like he was destined to win that match, even after losing one of the early games. And I think he's kind of growing a liking for this new arena. Yeah. He does look very comfortable in that chair, and there we go. Duda arrives as well with just a minute to go before the clash.
And waiting for Magnus Carlsen. So what is it about for Jan-Christoph Duda now, Jovanka? What does he have to shift? What needs to be different for him after losing 2 games to Magnus yesterday?
It was a bad day at the office for Duda yesterday, but I have noticed one change, and that is he has brought his coach along. So this could be like the start of something different for Duda, because you have to make those changes, as you say, and it either can be changing your playing style or just bringing along some support, someone who's going to be working hard behind the scenes and just feeding you with a few tips here and there.
And Magnus Carlsen, he always arrived a little late, but he is ready here. He's going to fight it out with Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in today's match, getting set up on his computer here with 30 seconds to go before the start of the second day in the tour finals. They have their headsets on. They are getting ready to fight. And for Anish, I mean, Jan Kristoff yesterday, he's used to this now, was up on the podium facing his opponent. This is a new situation for Gira. Do you think it's going to be different? Or just the fact that you're just facing, literally, your opponent?
Yeah, this one is more about mind games than it was for Giri yesterday. Yesterday, Giri against Nakamura, he wouldn't have seen his face. He didn't have the webcam up, I think. But here, you definitely will be seeing your opponent's reactions. You'll be catching a glimpse of them in the corner of your eye during the games, during every move. So, for sure, an added dimension that Giri has to contend with.
And he does have the white pieces in the first game here. Anish Giri, he is an expert with the openings. He is fantastic with the openings. What do we expect from the first game?
I expect something very theoretical and very principled from Anish. You know, he is one of the hardest working players there is, and he always comes prepared to the game, and he always has some idea crafted up his sleeve. So I absolutely think that we're going to see something very critical from Anish, and I'm really just enjoying the fact that he's wearing our Champions Chess Sword jumper. He's getting himself into the zone, and he kind of mentioned yesterday that he really enjoyed being there in the arena, and he kind of felt like a professional e-sport gamer.
And that's what they look like as well, right?
Exactly. So he is fitting into that role very nicely.
Yeah.
I actually woke up this morning to a couple of messages from viewers just saying, oh, I loved how Giri looked in that hoodie. Where can I get one? So, yeah, these players looking sharp, and let's hope they play sharp too.
And these two haven't even started, but look at that. Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Rajabov, a super quick draw in that first game. Is that correct?
Wow, yeah. It looks like the infamous Berlin draw that we've seen several times throughout the tour, especially from these two. Rajabov, famous for his draws throughout the tour. Nakamura there, taking a draw with the white pieces. That's what surprises me. Nakamura not even trying for an advantage.
I have to say, you know, I did check out their previous records on the tour, and every single game that they've played in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour has been pretty much a straightforward draw.
Really?
Yes.
Well, so this is probably the first time we see them in a match.
Yeah. But I was just referring to Hikaru's tweet earlier on. You know, he said, I'm playing Rajabov, no problems.
Yeah.
Maybe no problems if you draw in 14 moves.
Yeah.
I mean, I do wonder, is their strategy just going to be like 4 quick,
well, so the thing
draws?
is, they still have to wait until the top of the hour, until game 2 to start, and game 3 and game 4. So
yes, of course.
But
it
they will have a long break,
right?
of course.
Maybe they just want to watch these players in action.
Maybe that's the thing.
Either way, going down to the tiebreak, settling it in blitz, it means they get less points, though. So
exactly.
Very odd strategy.
Yeah. Well, these two haven't even started. We are waiting for Anish Giri to make the first move up on the platform against Jan Kristoff, Duda. And what sort of... Oh. We had a handshake, I think.
Was it a handshake? Fist bump?
A fist bump.
Fist bump.
Cool, that means the game must be about to start. And here we go.
Here we go. Anish with the white pieces opens with his king's pawn, and we see the Sicilian defense from Duda. So Anish not adopting the same strategy Magnus Carlsen went for against Duda yesterday. This is the main line Sicilian, the Najdorf Sicilian, and look at this. Anish Giri's played quite a rare variation. He's just moved his rook across one square. So white is never, ever going to castle on that king side anymore. This one, it's, as I mentioned, it's quite a kind of seldom seen line, but it's very ambitious. White's rook move is designed to throw these pawns on the right side forward later on. And meanwhile, Duda kicks the white knight away from the centre.
Having said that, it does seem to be very trendy, because I'm looking at all the games played, and most of them played in 2020, 2021.
Yeah, lots of blitz games in this opening, I think. And it's been played by such creative players as Jordan Van Foreest. Meanwhile, just normal development from both sides here, just bringing pieces out onto their optimal squares. White does have the decision to make now. Do you castle? Does White's king already declare its intentions and go off to that left side? It feels like now is the moment. You can no longer castle on both sides of the board, so you might as well go to the only side you can find safety for your king. What is Giri thinking about here? Does he have more direct intentions? Will he push some pawns? Maybe White has a few options here, but I expect to see White's king castle away, and then Black try to attack that White king once it does park itself on that left flank. Early days, but shaping up for a full-blooded battle.
Okay. Cool.
Still very much in the realm of theory, and I'm just checking the Chess24 database, and I can see that, yeah, it does have some pedigree, and Vladislav Kolev played it in 2021. Johnny Hector. So lots of grandmasters trying this out.
So, okay, Giri doesn't declare the intentions of his king yet. First, he brings out his light squared bishop. I'm slightly surprised. This bishop looks a bit clumsy on this square, just blocking the white queen, just doing a purely defensive job. But Giri must have an idea in mind. I just saw him a few moments ago, just kind of slightly close his eyes, just sipping away there. Water, tea, I'm not sure what he's drinking, but yeah, either way, Giri, he must have studied this position before. He must have at least worked out some ideas. Even if it's not pure memory work, he'll be familiar with the patterns. And there we go. Duda completes developing his minor pieces, and white finally does decide to castle the king. Slightly odd that he's delayed it by one move, but either way, now black has signalled the attack, pushing pawns forward, and Giri does the same in the centre. The tension is heating up already. It's only move 12, but I think both sides are going to be attacking the opponent's king. It's definitely one of those battles that we're going to enjoy later on. It's going to be full of life, full of tactics, no boring quick draws in this one. No endgames in sight either.
What sort of styles is up against each other here? We know Anish Giri, known for his openings against Jan-Christoph Duda. What are the styles here?
So Giri, in general, at least historically, was quite a good strategic player. He would just slowly build on positions. But over the last year, he's become more dynamic, and that's actually brought him a lot of success. So he likes to attack more, especially with white, to play on the front foot, create some action. Also, the Sicilian defence is one of his favourite openings. He published a chessable course on the Sicilian Najdorf. That is this opening. So he's a huge expert. And Jan-Christoph Duda, on the other hand, he's an attacker. He loves these imbalances. He loves a bit of an odd pawn structure. He loves it when there's kind of chaos going on all sides of the board. I think his full board awareness is great. He can switch play from one side to the other very quickly. Yesterday, he mentioned in the interview with Runa that his tactical vision just wasn't there. He was just lacking a bit of sharpness, and that's what cost him, because that normally is his strength.
And meanwhile, we still have a lot of things to play for in the opening. And I'm just going to say, after that pawn push with the f-pawn, well, now we're in the theory of novelty. Never been played before, but has been studied. And the earliest time someone looked at it was in 2014. More recently, it's 2020. And now the queen moves to c7 square. And now, if white were to jump in with the knight to the centre, to the d5 square, then we would be going back to a game. But nope, Anish says, I'm going to take care of my king, just tuck it away in the corner, just move it out of harm's way.
Yeah, it appears to me at least that despite the fact that the players have played quite quickly, they are on their own. I think they're just kind of basing their play on patterns. They're not necessarily trying to remember any long forcing lines, because it's very, very tense, but there's no immediate kind of attack. There's no immediate way to force the play. So I think they will continue building up just for the next 3 or 4 moves, and then we'll see both sides declare their intentions and actually start going for it. This last move for white is very sensible. Anytime you castle queenside, anytime you castle on the long side in chess, you always need to take a time out to shuffle your king towards the corner. Now white has 3 pawns in front of the king rather than the square it just stood on when it only had 2. Also out of the eye line of the black queen.
Yeah. And now black moves the rook just to prepare for potential pawn push there on the left side of the board. Now, one of the things I love about Anish Giri is how much of an entertainer he is, both on and off the board. And I also really liked his reaction to yesterday's game, after he beat Hikaru Nakamura for the first time. I think one of the things that really struck me was the moment that he won, and he just waited. He first of all did this kind of like celebration, but he also kind of like waited, took a few deep breaths, and you could see how much it meant to him. Yeah. And it meant, and he was later posting about this particular moment where he was saying, I want to buy it myself.
He even said it in the studio right afterwards. Now I have to buy this moment in as an NFT.
Exactly. And he was saying, do you accept MasterCard? You know, referring to the partnership that Meltwater has, Meltwater Champions Chess Tour has with MasterCard.
Yes. Remember, everyone, we have something called the Chess Champs collectibles. You can actually own a part of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. I kind of compare it to, collecting baseball cards or stamps or, anything you would collect when you were a child. It's only that you now collect digital moments from the Meltwater Champions chess store. So go ahead to chesschamps.io and you can start collecting moments from the tour. Anish wants to collect the moment yesterday, beating Hikaru Nakamura.
So, yeah, I wonder whether anyone will steal it.
Oh, but I think several people can. Okay, I don't know exactly, but several people can own the same moments, yeah.
Okay. And we have a move on the board, Anish stating his intentions because he's going to push the pawns forward on the right side of the board. And I also have to say, one of the other things I like about Anish is he really likes to stoke the rivalry. Because, you know, he actually tweeted today, he says... OK, and Jan-Christoph Duda just pushing a pawn there, just preventing Anish from expanding on the right side of the board. He said, if top 40 music playlists are of any indication, the Dutch is the underdog against the Polish today. Would you indulge in banter, David?
I don't know. I like to do my talking on the board, but that's why we love Giri. He can do his talking anywhere.
Yeah, both on and off the board. Referring here to listening to the music. They had 3 lists they could choose from, these players, yesterday. And we do have a few moves.
We do have a few moves, and yeah, this kind of gaining of space by black on this right flank, it is strategically quite desirable, but it also comes with a huge amount of risk intact. Right now, Jan-Christoph Duda, he basically is saying he's going to keep the black king in the centre forever. If the black king ever castles towards the right side now, he's weakened his camp there, he's weakened his position, and this last pawn push by black, he will live to regret it. I think this black king is going to become a target long-term, but it is right now surrounded by pieces. So black's king, safe, but maybe not long-term. And Anish Giri, meanwhile, he has to think how to activate the white rooks, how to get the white minor pieces, the bishops and knights, maybe to more active squares as well. I think he'll start trying to maneuver. He can push pawns, he can move the white queen, he can move a knight, lots and lots of options. That's why Anish Giri started to slow down just on this last move. Still very tense. Whose position do you prefer, Jovanka? Do you have much experience here?
No, I don't have so much experience, but I do remember many years ago when I used to play openings like this. I dabbled in this from the white side and I didn't particularly enjoy them because there was a lot of pressure. But I was always a big fan of pushing my pawns. And I also quite like Anish's move, which is just to grab material, go after the weak pawn.
Yep, so white's queen has stepped back, but note the diagonal that she stepped to. She's eyeing up this pawn, as Jovanka mentions, black's H pawn, and she's attacking it in conjunction with the white dark squared bishop. So the 2 pieces there teaming up against the 1 black pawn. That 1 black pawn is defended only by the rook on the H file. That means that there is potentially a threat in the position. So I'm not sure whether you can take that pawn yet, but Duda will have to worry about that pawn's protection for the next few turns. And interesting from Anish Giri. That feels like a useful move, a bit of a waiting move, not kind of committing too much. But meanwhile, Duda has decided to counterattack on the other flank. He's kicking away white's knight. And big question for Anish Giri. If you start retreating in any Sicilian defence, you live to regret it. It's like riding a bike. You have to keep pedalling. You need to keep going forward. I don't think we'll see that white knight step back. But you have 2 other squares to go to. Ideally, he wants to go to the centre of the board. Will Anish Giri play this move? That would at least initiate some real action. Might even involve a pawn sacrifice. There we go. Yep, it jumps into the centre.
Of course, you have to keep the momentum going. And there you go. It is a pawn sacrifice on the board. And now the question is, how is Anish going to generate some play for this pawn? I mean, the first thing that I would be thinking about is maybe trading off bishops. But OK, that releases some tension. Another thing that I would be looking at is introducing pieces that can start opening up lines for attack. Or maybe I would grab some pawns because I don't like being a pawn down.
So by grabbing a pawn, I guess you mean white's light squared bishop getting greedy and going off and capturing black's A pawn out there on the left.
I feel that that's something I would probably regret, so I don't think I would do that. I think the first step that I would do is probably play bishop takes bishop and just say to black, hey,
trade those dark squared bishops.
King is in the centre. But then the other hand, and then, it's a difficult decision there, actually. Or maybe I would introduce a knight into the game.
Yep, White's knight does definitely need to find a more active square. Right now, the White knight looks like it's doing a defensive job, but it wants to be attacking, actually. And I think you've summed it up, Jovanka. There's a bit of a dilemma. White has several options, but it's not clear what is better than the other. So right now, it's a matter of taste, I think, for Anish Giri. Does he trade a set of bishops and maybe force the Black King out into the open? Or does he just continue building up? It's a stylistic thing, and Giri will take his time, and then he will make a choice. I think White has full compensation for this pawn because Black's pieces, they aren't that well coordinated right now. White's queen, especially in the centre, White's centralised rook, they look great because the position is about to open up. However, getting more than just pure compensation for the pawn, that is the tricky question. You don't want to be a pawn down for too long. And Anish thinking.
And behind them, in the back of the Oslo Arena here, Magnus Carlsen is currently playing game 1 against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And look at the bar, you guys. All the way over to Mamedyarov's side with the white pieces. After only, I think it was only like 15 moves, the bar just completely shifted over to his side. Has Magnus somehow blundered already?
The word on Twitter is that Carlsen has fallen right into a trap set by Mamedyarov. And to say it's close to losing. David?
Yeah. It's not looking good for the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, on the ropes. He's currently down a piece for a few pawns, but yeah, that extra piece for Mamedyarov, the extra knight that he has, should seal the game for him. Actually, I just played through it. I think I've seen this opening trap before. It does look like Magnus Carlsen maybe just unaware of some opening nuances there, caught by surprise by Mamedyarov.
All right, well, he's probably a little bit stressed out than the world champion sitting in the back there. And this one, though, the bar is saying pretty much balanced.
It's in the balance. White is still 1 pawn down, but with his last move, he's really trying to open up lines for his major pieces, the queens and rooks. And Black's king is destined to stay in the centre forever. So roughly balanced chances, all 3 results possible. But Anish is going to be doing the attacking. Duda is going to be doing the defending for the next few moves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And Duda will be in the mindset of simply reacting to whatever Anish throws at him. So the first problem on the board is, do you capture the pawn or not? Do you open up lines? If you do open up lines, how are you going to defend those weak pawns? And every single move, you must be calculating those captures, those threats and those attacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How would you deal with this last pawn push, Jovanka? Will you just take this white pawn that's just moved with your own pawn? Will you try and run away with the Black King, maybe? Will you, I don't know, trying to look for other options? There aren't that many for Duda.
No, there aren't too many. Ideally, you want to keep the position closed. That's not possible. So I think I might run away with the king. I like that solution. Run away with the king just to protect the pawn that is potentially under attack. And then once the king has been consolidated, then I would switch focus onto the left side of the board.
Yep, so step back with the Black King.
Yeah.
Got some pawn shelter. You need to use your pawns as shields if you can. That's quite a cool angle there we see on the screen, meanwhile, with Duda playing on the new Chess24 play zone. I've played on it myself. It's super slick.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Yeah, really nice. He's in dark mode as well. And, OK, he pushes a pawn. And there we see on the screen, just on his screen, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, his last move highlighted in blue. This pawn push, you don't sound too enthusiastic.
I must admit, this was my first reaction. I was like, hey, just push the pawn. But then the more I looked at it, the more I didn't quite like it, because I couldn't anticipate what was going to happen once White also pushes forward with his pawn, his f4 pawn. And I didn't quite know exactly how to react to that, because the last thing you want when you're defending such a tenuous position is to allow your opponent to start attacking with the rooks and the queens on the board. So I definitely was a bit surprised by that. So the move that I would be considering here, if I had the white pieces, is probably I will capture the pawn on the edge of the board and then step forward with my f-pawn.
Yeah. So lots of options here, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he looks quite calm though about his position. He looks like he's not too flustered about the incoming attack. Yeah.
Well, maybe he's got some calm, cool music to listen to, because the players are allowed to listen to some designated music. Yeah, so it's the Polish top 40, Dutch top 40, and Magnus has the Norwegian top 40 or a personalised playlist?
Yeah, I will ask Magnus later in his interview about his playlist because he did request some special songs.
Ooh.
And we will reveal a few secrets about that later in the show. Meanwhile, White did recapture a pawn. So White has double pawns now on this H-line, but he's opened up his rook on the G-file. So White's pieces now, the rooks and queens especially, are great. But Black has stepped back with his bishop, blocking the line towards the Black king. So it's now actually the same number of pawns for both sides, but lots of weaknesses in both camps and definitely all to play for. This one is heating up. It's just simmering right now. Both sides just trying to get some action going, neither side giving any ground, but it's so imbalanced, especially with the pawn structure, that I definitely think a decisive result is on the cards. It's going to be a long, long way before either side is able to kind of just calmly just lock down the position. I think chaos is about to happen. Ooh. And Anish Giri, he's spending some time just wondering how he can initiate that chaos on his own terms. First, I think White needs to, at some point, bring the knight into the game, but I'm just not sure how. And Giri just putting his head in his hands, trying to calculate some variations, trying to peer into the future. And Jovanka, maybe a trade of pawns in the centre.
Yeah, and the move that I was considering was well, what can I say? At times I'm a stubborn person and I wanted to really push forward with that F-pawn. So I thought, hang on, why don't I just introduce the rook to the 5th row and it can come forward and support the advance of 2 potential pawns, you know? Want to open lines. Yeah. Get going.
It's a very aggressive move, and he's played it.
And it's on the board. I must admit, I still feel this childish sense of pleasure when the players make the moves that I suggested. And I must admit, I also felt a lot of happiness when we were playing against Anish, and he complimented us on our moves, and I was like, oh, he thinks I'm a good player.
That's the way I feel when I sometimes suggest a good move and you guys compliment me. I'm like, wow. Wow, I love it. And look at Anish there. So, I mean, the bar shifts a little bit side here when he does this move. Is this the move you guys were talking about to sort of unleash a little bit of chaos in this game?
Yeah, because in order to unleash chaos on the board, you have to basically open lines. Yeah. And the whole goal for White is simply just open those lines, attack the king. And this way, Anish is basically saying, I want to push forward one of my pawns. I want to make sure that my rooks have access to your king. And of course, Judo will try to either stop that, or if he can't stop it, then he has to initiate some defensive operation so that his king is well sheltered.
All right.
OK, and he does need to try and shelter his king at some point, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's definitely an attacking player. He doesn't want to take out the time to defend, and therefore he pushes his own pawn. And that pawn storm is coming on the left flank towards the White king. White's king is not going to feel entirely comfortable if those pawns continue marching forward, especially that White knight now is the target for these pawns. And OK, Giri has to justify his previous move. That rook lift by White, he has to show that there's a reason for doing it. If you wait too long, then I think Black's pawns are just going to march forward and squash you. So for Anish, that is the question. How is he going to attack? How is he going to unleash that chaos? It has to be a pawn push, I feel, here, but which one?
Yeah, it's tempting. It's almost tempting to kind of switch to the pawn on the edge of the board, push that one forward, and then once you've kind of cleared the F5 square, you can actually go forward with another pawn. But, I mean, also tempting is actually just to continue with the original plan. So lots of choice for Anish. And I'm just smiling a little bit because I just saw an answer on Instagram to our quiz of the day where we're asking what is your favourite moment from the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021. And Evie Freebird says, okay, he pushes the F-pawn, he sticks to the original plan. The best moment was when Wesley So learned about the term going bananas. He is the sweetest person ever, yeah. He made us all smile big time when he used that expression.
It was just one of those days when all the stars aligned because we had the theme in the quiz of the day that was, when was the last time you went bananas? And I loved it when you guys said bananas. And it was because we had Spanish Grandmaster Pepo Granca joining us, and he kind of goes a little bit bananas when he's commentating on chess. And then Wesley showed up with his completely yellow shirt. And then when we asked him about it afterwards, he mentioned playing banana chess. As a good thing.
As a good thing, playing like a banana.
Playing like a banana was a compliment.
Yes.
We'll have to ask him about it again if he wins today.
It made us laugh a lot because in British, we have this expression which is like you played like a lemon, which is not a good thing. Ooh. So that's bad. But OK, well, we do have some moves on the board.
And we do have a result as well. Magnus Carlsen has lost his game against Shakriya and Mama Diarra with the black pieces for Magnus Carlsen after only playing for 20 minutes. And I don't think it was that many moves as well. What happened, David?
He simply lost a piece. He lost a knight on move 13 of the game. So very early in the opening, Magnus lost a knight and he fought on, but he was still a knight down in the final position for no compensation. So he just had to resign. Mama Diarra starting strong.
Yeah, and a horrible start for Magnus Carlsen. So this obviously gives a big chance to Wesley. So if Mama Diarra is able to hold this for the next 3 games and win this match against Magnus Carlsen, if Wesley So wins his match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after the 4 rapid games, then he will only be 1 point behind Magnus Carlsen in the overall standings. Drama on the second day here. Magnus Carlsen, he has to make a comeback. He will have the white pieces in the next game, and he will have more than 30 minutes to prepare for that one. But horrible start.
Yeah, a surprise as well, because yes, Mama Diarra is capable of beating anyone on his day, but historically against Carlsen, he has a rotten score. Carlsen usually dominating that matchup, usually able to neutralise Mama Diarra, but this time the world champion just not surviving the opening.
All right.
And definitely needs to do some homework there in order to ensure that his openings in the next few games are stronger.
All right.
Yeah. I just think it's a hiccup. You know, sometimes these things happen, and
to the best of us, to all of us,
to everyone. And it certainly happened to me on occasion. And then, in a way, it's okay because you're just like, okay, well, that really wasn't a fault of my own. I kind of got tricked, and then you can move on with good conscience. Okay, so now the rook comes to the 6th row and defends the bishop laterally.
Yep. So that black rook looks like it's doing a decent job. Also, maybe just clearing some space for the other black rook to join it on the H-line, if necessary, later in the game. Yep, that's just a very solid move from Duda. It's slightly inconsistent. He was playing on one side of the board, pushing pawns, those black pawns marching forward, and then suddenly he switched his attentions back to the other flank. But that, again, shows that Duda, he is very flexible. He's happy to change his plans on every move, depending on what the opponent does. That's one of his big strengths in general. But sometimes, it does give the opponent a bit of hope if it shows that you're being inconsistent and indecisive. And Giri, meanwhile, maybe he'll have some hope that he can get towards that black king. At some point, the bishops will disappear. I'm not sure whether that will be now. Maybe Giri doesn't need to rush. But if white does take the black bishop, I think black's intention is to recapture with the rook. And that's the best way, the only way, actually, to keep the black king protected. You need as many pieces around it as possible because holes will start to appear around that black king shortly. You need to clog up those holes with pieces. That's the justification for Duda's move. White's queen can also try and find a more active square. So I'm expecting bishop takes bishop or the white queen to move. Do you see anything direct here, Jovanka? It looks like Giri's calculating.
I'm just thinking bishop takes bishop is a nice move, but at the same time, it doesn't keep the tension. And often when you're attacking in these type of positions, you want to keep those options open. So I would be more swayed to ideas of just rerouting the queen to a better square. But I can't think of one. This is the principle.
There's lots of tempting squares for the white queen, but it's not clear which one is
exactly
the ultimate square. Sometimes having too much choice here, the white queen, how many squares did she have? 2, 6, 7 squares, 7 safe squares to go to.
Bishop takes bishop, though, on the board. And now Anish is actually switching direction because he's going with the rook to attack the f7 pawn.
And the white queen will soon line up with that rook. Maybe the 2 white rooks as well will try and team up together. White's going to use all of his firepower, all of his ammunition to try and gang up and go towards the black king. Meanwhile, a black pawn pushed, forcing the white knight to step back. That's definitely not the ideal square for the white knight, but hopefully, or Anish is hoping that it is destined for a better circuit, that white knight, later in the game.
I have a confession to make here, David. I actually really like Duda's position. And this is the reason why I didn't never Duda. Duda. Oh my God, Duda.
Yeah. So what do you like so much about it, Jovanka?
I like the fact that the king is nicely protected by the rook and the knight, and also the fact that he now has the strong possibility of a counter-attack, and the queen is aggressively placed, and it just somehow feels that this position has a little bit more compact. I mean, he's got the better long-term chances. I mean, you think about if the queens came off the board, it would be definitely beneficial for Duda as opposed to Anish, whose kind of outside pass pawns are doubled.
Yep.
And
Black central pawn mass will be a huge trump card in the endgame.
And there's just no clear-cut way for white to attack. And what I never really enjoyed about this is that you have to play with such precision and high energy that if you don't manage that, then before you know it, you're vulnerable to a counter-attack, and that's it. The position is worse for you. Yep. And here I'm just looking at it and I was thinking, it's just a rook that's attacking the black king. Everything else, bottom row.
Yeah, all of white's pieces there on the bottom rank, they're not making a great impression. That white rook is a lone ranger. And Duda, right now, he is trying to initiate that counter-attack for sure. So black has two plans. Either you can get the queens off at some point and you're very, very happy because the black king will never be a target. Or, as Jovanka mentions, the counter-attack. That might involve pushing more pawns towards that white king. The question is which pawn, in which order do you push your pawns? And I look at that black king, it's like it's wrapped in cotton wool right now, just wrapped up. All those pieces around the king. The problem is if you move the pieces away from that black king, you might come under fire. So a few things for Duda to consider. Slightly shaking his head there, surprisingly, because he has a very healthy position. The question is, what next? And here is the type of position you just have to commit. You can't just sit and wait. It's definitely asking for action, this position. But Duda, it looks like he's not happy with anything he's come up with so far. The clock might become a situation as well now, might become a factor. He's 2 minutes down. Okay, he's looking calm, looking confident, but he needs to move soon. He needs to come up with a plan and just stick to it.
Are those two, the two white double pawns for Anish, are those very good or very bad? Because, they are on that open line, but they are doubled.
Yeah. Open to debate.
Yeah?
At the minute.
I thought maybe that would be like a very clear, very bad or very good.
Exactly. I mean, this is the issue. I mean, in a middle game, that doesn't really matter so much because it's all about the safety of the king. In an end game, those pawns would be awful.
Oh, okay.
And, because they're just weak. They can't protect each other. And as long as black controls them, then they can't really advance. But take a look at black's pawn mass in the centre. There's 3 of them, and they can come together. They can just advance forward.
Yeah, if all of the pieces disappear, black's pawns are for sure stronger. White's pawns out there on the H-line on the right, they're easy food, easy pickings for black's rook later in the game, or even the black king. If everything disappears, black's king will simply dart over and gobble up those pawns. So that's why Anish Giri, he's pretty much banking on this middle game. So he's banking on the fact that he'll keep the queens on and go for an attack against black's king. I think if the queens disappear, it's game over. Black will simply win.
Okay.
So, Giri right now, he's trying to keep pieces on the board. That must be as well the reasoning for Duda's last decision, offering a trade of rooks. If you look at white's pieces, the only active piece is that white rook, and black's challenging it. I'm expecting Giri to defend that rook with his queen. Maybe he can run away from the threat of a trade. But either way, Giri needs to try and keep as many pieces on the board as possible, especially the queens.
Yeah.
So does that mean there's not even a point for Jan-Christoph Duda of sort of trying to initiate a trade of the queens?
He would love to, but Giri
it's never going to happen, kind of thing.
Giri will always run away.
Yeah.
You don't want to spend too long begging for that trade because you know your opponent's answer is always going to be no. So Duda, knowing him as well, he'll want to stay flexible. Yes, he knows an endgame will favour black, but he also has ideas maybe in the back of his mind of a counter-attack against white's king later.
So what is your best sort of tip to beginners and viewers at home in terms of when to keep the queens on and when to get them off? What is the easiest sort of rule to remember?
I always look at the pawn structure first. I envisage all of the pieces disappearing. So here I would imagine if the queens, the rooks and the knights all disappeared, then I would think, OK, who's winning the pawn race? Who's got the better pawns, the safer pawns, the connected pawns? And if the answer is your opponent's pawns are better, then keep the pieces on.
Okay.
Also, look at the kings. Here, black's king is more of a target than white's because the black king is in the centre, white's king is nicely safe and tucked away. So therefore, you need to keep queens on in order to get the attack going.
Okay.
So there's a few different factors, but always think about the endgame. Always think long-term, how trades will pan out, but also think right now, in the current moment, whose king is safer, whose king is more of a target.
And Anish did move his queen, though.
Finally, yes. That queen was not doing too much anymore on the back rank. So he centralised his queens. Queens as well, they love to be in the centre of the board. Look how many squares that white queen covers now on both sides, on both flanks. But more importantly, she's defending her rook.
Right. I have to say I was surprised by this move. The reason being is that the queen is on an unstable square. OK, so I do like Duda's move, which is just to push forward with his pawn, inviting white to step forward with his own pawn. OK, but the rook's now double. And this was the move that I was a little bit nervous about for Anish because, you know, the trade of queens we've kind of consistently mentioned is not a great idea for him. And, OK, now the rook's come off the board. So, rook, I'm expecting queen takes rook. OK,
so Giri has two choices with which to recapture. He takes with his queen. So there was a big threat temporarily. White's queen and rook lined up against the same pawn on the F-line. And that's why Duda's brought his queen to the centre, defending a pawn. It's all about that F7 pawn right now, and black's queen doing a great defensive job. Also, she is centralised. Now she is the one with eyes on both sides. It's time for white's knight to activate. There's literally nothing else that white can do here. You have to prioritise centralising that white knight, activating it. It's not doing a defensive job. It's not doing an attacking job either. So white's knight is the problem piece. It's the only piece not participating. So I think Anish needs to move it. But there's three sensible squares for that white knight to jump to. And, OK, he goes towards the centre. Very sensible. Yep. And I feel the clock's going to play a big factor. There's both sides have reasons to be happy, but as the clock ticks down, this is definitely also the type of position where it's easy to blunder while the queens remain.
I have to say I love Anish's last move because, you know, in the style that you've been advocating, it overprotects the potential weak spot. And David, we have, what do you call it, a double agent?
A double agent.
It's in the middle, in the midst, you know. Because take a look at that white king. It's being defended by black's pawn, who's acting as a shield.
Yeah, so that black pawn in front of the white king, Giri will not want to take it. He definitely doesn't want to touch that black pawn because it actually helps white, this pawn being there. It's actually as if that pawn is a white pawn. And, yeah, right now, that's why Giri...
So why did Jan-Christoph Duda do this?
He did it because every move has consequences, and take a look at the consequence of that move, which is suddenly there is an opening of the A-line. And so suddenly white's pawn that sat there on the same diagonal as the queen, well, if black partners up with the rook, then suddenly there will be checkmating threats against that pawn.
Yeah, so that pawn, that black pawn, does guard the white king, but more importantly, I think Duda just wanted to open up some lines. And also, again, if it does become an endgame, it's better to have one pawn extra. It's better to have this black pawn and to kind of break up that trio that white had in front of his own king. So some short-term reasons for that last move from Duda, but also long-term reasons too. So any endgame now is definitely hopeless for white.
But does Anish sort of have to create some space for his king here? Is that very imminent, very important for him? I guess then that square with the black pawn is not sort of an escape square for the king?
No, I think... I mean, the situation is getting very treacherous for both sides. In fact, both kings are now potentially under attack. So I suspect that Anish will be looking at bailing out as quickly as he can.
Bailing out?
Bailing out with a kind of draw, you know.
How would you draw? This is like the furthest position away from a draw imaginable, no?
Yeah. But still, it will be there. The idea will be there. And
whoa! What's happening?
OK, so Giri, he's actually just left his queen attacked, and he's trying to counterattack against the black queen. But I think this is a mistake. Black's queen is under fire from the white knight. You cannot take that white knight because look at the queens on the 5th rank. There's tension between them. The black pawn that can capture the white knight is pinned, so don't touch anything. But if black simply moves his queen, white's queen and white's knight are going to be attacked at the same time. And I think, just judging by the evaluation bar, that's going to be quite strong for black. OK, he does move his queen. And look at this. The white queen is under attack, the white knight is under attack, and now the white rook is under attack from black's queen. White has 3 pieces under fire. How do you guard all of them? How do you keep them all safe? Giri, okay, slight shake of the head and then leaning forward there. Okay, I think he's in trouble. He just simply can't defend all of his 3 pieces at once while keeping the queens on the board.
Yeah.
He has to give a check now with his knight or with his queen. He has to go for the black king and hope. But black's king can simply run away, or you can even block any potential checks.
Exactly. I mean, the black king has a hiding spot. It will hide on the left side of the board on the c7 square. So this is going to be problems for Anish, especially because he's actually helped Duda improve the position of his queen. The queen is now 1 step closer. And also she guards a very important point, the b4 square.
Yeah, and it just seems like a case of Anish setting a 1-move trap, a 1-move trick, and it didn't work, and it's backfired. And now white's pieces, they're not coordinated as well as they can be, and just too many threats to deal with as well. All of black's pieces on their ideal squares. I mean, white's knight under fire, white's rook as well. Just, it wants to be anywhere else except the square it stands on. And obviously the white queen, that is the priority. You need to move her. I feel you need to give a check with that white queen right now, but...
And the clock as well, under the minute now for Anish Giri. Do you think he's going to lose this now?
It's looking that way. Duda's handled this perfectly. I said right at the beginning, his style is these really imbalanced, really complicated middle games where it's all about these small tactics, these small attacks here and there. And it definitely feels like Duda, after yesterday, he's warmed up, he's perked up, and he's got everything under control. And the black king darts away to safety. It's going to hide the other side of that black knight.
Yep, use the knight as a shield. But very importantly, Duda is actually one move away from initiating his idea of just tucking the rook into the corner and attacking the pawn on a2, and that is deadly.
So very soon, black is going to try and start a counterattack. Actually, very soon, he goes for it immediately. He pushes a pawn. This is super ambitious. He's just trying to wrench open everything towards the white king. I'm slightly surprised he rushed. There was no need at all to rush. But, OK, his idea, he's given up 1 pawn. I think he wants to recapture that pawn with his rook. He does so. So now that rook is up for grabs for black. If white takes that black rook, however, you lose protection of the white knight. So if white plays pawn takes rook, the black queen will capture the white knight. And that would actually be deadly. So that rook, it's forbidden fruit. It's poisoned. He should not capture it.
Even if a rook is better than a knight?
The problem is, after black's queen takes the white knight, it would also be a check, and the black queen would next capture the white rook. So this is a bit of a trick. So the white rook was on an unguarded square. It was not protected. That's why Giri shifted across his rook. So now he wants to take that black rook, now that he's put his white rook on a safe square. He's lined up his rook as well with the white queen, but they're not really going anywhere. They're just hitting thin air. And I expect Duda just to move his rook to a safe square.
Anish, in the first blitz game against Hikaru yesterday, defended just fantastically to save a draw in that game. Is that what he needs to find now?
It's still possible. He's not dead yet. And he still actually does have some ideas, for example, of, I mean, I've been talking about not trading queens, but if he trades queens by bringing the white queen up 1 square, if the queens disappear, then suddenly these white pawns on the side, on the right side, we said there were weaknesses, but black's defensive pieces have all disappeared. So those 2 white pawns on the H line, they might start racing up the board. I think he's going to bank all of his hopes on those pawns because there's nothing else. The white king just too weak. White has no influence over the centre. White's knight is holding everything together on its own. It's bad times for Anish Giri, but some glimmer of hope. He's going to bank on the fact that Duda might spend a bit of time on the clock, and anything can happen once both sides clocks are ticking down. And
some glimmer of hope for Magnus Carlsen as well. He lost game 1 today against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and I just saw the bar shoot up for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in game 1 against Wesley So. If Magnus loses the match to Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he will hope that Wesley So loses his match to Maxim Vachier-Lagrave as well, so that So will not catch up with him on the overall standings. OK, we have another move.
OK, meanwhile, Duda retreats his rook to a safe, protected square. So sensible, and now it's up to Giri how to continue. It feels like he might need to trade queens here before it's too late.
I was going to say, I mean, I think that has to be done because otherwise, you know, the black king will hide away and then the rook will go to the open A line and then, oh dear, that's going to be danger zone completely. OK, the queens are off the board.
Yep, there we go. The queen's trading off and black's king hiding. very safe square that black king is now sitting on, but very far away, meanwhile, from those white h-pawns. So black's rook actually wants to guard against these h-pawns across the board. It's not going to be easy.
And it's going to be really curious, actually, to see how the players will be handling this stage of the game, because Anish only has 19 seconds left on the clock. But sitting opposite him is Duda. And Jan Christoph is going to be feeling that Anish is under pressure. And will he be tempted to play quickly? Will he feel the heat?
Yeah, conventional wisdom says you shouldn't rush that much when your opponent's down low on time, but Duda doesn't have much time either, so 1.5 minutes, plays less than 20 seconds, and now the quick moves are coming. Black's king stepped out of the eye line of the white rook, and now white's pawn stepping forward, meaning that there is some small breathing space for the white king, also potentially setting up a nasty check. That white pawn is guarding the b4 square, and white's knight wants to go off to that left side of the board and deliver and check to the black king. So Giri finding some really nice ideas here to stay alive, to stay in the game. Duda leaning forward, realising perhaps that it's not as easy as it could have been. He's misplayed this slightly, it feels like, Duda. Yes, he still has the advantage. Yes, long-term, black should be doing great. But immediately there are some issues with the black king and with dealing with those white h-pawns later in the game. So suddenly, in terms of ease of play, which is important when sides are low on the clock, it feels like white's plan is easier than black's. How is Duda going to react? Now, Duda's under 1 minute. It's going to be a time scramble. They're both avoiding eye contact with each other. Giri's kind of looking low. He's using the computer as a shield so he can't see Duda's face right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised why Duda was thinking for such a long time, because you mentioned the check. I mean, the most obvious move is actually just to give a space to the king. Push a pawn, push the d-pawn 1 square forward, and then the king can hide in the centre.
I agree. I think that should be played. Or at least it's one of the prime candidate moves. But Duda, he's frozen.
He's 28 seconds left. He has to make a move. This is not the time to go into the tank. OK, and he makes the move. And Giri playing very quickly. He's captured the pawn.
Yep, so white has regained one of the pawns. That double agent has fallen, and now black's rook is going back and around. Black's rook is going to relocate itself all the way across to the right side. It's going after those h-pawns that you highlighted earlier, Kaja. Those white pawns, they can be strong if they continue advancing, but they're also very weak right now. So that's why black's rook is starting to zoom over and relocate itself.
And I'm expecting Anish to perhaps set those one-move traps, you know, just move his king out of the eye line of the rook and maybe make some threats of, like, knight takes pawn or something.
Yeah, so white's king, not ideally placed. Maybe Giri will move that, but OK, down to 7 seconds there when he made that move.
He pushes the pawn. Yeah, this is also quite nice. And OK, he's fallen for the trick, but it...
Is it a trick, though, Jovanka? Black does have 2 connected pawns.
That's true.
It's a rook endgame now. The knights have disappeared. White did win a pawn in the process, but look at these black pawns. The key is that they are connected. Black's pawns on the E and F lines. They're going to team up and going to start marching down the board. White's pawns, white actually is a pawn up temporarily, but they're all shattered. They're divided. They're isolated. And look at the black king. This feels like it should, with best play, just be winning for black. Black's pawns are going to be far stronger than white's.
Yeah.
And there we go. 1 pawn on its own is going to be easy to stop. This white pawn that has just pushed black's pawns together are going to be almost impossible to stop later.
And, yeah, totally agree with that. I got a bit enthusiastic by that one-move trick. And like you see, the operation was a failure and it's not working well because, I mean, the big thing is that the black king is really active. If the white king was somewhere in the centre, then maybe white has some chances to save the game. As it is, white's pawns are just helpless. Meanwhile, black pawns, they can just march forward very calmly, very easily as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that active king. Duda's activated it even more. And that king is actually going to shepherd forward the black pawns. And look at the white pawns. That white pawn on the H line, it's doomed. It's about to drop off. And the other white pawn on the C line just can't march forward anyway. The black rook cutting it across, cutting it and preventing it from moving across the board. So, OK, one of the pawns has fallen. It's 2 versus 1 in terms of pawns now, but black's, the quality of those connected pawns are going to decide the game. Giri trying for some last tricks. I don't see them.
I don't see them either.
Being successful, though.
What is the trick?
Yeah, I'm trying to think as well. Maybe he's hoping that black is a bit hasty and pushes his e-pawn forward, then allowing the white king to come across closer to the black pawns. Even that looks pretty good for black. As you mentioned, no more tricks really here. Giri leaning back, keeping his poker face, but he knows inside it's hopeless.
Yes.
This has been really impressive play by Duda.
Totally. OK, the rook giving a check. Imagine the white king is just going to step forward. And now I would be tempted to push my pawn.
Yeah,
Which one? Which one is going to be
Both of
the
them look
question?
pretty good.
Both of them, they're all good.
You could maybe push the most far advanced pawn for black, just position it 2 squares away from becoming a new queen.
Potentially. Doesn't seem to be a problem with that. OK, Duda instead moves his rook.
Yeah, very
That's
sensible.
also very sensible because then the e-pawn, when it pushes, it will be deadly.
Yeah, and also black's rook getting ready, if it needs to swing across and get checking to annoy the white king, but also to stop white's pawn from behind. And white's pawn trying to run, trying to advance, that will just simply be prevented. I expect to see either black's pawn push now or black to give a check. OK, the pawn does push, so huge threat in the position. That pawn, if it marches 1 square further, it's unstoppable.
Totally, because black controls the queening square. So, I mean, there's no place. How do you stop it? No, you can't.
Hope.
Because, I mean, the problem is that if you try to control the pawn with the king, unfortunately, the rook will come and give check. And, OK, the rook does give a check. Step forward with the king, not a problem. That pawn is still getting ready to push to the second row.
Yeah, only one side is winning this race, and it's black. Yeah, I must admit, Duda, he hasn't put a foot wrong the whole game. Anish played a great game too. Just one small mistake was the deciding factor. Just that one knight move earlier. And we saw the bar swing the whole way across. That was Giri's only moment. He took his eye off the ball and Duda punished him.
10 seconds, the clock is ticking down and the position is looking hopeless.
Yeah, Giri was looking off to the side there. He's just getting ready to resign, to throw in the towel and wave the white flag, but he's just playing a few final moves here.
And is there any hope in a kind of that a Duda goes a little bit wrong and maybe kind of gets too eager to promote the pawn? And maybe it would be a situation of pawn versus rook.
Yeah, I don't see Duda going wrong here.
No, and he doesn't. He's just simply says, nope, I'm not going to bother calculating anything like that, and I'm just going to advance my pawn.
Yeah, and he defends his pawns there as well. It's that black e-pawn. That black e-pawn is the winner. And now black's simply going to push his other pawns, and together they're marching forward. This one is in its final stages now.
Wow, what a start to the day this will be for young Christoph Duda after a horrible start to the tournament yesterday. Coming here, facing Anish Giri, getting a win in the first game. And Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he has now won game 1 against Wesley. So both Magnus and Wesley losing their first games today. Drama is happening.
Yeah, and it looks like as well Aronian about to strike against Artemiev. So, OK, white's king trying its best to stop those black pawns marching. But it's not going to be a successful defence here, unfortunately, for Giri. He's still keeping his poker face. I'm impressed. He doesn't want to betray any sign of weakness to Duda, especially while they can see each other. But Duda just waiting there with the black king. That's very calm, I must admit, from the Polish player. He knows that the win is coming soon because the black rook simply stops white's pawn and the black pawns are running. But he doesn't need to rush. This is very, very instructive. Just taking his time, improving the black king, improving the black rook, and then the pawns will march. And, OK, Giri still trying to make it difficult for the opponent. Black's king can move here. You can even push your pawn if you really want to. Everything
wins. I mean, I would probably repeat the position just to gain some time on the clock and then try to push my f-pawn.
Give yourself more time to calculate.
Exactly.
Yep. Black's king was in the way of one of the pawns, so he brings it back to where he came from.
Yep, and I guess Anish is just going to repeat what he tried earlier on. And I'm expecting...
It's not easy, though. This is a new position, Jovanka. If white's king moves forward, where it came earlier, black's pawns push forward.
Yeah, OK.
White's rook is stuck. This might be a case of what we call zugzwang. Any move that white makes is going to worsen his position. White's rook and king are on the ideal defensive squares, but you can't maintain them there. White's rook as well, tied down defending its pawn. OK,
now is the
time. The rook across.
Now is the time to give the starring role to the f-pawn, move it forward 1 square.
Yep. I agree. I don't think Anish Giri is going to play on too long once those pawns continue marching forward. Just one more square. OK, he pushes this pawn forward, the e-pawn instead.
That's fine, not a problem.
Allowing a check.
King goes to attack the rook, and we're expecting rook takes pawn, and then I would expect simply rook takes pawn from black, kill the game, and then the whole problem with white's position is that the white king is just cut off, and still it will be the black king and rook escorting the f-pawn forward to its destination.
Yeah.
And this is hopeless. There's
Yeah.
just no way that white can defend against this.
Some viewers might be wondering why black gave up one of his really nice, protected, connected pass pawns, but simply, Duda, he studied his endgames. This is kind of endgame theory 101. This is one of the first rook endgames we're taught when we're young, and that is that as long as your king is very active and your opponent's king is cut off, one pawn is enough to win, and this pawn is marching forward. We're headed towards a position that we call the Lucina position. So that one is worth checking out on Chessable, for example. On 100 endgames, you must know. And here we go. Black gives a check, forcing the white king away again. And that is the key. White's king will never be able to creep towards the black pawn. And the black pawn will slowly, surely march forward.
Yeah, because in an ideal world, the white king would want to be on the back row, and it would also want to be with his own move and to use the rook to keep checking. But OK, that is not going to happen. And now the king is going to step forward and use its pawn for shelter. And just note how it shoulders out the white king. So white is never able to use both the king and rook in the defence.
Yeah, and now it's time for black to give another check.
And
or move his king.
Maybe we're going to see the players play out the Lucina position, and that would be quite instructive. So here it goes, and we're going to see a technique, if the players allow play on, which is called building the bridge.
Yeah, Anish, he's very aware of the fans watching this. He's letting us see.
Here he comes. So first of all, you give it. Oh, OK, he's
gone forward, so now black's king has shuffled across, so white's rook can actually capture the black pawn, but the black rook's going to give a check from afar, and white's king will no longer be able to protect its rook. White has to lose his rook here for black's pawn. Otherwise, the black pawn is becoming a queen. And, OK, there we go. Giri resigns. Duda takes the win.
Wow. Horrible start to the day for Anish Giri. Fantastic start to the day for young Christoph Duda. And this is a different situation for them. He must be bursting of joy inside young Christoph Duda, but not celebrating here. For Anish Giri, what went wrong here?
It was just one move, actually, Kaja. He didn't play too badly, Anish. We can't blame him too much. It was just one mistake, and Duda pounced. Duda was ruthless after that. And, Duda back in top form, back to the player we saw winning the World Cup. And, OK, both players clearly still analysing the game. Maybe they'll have a word with each other afterwards about where it went wrong, or are they back already in preparation mode, getting ready for that next game?
Yeah, next game. It's going to be 10 minutes for them, but for the others, it's starting in 3 minutes, the next set of games. And Anish Giri, he does have 3 more rapid games today to make a comeback to tie this match. A great start for young Christoph Duda. You mentioned one move, David. What was it?
Yeah, that was all it took. One move. Here, white had lots of options. White could give a check with the queen. White could move his queen to a safe square. Instead, he moved his knight, trying to be clever, attacking the black queen. But suddenly, after Duda's queen moved, he realised there were too many threats. The queen was under fire, the knight was under fire, and the rook attacked. And this turned the game in Duda's favour.
Coming up in only 2 minutes, Game 2 between Magnus Carlsen and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, the world champion. He lost Game 1 with the white pieces. He will be aiming for a comeback. Let's take a look at now the results from the first set of games on Day 2 in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour Finals. A quick draw between Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Rajabov. Vladislav Artemyev, he won his match yesterday, but losing Game 1 here to Levon Aronian. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a great start to the day, winning his first game against Wesley So. And Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, a fantastic start to the day, winning Game 1 against world champion Magnus Carlsen. And can we take a quick look at that game, David? Because you mentioned a trick in the opening. It was over after only 20 minutes. What happened?
Yeah, a bit of a nightmare start for Magnus Carlsen for today. In this position, Black has grabbed a pawn. It's a very risky opening for Black, getting greedy with the Black Queen early on. And this Black Queen is actually currently attacked. And now Magnus made a mistake. He needs to run back with the Black Queen, maybe to this square, to keep it safe. Instead, he got even greedier. He took another pawn. He took this pawn in the corner, but suddenly he realized after the rook came across, the queen attacked. After the queen attacked again, in this position, Mamedyarov unleashed a surprise. He played knight takes knight, check, and after the knight was recaptured, he simply took Black's knight on the side of the board, making advantage of this pin. Here, because after the rook was captured, White could take the Black rook. We saw Mamedyarov with an extra knight, which he converted to a win.
Wow. And that is a bad start to the day for Magnus Carlsen. And here he is arriving the Oslo Arena for Game 2. I see a smile on his face, so that must be good news. He has to make a comeback at some point. 3 more rapid games to go if he wants to get those 3 points or even take it to tie breaks. Getting ready here with the white pieces. It must be so tempting after losing a game to just unleash everything with the white pieces. What do you expect from Magnus in this one, Jovanka?
I expect him just to stick to the plan. You know, it was the first game out of 4, so it's not a big disaster, especially if he can regain his composure and start off, well, recover, strike back with a win. So the players are off, and it looks like it's going to be a king's pawn opening.
Yep, it's the Spanish opening. White's bishop there, putting some pressure on the Black Knight. Mamedyarov, meanwhile, just snacking up. And, OK, very standard stuff. White's bishop just retreating there, White's castled, and it's the open Spanish, the open variation where Black grabs a pawn in the centre early on with the knight. And there we see Magnus Carlsen just looking up, just trying to pick a variation. Mamedyarov is known as maybe the world-leading expert on this opening. So Mamedyarov using this line will not come as a surprise to Carlsen. What has Carlsen prepared? For sure, he has studied this or discussed it with his coaches before today. And we will see Magnus's ideas soon. So this is one of the most thematic positions, one of the most popular openings after the king's pawn. And let's see what Magnus has up his sleeve. He's thinking, though. Yeah, I'm just surprised as well by just how kind of under Magnus's skin Mamedyarov seems to have got just over the last few days. They played actually over the board a few days ago in Macedonia. And Mamedyarov nearly took the win there, and now taking the first game today. Magnus needs to strike back somehow. It feels like Mamedyarov's style. It's just been hard to put a finger on for the world champion. And after a white pawn push, Black's bishop developing, still very standard stuff. White's knight coming out now, offering a trade. And Black castles. So still well-known territory here. White's bishop and knight together. We're trying to put pressure on Black's central knight, but OK, Black's gone for a really ambitious continuation. We do see Black's knight has actually sacrificed itself for a pawn, but after this last trade, material has balanced up, and after pawn takes pawn, it's a crazy material imbalance. Black has a rook and 2 pawns in return for White's bishop and knight. So if we do a bit of counting there, the rook and 2 pawns worth 7, a bishop and knight worth 6. Black is actually 1 point up on the board, but it's a matter of taste. Some players prefer pawns, some players prefer pieces, and here we see White's knights are super strong. White's bishops as well have great potential, and this was Magnus's idea. Going into this line, he must have prepared something very deep. He's just pushed a pawn forward there. He's getting ready to bring White's dart-squared bishop to a longer diagonal. And, wow, personally, I've never seen this last move. It's a very creative idea from Magnus Carlsen, but also very risky and provocative.
Yeah, you're right to say you've never seen this before because it's never been played, not even an option on the database. Totally new, and I'm just going to put it on the board.
Yep, so Magnus playing a brand new idea. This is great stuff to see from the world champion. He's not saving these secrets for the world championship match in November. He's happy to unleash these new ideas in the tour final. That shows how much he wants to win this event, how keen he is to strike back in today's match as well. Actually,
I told a lie. Slight porky. There has been one game. It was actually Alireza Firouzja. He played it against Vidit in the AIM chess. rapid.
Okay.
So, yeah, I had my move order slightly wrong, and now I've got it all controlled. So this is the game. But this king tucking itself into the corner of the board, that is new.
Mm-hmm. And there we see Magnus just talking to the arbiter there, I think, maybe just asking about the headphone situation. But, yeah, either way, Magnus, he's a great student of the game. Anytime I see him, he's always on his phone just playing through the games from all over the world. For example, this opening, he's borrowed an idea from Furuzia. He played it last month. Yesterday, this great pawn sacrifice that led to a quick win against Duda. He borrowed that from the Gelfand Challenge, one of the Challengers Tour, one of the young players we've had. Also used that idea. So Magnus just borrowing ideas here and there, going deeper, studying them, just putting them into his opening repertoire. And yeah, he's so versatile. And right now, we will see the idea from Magnus Carlsen. There must be one. Otherwise, Black's pawn centre is just going to be too strong. How is Magnus going to break through Black's pawn centre? White's pieces look nice and pretty, especially the knights. But what next? You need to start developing.
Yeah, and I can tell you, it has been analysed. Someone investigated the bishop coming out to the edge of the board, attacking the rook. But I'm not sure we can trust this analysis too much, because after the rook dived into the fourth row, the bishop found its way back on its starting square. So not quite sure what the idea is. I have to say I really liked it when you said Magnus is a good student of the game, because just this very morning I heard that expression used as a criticism of the former world champion Karpov by, of course, the one and only Viktor Korchnoi.
That he was a good student of the game,
or that he was a good pupil of the game. He kind of used it as a criticism.
Backhanded compliment.
Yeah. First of all, he referred to Karpov's name, which means of carp, the fish. It was very, very insulting. And then he said he lacks creativity. You know, his end game has no creativity. His openings have no flair. He's a good pupil.
Actually, this is very popular. Magnus himself sometimes says it. He's like, "Oh, he's just a hard worker," as if
as if that's a bad thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And in fact, it's quite funny because former world champions like Garry Kasparov say actually hard working, being a hard worker is actually a sign of great talent. And even Magnus himself says that, you know, when he was studying chess, when he was growing up, he was just occupied with the game 24/7. Okay. The bishop has come out to attack the rook.
Yeah. And Black's rook will move. And yeah, Magnus himself, he'll be the first to admit that, okay, yes, he's talented, but hard work is more than half of it. It's probably 90% of it is the hard work.
And someone who's not playing chess 24/7 at the moment is Timur Ajabov and Hikaru Nakamura. Another quick draw here for them. 22 moves, this one. I think the first one, someone told me it was 17 moves or something like that. Very quick moves between draws between these two in the first two games. But this one is not a quick draw, and the bar is liking it for Magnus Carlsen.
Yes. So the evaluation bar, I'm slightly surprised it says that much. But
never mind.
Okay, let's forget the evaluation bar for now. I was going to say I slightly prefer White's position, especially because this last bishop move by Magnus, he's put his bishop on a nice outpost. This bishop is going to be hard to get rid of for Black. But, yeah, it's definitely still in the balance. There's definitely, at least in practical terms, there's all three results possible. Lots of chances for both sides. Black with this lovely pawn centre. Yeah, he can push one of those two pawns forward at any stage over the next 10, 15 moves. Also, Black's rook. He has a rook more than White, remember. One of Black's rooks is very, very active. So definitely something for Mamedyarov to get excited about. Meanwhile, Magnus, maybe for him, it's more of a build-up game. He needs to still improve the White Queen. He still needs to get his remaining rook into the action. Yeah, and he still has some attacking potential on the right side. And definitely a very, very exciting game. And whilst the players are thinking about their next moves, we are having a quiz of the day where we're asking, what is your favourite moment for the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021? And Mar actually reminded us of a great moment, which is one of the best moments of the chess tour is when someone came into Magnus's room while he was playing Dubov. And I remember it was like, oh, is it his mother? It's just, right. Still never found out, right?
Yeah, it was a complete mystery.
Who was that? No, I remember because this was a tournament when he was playing in a hotel room So it was probably some cleaner or someone in the hotel.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, the bar is alive. What's happening?
Yeah, it does look like some action is happening. Mamedyarov, I was talking about how beautiful Black's pawn centre was. He decided that that was the moment to push forward. And maybe a bit hasty. Maybe Black needed to build up, especially that Black rook in the left corner there. Maybe that needed to get centralised first before taking any concrete action. Right now, Magnus, I think, has a very strong continuation. And, OK, he threatens checkmate in one move, Magnus. He's playing caveman chess, very, very direct. Look at the white queen. Look at the light-squared bishop as well. They're both teamed up against the pawn in front of the black king. So look at the h7 square. Huge threat of queen takes pawn, checkmate.
OK, so how can that be avoided? Obviously, that is what Mamedyarov is now working at.
Actually, maybe we can show this because I think Magnus had an even stronger move, to be honest. In this position, he lifted his queen up. Very sensible, as we mentioned, joining the bishop on this diagonal. But first, he could have slipped his pawn forward, just attacking the black rook. And actually, this black rook lacks squares. No matter where it goes, wherever it finds a safe square, suddenly you lose your pawn in the centre of the board. So Magnus would have just won a pawn for free. I think this was even stronger than what he played, but Magnus going for the attack, bringing his queen forward, and now, because of this threat, as we mentioned, Black needs to block it or defend that square. So, for example, he could bring his queen across, defending, or he could simply step his pawn forward. But this pawn push is very double-edged. It does open up a diagonal towards the black king, and White's dark-squared bishop will later try and relocate to that diagonal. So right now, Magnus, he's going to be very happy that he's forcing Mamedyarov to think. But either way, I'm expecting either queen to this square to defend this pawn or for the black bishop maybe to drop back and defend it.
Yeah, I definitely think it will be a piece that comes to defend that square. I think it's way too risky to step forward with a pawn because suddenly all the dark squares around the king are just going to be so vulnerable. And when you have two pieces against a rook, I mean, it's all about whether you can coordinate and attack with those two pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so right now it is a battle of these two white minor pieces against the black rook. And actually, that's why I don't like Black's last decision, Mamedyarov's decision earlier on to push forward with pawns. I think these pawns here, they're needed where they are just to kind of control the white minor pieces, especially the knights. These pawns, they just stop the white knights mobilising, and Mamedyarov, he should have just sat and slowly improved. Instead, right now, in the current position, Magnus Carlsen, remember, has this deadly threat of checkmate.
Yeah, and it's a very unpleasant threat to have on the board. And Magnus considering how is he going to defend against it. And whilst he's thinking about it...
Can he just move the pawn forwards? Is that the best?
Yeah, you don't really want to be weakening your king. Because if you step forward with a pawn, then you're just weakening your own king. And when it comes to a bishop and knight against a rook, it's about how the two pieces are going to attack, because you actually have two pieces to attack, whereas Black only has one piece to defend. And this is why he needs to play in a very solid
defender.
Yeah, so he has to defend the square that's under attack. And I mean, my instinctive reaction would be to actually drop back with the bishop. To drop back with the bishop, cover that square, and just leave the queen on her current square, because then the black queen can mobilise herself to a much more aggressive location. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably... I don't know. I wasn't sure about moving the queen to defend the king. Mm-hmm. It's slightly solid, too solid.
Slightly too solid. Queens are destined for more active roles,
yes.
Ideally. Mm-hmm. So that's the move we're expecting from Mamedyarov, to use the black bishop just to go and park itself, sit next to the black king. Quite aesthetically pleasing as well, when you have a piece acting as a bodyguard.
Yeah. And whilst Mamedyarov is considering his move, I have to share some more moments from the tour. And, of course, we have Quiz of the Day. We're asking, what is your favourite moment from the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour? And C. Baker says that their favourite moment was the Speed Chess Challenge, to watch Magnus win a game against David, having only 30 seconds. Yeah. Shows why he was called the Mozart of chess. It was really impressive the way that you two played.
Trying to recall that. We've had so many challenges. Which one was that one?
It was the one where you guys had seconds, literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Asgild was trying to distract Magnus by asking questions. And Magnus was just like, shush, Asgild.
So, to be fair about that one, because the challenge was actually for Magnus to play a blitz game against David. And but he had to also answer some interview questions at the same time. And his answer to all the questions was like, I don't know. So he didn't really answer many of the questions.
He's too quick and too strong. The reason I didn't remember is because he's beaten me at so many Blitz games in our lifetime. But yeah, that was fun. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And if you want to enter our quiz of the day, you can tweet your answer using the hashtag ChessChamps or go onto the Champions Chess Store Instagram page, post your answer there. And the players are still thinking. So I can share with you another memory.
Yes.
So Ildefonso Machilum says, when Magnus Carlsen won against Wesley So in Armageddon in the Crypto Chess Store. He's so emotional, throwing punches in the air.
That was the whole day was so emotional because he lost and then he made a comeback and then, you know, it was back and forth and the tie breaks as well.
Yeah, he had to keep winning on demand. I remember we saw on that tournament, Magnus was trailing and maybe he wasn't even going to make the qualifying stage. And he had to win the last game against Rajabov to get there. And he did that. And then so many times it was in a must-win scenario.
And this was also one of the strongest tournaments in history of chess, remember. We had almost all the top 10 players in the world and the ones right outside top 10. It was an amazing tournament.
Yeah, that was, wow, just suddenly all those memories flooding back.
And remember, everyone, you can vote for your favorite moment from the tour. If you head over to championschesstour.com, you can. We have a bunch of moments from the tour that you can vote for, and 10 lucky voters will get a Meltwater Champions Chess Tour T-shirt. Moves happening.
Moves are happening, and Black's bishop has parked itself next to the Black King to keep it safe. Magnus trying to get active and jumping forward with a White Knight, and that has provoked Mamedyarov to use his Queen. And Black's Queen now in the centre is eyeing up the White Dark Squared bishop, also potentially maybe eyeing up one of the White Knights, although White's Knights are sufficiently protected right now. So I'm expecting Magnus to deal with the threat to his bishop. He can maybe push a pawn to protect it. He can maybe move that bishop. Lots of options for the world champion. He wants to start attacking, well, continue attacking Magnus Carlsen, but he does have to take a timeout right now, I think, just to consolidate, just to solidify his pieces. And that's the key. Jovanka mentioned with minor pieces against a rook, it's all about anchoring those pieces, protecting them, finding good outposts, especially for the knights, but also for bishops. And I think if Magnus is able to solidify all of his bishops and knights, then he is in the driver's seat. But not an easy task. He still has to be very careful here. There's so much action still happening, so many pieces on the board, so much to consider.
Yes, and I agree with you there, David. I mean, my instinct is actually to anchor that bishop.
Push a pawn.
Exactly, push the pawn, defend it. Retreating the bishop doesn't kind of appeal to me. Never go back.
Although I guess the argument for moving that White Dark Squared bishop back, retreating, is maybe you want to line it up eventually on the same diagonal as the Black King. So, yeah, pros and cons for all of Magnus Carlsen's candidate moves here. By the way, I think he'll be happy with his position and he's got a small time advantage as well, but turning that into something actually tangible, turning it into something a bit more concrete, it's not going to be easy. Mamedyarov as well, ready to bring that remaining black rook in the corner into the game, into the action.
Who do you think has the easier game?
It's hard to call both sides. OK, he does retreat his bishop.
He retreats.
I think it's not easy to play either side here, to be honest. With Black, you have to be really active and energetic before White is able to stabilise. With White, you do need to be a bit accurate as well. You need to find the best squares for your pieces and make sure that the black rooks don't cause any damage together. Got to watch out for maybe some sacrifices later and also attack against the White King.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if Black loses control of the dark square complex, that is it. That is it, because he cannot challenge on the dark squares. He's got no bishop. So things can go severely wrong if Mamedyarov doesn't play energetically. So, I mean, I think for me, a big mistake would be actually to push the pawn forward and attack the bishop, because it drives the bishop to where it wants to go on the long diagonal, and suddenly that pawn push has actually taken away squares from the Black Knight.
Yep, so...
I would just
the
play
black
the move.
B pawn, you mean there, pushing forward? OK, yeah, and that would maybe not be the best idea for Black.
And there you see that Mamedyarov mobilises his rook. That wasn't working. This is good strategy. The rook is now occupying an open line.
Yep, so very sensible. And sometimes that's what you got to do. That's what the best speed specialists do in rapid chess and blitz chess. If there's no calculation to be done, if you don't want to get dragged into this deep, dark forest of this maze of variations, just follow conventional wisdom, just slowly improve a piece, just get your pieces to these open lines. And that's what Mamedyarov is doing with this last turn. Now I expect to see Magnus pretty much do the same. He wants to especially improve the white rook. And there we see the world champion looking super calm, very relaxed. I wonder what he's listening to. But either way, he's going to improve that white rook, I feel. He's just choosing a square. Does he want to bring that white rook behind the white queen, teaming it up there? Does he want to bring it the whole way across, maybe to the F line, on the same line as the white knights, just to add a bit of added protection? Yeah, either way, it looks very, very tense. The evaluation bar slightly prefers white, but not by a significant amount. And that means that chances for both sides, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And, gosh, such a complicated position. And whilst the players are settling in, thinking out, figuring out what to do, got some more memories. I love this quiz of the day. We're asking, what's your favourite moment from the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour? And Rafael Baptista says that their favourite moment was when Radjabov used the force to win the first major tournament against Levon, the Air Things Masters.
Yes.
He's really a Jedi master. Yeah, that was impressive stuff from Radjabov. And Dinocrat says, best moment for me was when David Howell added song lyrics in the comment. And I really like that one as well, because so many of them took me by surprise. I was like, what do you mean you had a one night in Bangkok and I didn't realise?
And he sneaked it in and we didn't notice.
Some of them I was like, you quoting song lyrics? And then other times I was like, oh, OK.
Yeah.
And, OK, meanwhile, Magnus bringing his rook to the side. OK, this might be the right moment to admit that Magnus, he asked for a specialised playlist. And Askild, he put some songs in there from my challenge, the song lyric challenge. So maybe Magnus might be listening to those songs. You mentioned One Night in Bangkok and a few other great tunes. So.
Oh, that's cool. And just to specify about those headphones that the players are wearing, those are not like the digital ones with Bluetooth. Obviously, these players wouldn't cheat, but, you know, just to make sure everything is in order, these are headphones that are just plugged into the computer. We have the arbiters following that, so they can only listen to the 3 playlists, or 4 maybe then, that Askild has made for them.
Yep. We watch everything they do.
Yeah.
And, arbiter approved.
Yes.
Truman Show.
Yeah. And there's also arbiters sitting with all of the players here playing in the tour final. So there is, in that room where Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is sitting, there is also an arbiter behind him.
Yeah, that's pretty cool that we were able to coordinate arbiters in Moscow, in Kazan, in St. Louis, in Minnesota, everywhere. Everywhere
in the world, arbiters sitting with the players. And there's actually 2 arbiters in the Oslo arena. We have Christopher, and there's also a head arbiter.
And meanwhile, Black has played one move. He's just teamed up his rooks together on the same line. But more importantly, he's blocked the diagonal of the white queen and the white light-squared bishop. So there is currently a threat in the position. White's most far advanced knight, it's hanging. Black's queen is threatening that knight now, that the protection of the knight has been cut off. So I'm expecting Magnus Carlsen simply to drop that knight back, retreat it, and keep it safe. There are some consequences to that move. If White retreats that knight, then maybe the black rooks will start stepping forward. So some stuff for Magnus to calculate. He's frowning there, just getting comfortable. He realises this is not maybe as easy as he thought it would be. But, yeah, if White keeps the pieces nice and safe, he's still got a decent position. And Mamedyarov, it's up to him, I think, to create, to use all of his energy in the next few moves, because it definitely feels like if White stabilises, he will be in charge.
Yeah. OK, and the knight does drop back. No complications whatsoever from Magnus. Keep the position under control.
He is fighting for a comeback, Magnus Carlsen, after losing game 1. So is Wesley So. He lost game 1 to Maxim Vachilegrad. Now with the white pieces, the bar maybe slightly over to Wesley's side in that game. And I'm also looking at Duda Giri. The bar is over to Jan Christoph Duda's side. He did win the first game against Anish Giri, these two playing from the Oslo arena, sitting on the platform. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on that as well. But we have another move.
We have another move, and Black's rook attacked the white queen, and White's queen simply stepping back to a safe square. And, OK, I still quite like White's position, but those black rooks, they do look scary. Black's rooks are very, very active right now, and Mamedyarov, he's going to be trying to work out all sorts of things. Can he sacrifice one of the black rooks for white knight to try and break open the position around white's king? What else can he do? He can move the black queen to another square. Lots and lots of options, but Magnus at some point will start threatening, especially black's central pawn there. Black's pawn in the middle is too strong, so Magnus is going to try and round it up. Right now, white's knight is attacking that central pawn, the white queen as well, white rook. They're all looking at the same pawn. White's dark squared bishop is about to step back as well, onto the long diagonal, onto the same diagonal as the black king, and from afar will try to make the black king feel uncomfortable. So Mamedyarov, the time is now. He needs to find something concrete to keep the momentum going and to make sure that Magnus's advantage doesn't grow.
Seems like he's built a house for his king, though. That looks just very safe.
It is very safe, but at the same time, it's not very active.
Yeah.
It's like a glass house. If you throw a stone at it, maybe it might break.
Yeah.
And yeah, you could imagine, for example, if you look at the black pawn on the G7 square, on the dark square around the black king, if a white bishop and knight team up against that pawn, the black king on its own can't defend. The light squares around the black king are safe because of the bishop, but the dark squares, it's all about the dark squares. And that's why these rook for minor piece trades are so kind of controversial, because black's rooks look beautiful, but one of the white knights and one of the white bishops in return for that rook, personally, I would prefer the minor pieces, especially long term. They can coordinate better.
Yeah, and one of the big problems is that the black knight sitting on c6 just can't move. You know, he would ideally like to move that knight out of the way and then step forward with a pawn to support the central pawn. Can't happen.
No, black's knight is
so tied down to the defence. And so, I mean, you mentioned like black needing to do something concrete. Like, I'm racking my brains and trying to think, what should black do?
Me too.
And I can't see a thing.
Yeah, maybe there's nothing immediate for him. Maybe he needs to just hope that his central pawn survives for as long as possible. Mamedyarov low on the clock now. He's struggling to come up with ideas. I've been trying as well to see whether black can push his central pawn, for example, whether black can use his rook and capture the white knight next to it just to open up some squares. But nothing seems to be working for Mamedyarov right now, at least the direct attempts. And if the direct stuff isn't working, he has to go back to basics, maybe improves the black bishop. I'm not sure how to do that, really, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, would it be an idea to kind of sound the retreat and just say, yes, you're going to be attacking that central pawn, but I'm going to be defending that with all the rooks I have. Okay, and then we kind of call it a standoff.
Yeah, so black's rook there, it looks nice and pretty, you think, in white's camp, in white's half, but maybe it's time to go back. Nothing else to do with it.
It's not the move you want to play. It's ugly. I don't like it. But I can't see a viable alternative.
Jovanka, you should really start betting on some of these moves with me.
Yeah, but you can see the bar is not impressed. You know, and I wasn't that impressed with my thinking as well, because I felt it was a bit too accommodating. But OK. Mamedyarov couldn't see anything better, you know, other than defending the potentially weak pawn.
Yeah, so that was a last resort kind of move, but as you mentioned, nothing better to do. And now it is all about that central pawn. White's dark squared bishop, look at that dark squared bishop for white on the same diagonal as the black king. So Mamedyarov, the one thing I've noticed he hates in chess is to have the weaker king. And yeah, right now he's going to be feeling slightly uncomfortable. But while the black central pawn remains, that white dark squared bishop is cut off. It doesn't have a direct route towards the black king. And that's why he's trying to keep that pawn alive. And now Magnus, is he going to consider trying to continue attacking that pawn? Is he going to consider maybe activating the white queen, pushing a pawn of his own? Again, lots of choice for the world champion. No clear kind of... oh, wow, I was going to say no clear way forward yet, but he does grab a pawn. He does play the most ambitious move. And if you count the number of pieces controlling that square, white has a dark squared bishop, a queen, a rook. That's 3 pieces controlling that white knight in the centre. Black also has 3 pieces attacking it, so white can get away with this pawn grab. I was reluctant to even suggest this because I thought opening things up for the black rooks right now didn't feel like the right moment, but Magnus thinks he can get away with it, and maybe he can.
Yeah, does he have sneaky ideas in mind? So the most natural move is to... OK, Mamedyarov's pinned the knight. Okay, I mean, I was thinking, you know, pile on the pressure with the 2 rooks. But I do see a problem, you know, and you kind of highlighted this many moons ago, and that was the problem of the dark squares, because that knight can actually move once the king gets out of the eye line of the queen. It can move and then threaten checkmate.
Yeah, so for example, if the black rook comes across now, it looks like maximum tension on this line. It looks like black's actually about to win and break through, but the white knight will actually just shift, offering a queen sacrifice, giving up the queen for free. And now, if the queen is captured, then suddenly we've been talking about this bishop forever, for ages. We've also been talking about that black king for ages, but now suddenly the white bishop, we see why he's placed it on this diagonal, and we would see another deadly checkmate. This white bishop protected by a knight, and this would be winning for Magnus. Mamedyarov, of course, would have avoided this, but instead, Magnus, if we backtrack, he's brought his other knight to the centre, so a bit of symmetry here. The 2 white knights placed perfectly in the middle of the board.
And the 2 bishops as well.
And the 2 bishops, the 2 knights, this is what we call teamwork, just keeping everything protected. And now there's a huge threat against the black queen. So the black queen has to move. The knight also protected by its bishop. The bishops protecting their knights. This is great strategy. Bishops are long-range pieces. You keep them behind. The knights are the cavalry. They jump forward first. They attack first. And Magnus just... all of his pieces are so harmonious right now. The only problem for him after the black queen moves, for example, he needs to get out of this pin. He needs to get his king to safety. So maybe at this moment he would think about, for example, bringing the white queen across, just breaking the black queen's kind of connection with the white king. And here, still anything could happen, still a lot to calculate, a lot to work out, but Magnus, he's won a pawn over the last couple of moves, and he's going to be feeling confident.
has gone under 3 minutes on the clock as well. Could this get quite dramatic for him time-wise?
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely, because this is the type of position where if he loses control, the stakes are so high that it will probably cost him the game.
Wow.
So the margin for error is not that much. OK, so queen steps back. OK, and now there's lots of choices.
Yeah, lots of choices for Magnus. There's still a pin. We've talked about lots of different pins right now, but there's still a pin on the D line. So white's knight in the centre, maybe it can move, but it has to be very careful because black's rook is ready to capture the white queen if that happens. And now also white's other knight, the knight that did just move, is attacked and harassed by the black rook on the E line and the black queen. So, yeah, I mean, there's so many pieces hanging, so many pieces loose.
I'm wondering whether you could be fancy and go knight takes rook.
Yeah, risky, Jovanka, super risky. So if white's knight captures the black rook, I mean, I guess we'll have to check this out because it's so complicated. But you want to show your idea here. White's knight, we mentioned, it looks like it's in a pin, but you can move it out of the way, allowing the black rook to capture the white queen, because I guess you want to take now on this square.
That is right.
With your bishop. That looks like checkmate, but not quite, because the queen can sacrifice itself. And here, after a set of trades, I think we would see a position that Magnus won't be too happy with. The knights not combined anymore. It's level material here, actually. So after all that craziness, the queen sacrifice and another queen sacrifice, it would just be completely level. So in the current position, if we go back, I expect to see maybe Magnus try to just move or defend this knight from the attack on this line. You've got a few squares to choose to move it to. I'm not sure which one's best, but either way, you need to deal with the threat against this piece. Move it or defend it.
Yeah, I agree. Keep it simple, and I would probably...
OK, there we see Stockfish, actually, the computer recommends white's best move. I don't know if Magnus will find this, because white's best move is actually to drop back to where he came from. This white knight literally just came from this square, but that's Magnus's best option, to go back and admit that his last move wasn't necessarily the best. So black here would bring his queen back, and we've seen this position before. So it's very hard from a human point of view to kind of admit a mistake and go back and repeat the position, especially because Magnus wants to win and strike and kind of avenge his previous defeat. But that's the best move in the current position for white's knight here to step back. Other moves... This one is also very complicated, very flashy, would be to bring the knight forward, attacking black's queen, but this does come at the cost of your own queen, so this one, I'm not so sure that that's human. I think it's very overcomplicated.
Totally agree with you. It's not simple, and I think the most simple for me would be actually just to develop the queen, move the queen to the f4 square, cover the protection of the knights. But OK, this is looking like Stockfish doesn't like it at all.
Yeah, Stockfish, I think, maybe preferring to use this square for the queen, but...
That's not natural.
Again, not natural. because you walk straight into the eye line of another black rook. It's as if you're kind of out of the fire, but you're into the frying pan. Or it's the other way around. But either way, you're not safe. You're not safe with the white queen. And that's why in the current position here, white's top 3 suggestions by the computer, none of them are easy. None of them are obvious. In this current position. It definitely feels like white's top 3 choices there. Magnus is going to struggle to pick them. It feels like he might go for another option. But the question is what? Maybe Jovanka's move, bringing the queen to this square. That, for me, again, is the most natural for a human, but the computer doesn't like it. So let's see. It's super complicated right now in this battle.
Yeah, and he's definitely thinking for almost 4 minutes now, Magnus Carlsen. He could be about to lose his time advantage.
Yep, it is ticking down and the position is heating up. I have to say, I'm convinced that the computer's moves...
They're not going to happen.
They're not going to happen, absolutely not.
But that's why Mamedyarov, he's such a... OK, none of the computer moves did happen. White did bring his queen into the eye line of the black rook, but that square feels loose. That white queen not protected anymore. So maybe a decent move, but maybe some downsides to it as well. I was going to say Mamedyarov, that's why he's such a good player, because I've analysed hundreds of his games, and every time the computer doesn't necessarily approve, but the computer's top suggestions against his moves are always impossible to find for humans. So he's very practical. He knows exactly what his opponents are looking for, and he will just use that psychology against them. So sometimes he'll take big risks, but he knows the opponent's best move is impossible to find.
Yeah.
And that's why sometimes it's better to look without computers to appreciate the beauty of Mamedyarov's chess.
Which world champion was that again? Was it Korchnoi that was fantastic at sort of ruining the opponent's plan at all times?
Yeah, it was Karpov.
Karpov was the one you mentioned.
Yeah, he was the great master of thinking ahead, thinking forward, thinking about what the opponent wants to do, and just stopping it before it even occurs to them.
That must be so frustrating when you have a plan and then your opponent just...
But you don't realise that's the thing. It's only like 10 moves later, you're like, oh, I could have done this. No, I couldn't, actually. OK, but we do have a very nice idea from Mamedyarov on the board. You know, he made a trade of knights, and now he's stepped forward with his pawn attacking the queen.
White's queen, step back.
Step back, and of course, white is maintaining control of the dark squares.
Yep, so white's queen and the dark square bishop together are still eyeing up that black king.
This move I didn't quite like. I thought now is the time to kind of attack the queen and chase her away.
Okay. So Mamedyarov here, he's just trying to open up more lines, I guess, for his rooks. We do see a trade of pawns, and white's queen, I don't think should get greedy and capture that pawn in front of her, because she would then step into the eye line of the black bishop. So in an indirect attack there might be a bit scary to deal with. That's why Magnus just plays a very practical move. We talk about the word Luft, which means air, creating air for the white king. And now white's king will never have any danger on the back rank. This last pawn push for white has vacated a nice hole for the white king to hide on. And Mamedyarov plays copycat. He does the same.
And this is actually like the one thing that I have improved on since first sitting in the studio with you guys.
Hopefully there's more than one
always
thing.
When I play games, I always make sure to move a pawn forward so I have lift for my king. In all my games.
It's vital.
Yeah.
And Magnus has gotten greedy. He's snapped up the pawn. I don't see any problems with this whatsoever.
Yeah, it does look like it's a risky endeavour. Now that black bishop is eyeing you up, but the black rook doesn't have anywhere that strong to go to. So the black rook, wherever it moves, will unleash a discovered attack, a surprise attack against white's queen, but no effective way to profit from that. White's queen will simply move back to where it came from, or back to the long diagonal, at least towards the black king.
And I have a question about this type of position. OK, so if the queens came off the board, will the rook manage to hold off the 2 pieces?
Yes. Actually, here, I think white should try and keep the queens on. I shouldn't say yes, kind of a blanket yes. It's just in certain scenarios, because in these types of positions, there's so many open lines right now, so few pawns, that rooks actually are fantastic. And white, because white's lacking a rook, he needs the queen to cover those kind of long, those files, those lines, everything. So I think Magnus, he'll try and avoid a queen trade. That's a really good point, actually, Jovanka, because some situations like this, you assume your material up. Here, white's actually up now because he's won another pawn. He has a bishop and a knight worth 6 against just a rook worth 5. So he's 1 point up. So some people think, OK, one point up, let's trade queens. But I think that would make his life a lot more difficult.
OK, and the queen has taken a step back, and of course there is still that unpleasant pressure on the dark squares. And potential ideas that Magnus has is just to increase the pressure even more by introducing a knight to attack the pawn that's sitting on the g7 square.
Yeah, so it takes a few moves, but white's knight wants to relocate itself. I was wondering here, Jovanka, does black get greedy? Does black use his bishop from afar and go and capture white's a2 pawn on that left side?
I must admit, the thought entered my mind, and I kind of said yes, because you might as well. You know, you're going to suffer the whole game. You're going to grovel draw. So why not just take a pawn? And
yeah, so black's bishop can get greedy. It can take a pawn, and that would mean that white definitely can't trade the queens. Any endgame without white's pawn on that left side of the board will have no winning chances. Magnus would be the one fighting for a draw if the queens came off. So that would... OK, he's played it, Mamedyarov, he's got greedy.
He only has 35 seconds left on the clock. Not much time.
I think in practical terms, he needed to try this at least, whether it's good or not. And now white's knight, as you mentioned, is trying to find a route towards the black king. So that white knight was nice and pretty in the centre, but it wasn't hitting anything, wasn't doing anything. Now it's trying to get to the dream f5 square. Knight and f5 will thrive. That's Kaja's rhyme, right? Yeah. So, yeah, nice move there. I think Mamedyarov, he has to try and stop this simply. He has to maybe bring his bishop back.
And 15 seconds.
Okay, he brings it back the whole way.
The whole way. Surprising, because now the white knight will just come in to the f5 square, unless there's any checks, captures, no, nothing.
So black's queen, I think, is going to try and challenge this long diagonal. Black's queen is going to try and fight against the power of the white queen and the white dark squared bishop. It's not going to be easy, but Mamedyarov, he's going to try and bully Magnus now with the threat of a queen trade. If he can get the queens off, then black should be safe-ish. So that's Mamedyarov goal now. Magnus wants to keep the queens on and wants to go for the black king. Those two white bishops just look so beautiful. It would make sense if there was a way to attack and way to win, but I don't see it yet.
But, OK, the knight doesn't actually need to go to the f5 square. It can go to the h5 square. But there it's not stable. And there, in fact, it probably would be a mistake because, OK, the knight has gone to the f5 square and your idea is in operation.
OK, so the queens have actually come off the board and Magnus has said, yes, you can trade queens, but you've ruined your pawn structure in the meantime. And look at those three white pieces, so well coordinated, beautiful. But this does entail a bit of risk. Black's pawn on that left side is a runner later on. If black stabilises, if black survives the next few moves, that black pawn on the left side might cause some damage. So right now, Magnus, he's arguing as well that black's rook can no longer stay on the 6th rank to protect all of its pawns. Magnus is hoping he can kick that black rook away and then start, especially with the dark squared bishop, start taking some of the black pawns, start going towards the black king.
Yeah. And Mamedyarov is desperately trying to stay on the 6th row with his rook. And Magnus attacks the rook.
Yeah, and now that black rook no longer has squares on the 6th rank. It retreats the whole way back. I was wondering if he might flick in a check there with black, but he steps back. And Magnus, despite the fact the queens have gone, he's still trying to attack the black king. He can even take a pawn right now with check. He can use the dark squared bishop and capture a pawn, give check to the black king. The black king has one safe square to go to, all because of the luft that was created earlier, that hiding place. And Magnus says no, he doesn't even want to win a pawn yet. He's still harassing the black rook. He's hoping, because of the clock situation with Mamedyarov down under 30 seconds, he's hoping black puts his rook on a vulnerable square and it might drop off to a later knight fork or a knight check, or maybe even a bishop attack. Well,
the rook does step forward to defend the pawn. Now, Magnus is using his bishops to devastating consequence. You know, he's attacking the rooks from both directions. And now the rook has to probably give a check. And where to put the rook?
OK, he puts his rook on a square that does eye up both of the white bishops, so a very sensible square. But, OK, white can take a pawn right now. White can still attack that black rook maybe instead. There's no rush. Magnus still... I mean, it looks good for white, but what next? You still need to find that breakthrough. You can't let black have enough time to maybe move the black bishop or get that black king to safety.
It kind of feels like white should not be focusing on capturing the pawn, but instead focusing on trapping the black king, because, I mean, take a look at the king in the corner. It's completely caged in.
Yeah, and he is certainly going for that type of strategy. There, the black bishop has moved away. I think Mamedyarov was terrified that the black king would be trapped in the corner. One of its kind of escape squares was taken up by the black bishop, so the black bishop just ran away. And now black's king has a choice of 2 squares to run to. And, OK, I'm assuming he'll come onto the 7th rank just to defend his pawn over on that side of the board.
Yes.
But you have a couple of options. You don't necessarily need to use that square yet. Mamedyarov, though, he needs to move. 10 seconds for him.
Yeah. And I'm guessing, like you, he's going to put the rook king on the 7th row. Okay. Make the move.
2 seconds. Oh, there it comes.
Okay. There we go. And Magnus retreating the knight. This is a very strong move, it looks like, attacking the black bishop, but the black bishop cannot move because it has to defend its rook. And there's tension here. Black counterattacked against white's bishop moved. There's a standoff. The black bishop is up for grabs. White's knight wants to take it, but there's also a pin on the D line. So if white's knight moves and takes that black bishop right now... Oh, wow, Magnus with a killer blow. I think he's just given a check, distracting the black bishop, and he's about to win the black rook. Mamedyarov resigns.
It's over, and we see a smile on Magnus Carlsen's face after making a comeback, playing a great game here with the white pieces. That means these two are now tied after 2 games in their match. Magnus Carlsen running off, but we definitely saw that smile. Was this one of those games that he just loves playing, David, where he just proves how fantastic he is?
Yeah, beautiful game, actually, from the world champion, and you can tell on his face how happy he is right now. I mean, the finish, we will show it soon, but it was spectacular. But it was the whole game. He controlled it. He took his chances when they came in. Even in the end game, he attacked. That was just masterful from Magnus.
And it looks like he's going to have a talk with Rune, so it's going to be cool to see what Magnus says after that fantastic performance. David, take us through this game. What happened?
Yeah, I just want to show the finish to this game, actually, just to explain why Mamedyarov resigned, because it happened quite suddenly, but Magnus had spotted this idea from afar. Here, the problem for black is the bishop is attacked, and this bishop is needed. It needs to stay on the square to protect its rook. That's why Mamedyarov thought, OK, it's time to just move the king. These other 2 pieces, the rook and the bishop, are paralyzed. They're stuck where they are. So he brought his king back. But this was the killer blow by Magnus. He didn't get greedy and take the black bishop, because then he would have lost his own bishop. Instead, he gave up his bishop in order to distract the opponent's piece. He played a check, a deadly check, attacking the king. If the black king moves, he simply takes his bishop with his own bishop. Here, after this check, Mamedyarov resigned. If bishop takes bishop, now white would simply gobble up the black rook, and white would have an extra knight and an easy victory.
Wow, impressive stuff by Magnus, making a comeback. Another one who has to make a comeback is Anish Giri. He lost game 1 to Jan-Christoph Duda. They are currently playing game 2, and the bar is all the way over to Anish Giri's side. Is he making that comeback?
It's looking good for Anish. He's actually a pawn up. Now, temporarily 2 pawns up for black, but look at black's pawns on the left side. It's actually pretty much a mirror image of their previous game.
Wow.
It's a rook endgame again, and it's all about connected pawns. And it's, again, white has a pawn on the H line that's going to run, but black's connected pawns will do the damage. It's always better to have 2 connected pass pawns, especially in these rook endgames. Looking good for Giri. He still needs to be careful, but if he's accurate, it's a win.
And it's the round of the comebacks, because I'm noticing also Artemiev has won game 2 against Levon Aronian. So that means they are tied as well. Levon, he won the first game in this matchup today. Wow, what a round of games. What a day for chess. And we have another move here.
Yep, another move. So white trying to restore the material balance. He's taken back 1 pawn. So now the deficit is only 1 pawn. Anish Giri a pawn ahead. And I expect to see him start motoring very shortly with his pawns, maybe even now.
I was going to ask that question. Is there any problem with him motoring his b-pawn right now? OK, he decides to improve the rook. OK, he chooses that it will be the c-pawn that marches forward. Also looks good.
Yeah, also looks good. I think the reason he wants to play this as well is just in case white starts pushing his pawns on the right flank forward, then the black rook does have the option of coming back and stopping any white pawn pushes. So at the very least, Anish will drop the black rook back to the 8th rank and guard any white promotion squares.
Also, rooks behind pawns. This is where they want to be.
Anish, you can tell on his body language right now, he's feeling confident. Still focused, but very confident. And black won the first game. Looks like black might win this one too.
Yeah.
Neither side staying solid with the white pieces. That's rare to see.
Huh.
Very rare, actually.
At this top level.
Yeah.
And it's getting critical on the clock as well for Jan-Christoph Duda. 30 seconds left now to save this game. Is it possible?
He needs a bit of a miracle here.
Yeah.
And you can tell just by the fact he hasn't played a move yet, there's no obvious follow-through for white. No matter what you do, no matter where the white rook goes, the black rook will just neutralise it. White's pawns, if they start to march forward now on the right side, they will be stopped by black's king or by black's rook.
I was going to say white's best chance is probably just to attack a pawn and then run with the only passed pawn that he has, the H pawn. OK, so Duda improves his king.
Good endgame strategy there, but it should be in vain if Anish...
Ooh, maybe he has an idea. There's a trick on the board.
There's one trick.
It is a one-trick pony. OK, but it might be a mistake if black were to push the c-pawn one square forward, because the king would actually move. OK, we'll show it on the board.
So if black's pawn steps forward, only 2 squares away from promoting now, you want to bring the white king across.
Yes, OK, and
if black now pushes his pawn and forgets about white's plan, OK, he's actually going for this, so he's got to avoid this trap. But if black's pawn tries to promote, then suddenly, whoops, your king gets trapped in the middle of the board. Your king is actually checkmated, and it's cut off by white's rook, and the pawn does the killing blow. And yeah, right now, that is the only trap that Anish needs to avoid. But the problem for Duda is, in the current position, if he brings his king across, then I think Anish, he will create a safe square.
Oh, no, he didn't go for it.
He didn't go for the checkmate trap. But I was going to say black can create a safe square for the king to run away to. So black would be winning here anyway. But he didn't even create the trap. Instead, he's gone back. So this is not a threat anymore, because the black king can simply take a pawn if that happens. So now Anish Giri, I would expect him to, activate the king. He's going to bring his king across, and then he's going to march these 2 pawns down, hand in hand, just like Duda did against him in the previous game. It's really funny how chess works sometimes. You wait a whole tournament for a rook endgame, and then 2 come along at once. And it looks like Anish has this simple plan. He's actually given up all of his pawns on this side in order to get his 2 pawns racing down the board as quickly as possible.
And when it comes to rook and pawn endings and any endgames, it's all about the quality of pawns. And take a look. There's another pawn 2 squares from its destination. There's just no way to stop it.
Yeah. Actually, white is a pawn up now, but white's pawns are not as far advanced as black's. And Anish here, he's listening to something, probably the Dutch top 40, but...
he's in total control. I mean, it should be a forced win here.
He's got several ways to win, I think.
I'm just thinking the first one is just to sidestep with the king, give a check.
Yep.
There you go.
Black's king moves out the way, and actually Duda resigns. White's king was about to get trapped, and those black pawns were about to become a new queen. A win for Anish Giri.
It's a comeback for Anish Giri, running off. He probably wants to put his hands in the air and celebrate, because that was a nice comeback. He walks the other way. Those are the toilets. He has to go to the toilet. And Jan-Christoph Duda, after that fantastic first game, looking over this now, the second game is a loss for him. So that means this match is tied. And we could head to tie breaks if we don't have a winner in one of the 2 last games. Running off here now, Jan-Christoph Duda. Let's take a look at this game as well, David. So where Anish was able to get that win.
Yeah, so a really complicated game, actually. And earlier, I really liked Duda's position, but Anish, he did find a nice way to completely kill all the fun for white. Here, Duda has sacrificed 2 pawns, and earlier when I took a brief look over, I thought, this is fantastic compensation. White's rooks are lined up nicely, white's bishop as well, attacking the black queen indirectly, but this is where trades come in handy. If you're material up, just go for trades. And here, black's killer move was to bring the knight to the side, eliminating white's strong centralized knight, but also blocking out this white bishop. And actually, that is how later on they ended up in an endgame. All the pieces started getting traded off after bishop takes knight, for example, and the bishop recaptured, and the knight recaptured, and everything got hoovered off. Black, in the end, with his extra pawns, went on to win the game.
Magnus Carlsen was able to make a comeback. That means he is tied with Shakhtiyar Mamedyarov in their match. Game 3 is coming up in 8 minutes. Mamedyarov will have the white pieces. We are looking back at the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021 today. So many cool memories, and unfortunately Jan Nepomniachtchi is not playing in the finals, but he has had some fantastic performances overall in the tour. But when a pack of mosquitoes attacked him in the FDX Crypto Cup, not even Nepomniachtchi could prevail. Look at Nepo, sorry, David, but just, that is so funny. I think he's got a fly or something bothering him. Sorry, you were saying.
I mean, he's not just being bothered by Wesley, he's been bothered by the fly.
Yeah.
That's ideal. Stop White's king advancing.
Oh, did he catch it in the end?
Oh, maybe.
But it's
Oh, Wesley's laughing as well. Do you think he's watching the webcam? Oh, did you get it?
Nepomniachtchi, the White Bishop about to be trapped. Does he resign? Yes, he does.
It was some kind of shamanic ritual because, you know, during the last game, I mean, I didn't care about the game at all. I was like, only wanted not to get, you know, eaten down by mosquitoes. I mean, this was completely, I mean, this was incredible. Like, I have never seen such a big amount in one place, you know, still here. So, okay, probably I would offer a draw, but, I mean, it was too late. And, you know, even now it continues.
That was such a funny moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, Wesley was loving it as well. Wesley profiting on the board, but afterwards as well, he was saying thank you to the mosquitoes.
Yeah. All right. Well, today, you guys, actually marks it's 2 months now, exactly, until the World Championship match. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he qualified for the finals, but he has shifted his focus to the match in November. And after the next break, we're going to hear from Jan Nepomniachtchi looking forward to the World Championship match. But now, let's shift focus back to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour finals, and let's take a look at the results from the second games in today's matches. Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Rajabov, another very quick draw for those two. They are tied. Vladislav Artemiev, he is striking back against Levon Aronian. They are also tied, winning 1 game each. And Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So played a draw in the second game, so that means Maxim is still up by 1 point. Dramatic for Wesley. Shakhriyar Mamdjarov and Magnus Carlsen, they are tied, winning 1 game each. Magnus Carlsen striking back with a win. And then Anish Giri doing the same, striking back with a win in game 2. He is tied with Jan-Christoph Duda. And we did see a glimpse of it. Magnus Carlsen, he stopped by to have a talk with Rune after his win.
Congratulations on the beautiful game and the great comeback. How does it feel to strike back after a difficult game 1?
Yeah, it feels very good. Obviously, game 1, I never got into the game there. I blundered very early, but now in the second game, I'm very happy with that. I think it was a very complicated game. Probably made mistakes, both of us, but I feel like it was a fair result in the end.
And confidence for the rest of the match?
Absolutely.
See you.
Absolutely. That's what we like to see from Magnus Carlsen, of course. Confidence.
Yeah. Only great things can only be achieved with confidence. Yeah. Yes. But, you know, he is the world champion. And, of course, you know, it does put him in a good mood because the trend is in his favour.
And he loves, we know Magnus, he loves winning. All chess players loves winning, but he also loves playing good games. Was this one of those very good games, simply?
Yeah, definitely. He didn't put a foot wrong, and even though Mamedjarov played pretty well as well, he was the one on the front foot the whole time, and he was the one who took his chance when it came. So we saw it on his face, right? The smile. It's quite rare to see from Magnus. Normally he keeps a poker face until the very end of the day, but he knows that was a bit of a masterpiece.
Yeah, that's what he loves. And let's take a look at the head-to-head scores between Shakhriyar Mamdjarov and Magnus Carlsen in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. They haven't played too many times. Magnus is up. He's won 3 games. Mamdjarov 1 game. But something about the styles that make these games kind of entertaining, right?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a boring Mamedjarov game. That's the key. And especially when he plays someone like Magnus Carlsen, who's always itching for a fight, who always loves these long, complicated battles. They bring out the best in each other. And that's why it's been so exciting up to this point, and I'm expecting the same to continue in the next game.
Yeah, and Magnus now will have the black pieces, Mamdjarov with the white pieces. He did win the first game with the white pieces, Mamdjarov. So do you think Magnus, okay, of course, happy about winning game 2, but just expecting again something fantastic by Mamdjarov?
Yeah, I think we're going to see Mamedjarov continue in his enterprising style. Of course, lightning won't strike again. It probably won't be the same opening. But, you know, Mamedjarov, I don't think he can help himself. He will want to take the game into something where he can be energetic.
Yeah. What do you think, David? What will we see from this game 3?
I think Magnus will try and be as solid as possible. He'll have learnt his lesson from the first game where he tried to be really direct, a bit too ambitious, and it backfired very quickly. Dead and buried, lost after 13 moves already. So Magnus, he's just going to try and set up the barricades, survive the opening, and then, as we saw in the last one, in the middle game, in the end game, he might be a small favourite.
And of course, they are tied after 2 games, 2 rapid games to go. If it's still tied, then tie-break, splits, possibly Armageddon. Who would be... I know you will say Magnus Carlsen, of course, will be a favourite, but how is Mamedyarov in those faster time controls?
Well, he's pretty good. Okay, there's no denying that. You know, these are the best players in the world. So obviously, Mamedyarov is a very, very strong contender there. But Magnus Carlsen, he is the champion here. I mean, and he's also very, very experienced at these tie breaks and Armageddon matches. So I'm going to favour Magnus.
Yeah, and so basically, will Magnus be a bigger favourite in tie breaks than in the rapid games?
I think so.
Yeah.
The quicker it gets, the stronger Magnus becomes. Simply, I mean, he's great at all time controls, but I think the reason Magnus might try and avoid the tie breaks, even if he's the favourite, is because he wants all 3 points.
Exactly.
And remember, if it's tie breaks, he only has 2 points up for grabs.
Yeah.
So Magnus, he's going to try and win in normal time. He's going to try and win one of the next 2 games, and if he does it, then it's going to be hard for Mamedyarov to stay. For example, in the next game, if Magnus wins, it's hard for Mamedyarov to fight back.
And of course, with the white pieces, of course, Mamedyarov here, wanting to avoid tie breaks, will be going for something fun for us to get that win, as we see Magnus Carlsen coming out from his lounge, walking towards the Oslo arena, full of confidence after a fantastic win, playing a fantastic game in game 2, getting ready for game 3. Do you think he's liking this, David, playing in the Oslo arena?
Yeah, sometimes the players, you know, if they feel professional in a setting like this, then they seem to play better. It's easier to focus compared to the home office where it's easier to just kind of just rock up and be in the same old routine. So it seems to be suiting him so far.
I would say, when was the last time you played a tournament where you had a red carpet specifically rolled out for you to walk down?
Never.
Never, exactly.
Well, you get to walk on that red carpet every day as well, right?
Yeah, true. I feel very regal when I do it.
Yes.
Yeah, the players, for sure they're enjoying it. And actually, Giri himself said it, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda today, the way he walked in, looking confident, smiling. Okay, there we see Giri on the red carpet.
Yeah. But probably quite different for Anish Giri as well. I'm just having images of him playing in his home, you know, with his kitchen and his children, walking for, you know, having a cup of coffee and then walking towards his next game. A little bit different here.
Very, very much more professional.
Yeah.
Sure.
And these two are also getting ready for game 3. They are tied, winning 1 game each. And game 3 will have Anish Giri with the white pieces. Magnus Carlsen is also coming to computer, ready for game 3 against Shakhriyar and Mamedyarov. Black pieces in this game for Magnus Carlsen. Shakhriyar is ready. The first move has actually been made.
There we go, a Queen's Pawn opening, and Magnus Carlsen, what will be his strategy this time? It's a big question for him. Previously, he developed his knight on this go, and it did backfire a bit later on. So will we see the same opening from Magnus? I'm not sure he realises the game has started, but either way, he will most likely either develop a knight, push a pawn, and just try to stay solid. I really like those thermoses, those flasks, Meltwater Champions Chess Tour flasks.
Ah, yeah. Keeping the water very cold.
That's right. And the knight coming out. Pawn pushes. So Mamedyarov, so far, he's repeated exactly what he did in the first game of today, but Magnus has already changed up his approach. Magnus just pushed a different pawn to the one he pushed in the disastrous game 1 of the day. So now Mamedyarov bringing his knight out. It's the Queen's Gambit.
It is the Queen's Gambit, and I think we are going to see Magnus. I suspect he might pick up his A-pawn and move it 1 square.
OK, yeah, that's one thing Magnus loves to do. This time, instead, he chooses the more trendy Rogozin defence, which involves bringing this dark-squared bishop out and pinning one of White's knights. This one is aimed towards quick development, just getting the black king to safety quickly, maybe even challenging White in the centre at an early stage. Everybody seems to be playing this opening nowadays.
Yeah, this is a specialty of Levon Aronian. I mean, he varies quite a lot with the black pieces if he's facing the king's pawn, but against the queen's pawn, that's the only thing he tends to do. OK, the bishop now comes out, and there is now a pin against the knight and the queen.
Yep, a bit of symmetry. Black pins a piece, white pins a piece, and who will break the pins first. So usually the most popular move here is to just push a pawn to ask that white bishop a question, the bishop that has just developed. Magnus, he's quite creative. Maybe he's got another idea in mind. He's just looking up there to the right as well. So Magnus, that's his recalling face when he's trying to remember what he studied before. Or when he's just maybe also just trying to pick a variation. He's weighing up 2 or 3 options. And
he has a choice. You know, he can push a pawn, the h-pawn, to attack the bishop. He can also just develop the knight to the d7 square. Another one is to play pawn takes pawn, which is a move that Magnus himself has experimented with in the past.
I have a feeling he won't play pawn takes pawn. If he's going to play a move like that, he might save it for the World Championship match, and that's very, very direct, where he would be revealing some secrets. So we'll see.
And 19 moves later, Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Radjabov have finished in a draw. The third super quick draw between these two. Obviously, they are, I guess, going for tiebreaks if Radjabov with the white pieces and then the fourth game doesn't do something other than these quick draws.
OK, just a set of trades here. But yeah, that's... I don't know whether I should say it's disappointing. Nakamura and Radjabov, they have so many online fans, both of them huge followings online, and I wonder what their fans think of those quick results, not really bothering to play chess. And also the game they just played in this third round is exactly the same game they've played against each other half a dozen times before on the tour. Not much to say about that anymore.
I know. Luckily, we have players fighting hard for the wins here, and this is, is this looking like one of those Mamadjarov firework kind of game?
Could be. It's still very, very early on. So right now, this is well-known territory. If white takes back this black pawn with his knight, that leads to a well-known drawing sequence, which I think Mamadjarov will try and avoid. So he doesn't go for the most solid approach. He plays something more ambitious. That's why we love Mamadjarov. No quick draws in this one. White first attacked the black queen, kicking the black queen back, and now he's recaptured. So look at this. Both sides have castled. It's equal material, equal pawns, but those minor pieces in the centre on the 4th rank. There's a lot of symmetry there, but most importantly, it's the white knights that control a lot of squares. So black actually has the bishop pair. Black has 2 bishops. White has a knight more in return, but white's knights are supremely active, and Magnus just developing his bishop out. He's definitely gone for a solid approach. This is one of black's most solid ways of meeting the queen's pawn opening. And now I expect to see Mamadjarov maybe just move the white queen.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at who's been the most successful, white or black. I can see there is an incredible amount of draws in this variation and quite a few white victories.
OK, so white with a decent score?
Yep, and bishop retreating is the main move.
Yep. So the bishop steps back. I remember studying this when I was young, and I thought, it's just equal. And then I started seeing all these top players win all the time with white, and I thought, what was I missing? And we will find out in this game. Mamadjarov playing the most trendy moves. Here he's just attacking the black dark square bishop, forcing that to retreat before or after a knight trade in the centre of the board. And
the main move here is actually just to play knight takes knight.
Yep, and then the white queen will recapture. Most likely.
Yep, and then the black bishop will retreat.
Yeah, so Magnus with a decision on his hands.
And we will, of course, also keep an eye on Game 3 between Maxim Vachilegrad and Wesley So. If Maxim wins that game, it's going to be over. He's going to be the winner of that match, and that will leave Wesley So with 0 points, which is dramatic on the overall standings here. He is the player with the biggest hopes of catching up to Magnus Carlsen, but he is going to need points to do that. A loss would be dramatic. So we will keep an eye on that game as well.
Yes, and meanwhile, Magnus just thinking, for sure he's studied this position before, but black has 2 options, and he's just comparing and contrasting those 2 possible lines. So we're expecting black's bishop to just step back 1 square to retreat away from this attack from the pawn, or black can pick up his knight and capture white's knight in the centre. So, OK, he does choose to retreat his bishop.
Not the most popular of continuations, and primarily because of this response, the knight can now come back and start attacking the bishop. Main move, just for the bishop to step back 2 squares, and it does seem like it's a very normal position upon which white will actually use the knight and step forward to the c5 square, the b knight.
Yeah, both of white's knights have very tempting squares to jump into later on, especially into the black half of the board. And despite the fact it's completely symmetrical pawn structure, despite the fact black has these two bishops, it's because white is slightly ahead with his knights and ready to jump into squares like this one that he has maybe a small niggling advantage. And now Magnus Carlsen has to decide to trade queens or not to trade queens. Normally, he wouldn't mind. Remember, he's an endgame expert. But here, if black plays queen takes queen, if black captures the white queen, then the white knight will replace the queen on that square, recapture, and that white knight will be dominant. So Magnus Carlsen, he's happy with the queen trade, but it has to be on the right terms. So, OK, he does go for it. He does allow the queen trade, and then he just protects a pawn. So white's knight right now is an octo knight. It's controlling so many squares, that white knight on d6. But maybe it's not completely stable. Maybe long-term, Magnus is betting on the fact that he's going to be able to kick it out of his camp. Right now, I expect to see Mamedyarov just maybe move another knight, a different knight, or bring his other rook into the centre. It's all about improving pieces, and Mamedyarov, he has to maybe try and create threats over the next 3 or 4 turns before black stabilises and evicts that pesky white knight out of his camp.
Totally. And one move that kind of appeals to me is actually to improve the light squared bishop. And it's not a dangerous threat so far, but I mean, just put it on the long diagonal and start saying, hey, if you move the knight, then there's a pawn that's up for grabs.
Yeah, so maybe we can show some of the main ideas for white while Mamedyarov thinks. He might think for a bit here. This knight, as we mentioned, great piece, but you need support for it. You need some backup. And Jovanka is suggesting this bishop to just join the long diagonal. Actually, the target potentially long-term is this pawn. So the white knight and bishop teaming up together. That looks pretty good to me. Other options would include, for example, just shifting the white rook across. These 2 white rooks now on very decent lines. This is just a very general move. If you gave me 10 seconds to think, I would just play this on autopilot. But maybe Mamedyarov thinks, OK, now is the time before it's too late to bring his other knight into the game and putting some pressure on this black bishop and also this pawn. This might even force black to give up the bishop pair, to trade here. And after this trade, now white still has this long-term advantage because of the better knight and also maybe a bit of a better bishop as well. White's bishop has potential on 2 different diagonals. Black's bishop, meanwhile, boxed in. Not a great piece. So I think these are the 3 options awaiting white right now, the 3 main options: to jump in with the knight, which simplifies, but maybe in a profitable way, or improve the bishop, or improve the rook. And Mamedyarov, when it's, for him, I don't envy him this choice. When it's a situation like this one, when you have so many tempting options, it's hard to pick. I'm so indecisive, and I know a lot of chess players by nature are also indecisive, so Mamedyarov, I'm predicting this one. You're predicting maybe this bishop move, Jovanka. We'll see what he does.
Well,
OK, it was neither of those 2.
He goes for option C.
Option C.
Improving the rook, which is also very, very natural as well. So, I mean...
Some indirect threats against this loose bishop as well.
So Magnus also follows suit with his rook. And now... there's some ideas, right? You know, I'm thinking your plan of jumping forward with the knights, very direct.
Yeah, very direct, but sometimes direct is effective. The reason Magnus as well wanted to move his rook and protect the bishop is because now his king has a clear route in, and later he's going to use this king to put pressure on the white knight. And after this knight jump, I'm expecting a trade, and then black's king to soon start making its way towards the centre.
And then we're probably going to see a combination of my plan and your plan together.
True.
Because the bishop will probably come to the long diagonal. And yeah, you're totally right. Black's focus right now is just surviving the white initiative. And white's job is just to destabilise the knight that is sitting there on c6.
Do you think this is a wise approach by Magnus? Black's the one fighting for a draw. I doubt black will ever win this one unless Mamedyarov does something a bit crazy. So do you think it's a good strategy, Magnus just trying to stay solid and surviving this game?
Yes.
Yeah.
And, you know, he will have in the 4th game the white pieces, and there he can actually push a little bit harder. You know, we saw he was very successful in game 2. OK, Mamedyarov stepping forward with his b-pawn 2 squares. And again, the same idea as that, you know, supports the rook. But at the same time, there are threats of moving the bishop to the long diagonal, pushing forward with the pawn, piling on the pressure.
Yeah, I think white's immediate idea might be to push this pawn forward again and kick away the black knight. That black knight is a bit of a stopgap, stopping white's rook from entering the 7th rank. And remember, rooks on the 7th row, they've got all the targets. That's where most of black's pawns are sitting. So if you can kick away the black knight and then improve the white rook, yeah, Mamedyarov will be fancying his chances. Normally, he's not associated with this kind of endgame grind, this small advantage type of thing. But I remember him playing a few games also against a friend of mine, Stephen Gordon, an English Grandmaster, in this exact pawn structure, where he did just nibble away, slowly gaining ground, slowly making his pieces better, worsening the opponent's pieces, and then crashing through and winning in nice style. So Mamedyarov just showing off a different aspect to his game. No crazy tactics or fireworks in this one yet, but he will be liking his position, I think.
Yeah, and just wondering actually whether there's some... OK, we do have a move from Magnus, retreating the knight. And this does, as a consequence, allow the right rook to go into the 7th rank and just start attacking pawns. Yeah, I mean, I would be actually tempted to just push my pawn forward, just to control... No, not the centre. I didn't think about that one.
OK. No,
I didn't think about that one at all.
Let's show your idea, Jovanka, because there's a lot of pawns and you want to push this guy forward.
Yeah, but now you've shown me another tempting option.
I don't know. I mean, there's lots of tempting options again for Mamedyarov. The reason you want to do this is to stop the black bishop from getting out, right?
Right.
Because if white plays the most tempting move and brings his rook to the 7th rank, we mentioned lots of targets on this line, then black might well bring his bishop out, attacking white's rook, counter-attacking and also unleashing his own rook. And suddenly some concrete issues to deal with, some tactics, some tricks. Maybe Mamedyarov, if he wants to control the position, will prevent this by just pushing his pawn forward and blocking in the black bishop. Another move that I mentioned, maybe not now, just the more I think about it, but another move is to just push this pawn forward to stop black's knight ever jumping out to any active squares. And I love controlling my opponent's knights. That's why I was tempted by this pawn push. But it feels like maybe now is not the right moment because it doesn't prevent...
Oh.
OK, he's played it. I was going to say, it doesn't prevent this plan, though, of black's bishop coming out and activating itself. So we might well see this bishop move and white's rook just stepping forward. And there's a lot of tension now on this line. Is white's knight a strength or is it a target? That's the big question.
That is a big question. And also the consequence of the bishop coming out is that the rook now has, OK, it's on the board. Magnus spots those opportunities.
OK.
And
white's rook going to a different square.
Yeah, it's not the most natural one, actually, because I thought that he would put it on a dark square so it wouldn't get attacked. But OK.
Yeah, maybe later some ideas of swinging across, but also I think primarily because he wants to defend his rook with his bishop. Yeah, if he'd put his rook on a different square, the one I was suggesting earlier, maybe this rook will be loose, and you'd never want loose pieces. You'd never want unprotected pieces in any position. So, yeah, right now, still very tense after Mamedyarov's rook lift. He's protecting this rook, maybe as well getting ready to enter the 7th rank.
Yeah.
So Magnus, I think, will stop this by bringing his rook forward, just controlling this rank.
Yeah, definitely. I think that move Magnus will play without too much hesitation. Yeah. And whilst the players are considering what to do, well, I just wanted to share some more favourite moments from the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, because that is our quiz of the day. Carlengo Simikoko says, the bomb cloud. Oh, yes. It proved chess is not always competitive. It can also be beautiful. Beth Harmon, you seldom see rivals like Messi and Ronaldo share a laugh.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true. I disapprove.
You disapprove. It's not a correct opening, right, Jovanka?
It's not correct.
No. Maybe not beautiful. Isn't that like chess humour? Basically, yeah. They just laughed non-stop. Yeah. Hikaru and Magnus after that.
Chess players have dark humour. Like, we laugh about playing the worst possible moves on the board. And when you're giants like Nakamura and Carlsen, you can get away with it, but definitely don't try it at home with the bomb cloud.
No, definitely not. Chronicler says that their favourite moment was Anish beating Alan Pichot in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational and tweeting out the PGN saying, "That's the Nidor for you." Alan replied to Anish complaining that Anish hadn't followed his own chessable course. And Akash said that their favourite personal moment of the tour came when Dubov raises his hand in joy after checkmating the world champion. It meant special for him and also for his fans.
That was a huge moment, and he actually apologised afterwards. But Magnus came back and said, I like it when my opponents celebrate like that. It means a lot to them.
Yeah, and I mean, great friends as well. Magnus and Dubov, a lot of respect between them. But yeah, that was a great moment and a great game. How often do you see the world champion checkmated? Yeah. Nearly never, but Dubov did it more than once. Impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dubov, the sacrificing king.
Did we ever commentate on a game of Dubov's where he didn't sacrifice at least 2 or 3 pawns? Don't think we did.
No, I don't think we did. I mean, it was. I remember it was totally normal position, and then suddenly, oh, look at that, he sacrificed a pawn.
And another one.
And another one, yeah.
It must be so hard to play against, even if you're prepared, OK, now I'm up against Jan-Christoph Duda. He's going to sacrifice something, but it must be so hard when he does it, just because it's so unexpected.
Yeah, you need nerves of steel, and you always know your king is the target in any position. Opening, middle game, end game, your king is the target when you play Dubov. And yeah, psychologically, it's just hard to survive. It's hard to stay calm.
And we know he is one of the players Magnus has been working with, right? As a second, have we seen Magnus sort of try this approach to the game by sacrificing?
More and more over the last couple of years. Dubov started working with Magnus in 2018, and it was noticeable Magnus, during the World Championship match with Caruana and also for the 6 months afterwards, he was sacrificing pawns more than we've ever seen in his career. But in general, he's quite pragmatic. He doesn't want to take too much risk, and maybe he's got more of an eye for the result, Magnus Carlsen, than Dubov. Dubov has an eye for the artistry and the flair. I think sometimes the result is secondary to Dubov. So, yeah, so everyone has their own styles, right?
Yeah.
And Magnus definitely learnt a lot from Dubov from working with him.
OK.
Is that a strange move?
Surprised, Jovanka?
Yeah, because we were waxing lyrical about the advantages of putting the rook on the 7th row, you know, defends everything. It plans for the 2 rooks teaming up together. And Magnus said, no, I don't want to do that, and instead moves his knight back to where it came from.
Yeah, we said he would play it after not too much thought. He would automatically move the black rook, but after 4 minutes or so, he's eventually kind of lost time with his knight. So this knight back where it came from, the reason he did this was to free the black bishop, but the black bishop does look a bit clumsy on the side of the board, maybe a target later for white's pieces. And the reason he's played this move, Magnus Carlsen, we should just clarify, it's because he wants to bring his king to the centre. So the square that the black knight previously sat on is now just cleared for the black king. It does feel slow, however.
It does.
Because black's lost so much time, white's pushing forward. Look at Mamedyarov not hesitating to throw those pawns up the board. He's supporting a potential push of his e-pawn. So this push now supports his e-pawn next, and his pawns are all going to protect the white knight in the centre of the board.
Yeah.
He definitely never wants to retreat that knight. That knight is going to be constricting black for a long time. And
the knight would be on a square that we would call the outpost. An outpost is a square where a piece cannot be attacked, and it's also a square where it's anchored by a pawn. And Magnus now attacking the rook. OK, the rook will just step back.
Yep, so...
Anywhere except a light square.
Yes. Any dark square. There's 2 prime candidates. You can slide the white rook back next to its fellow rook, or you can bring it the whole way back the board, back down the board. What would you choose, Jovanka? The whole way back down?
Whole way back.
Yeah.
All the way down. Because then maybe the rook can kind of team up together on the open D line, or maybe they can kind of switch and team up on the C line.
Yeah. So
flexible.
Flexibility is great, especially in endgames, especially with plans. It's nice to kind of adapt your plans and think on the fly. But as long as those plans are part of a bigger picture. And I'm surprised Magnus looks so calm. I'd be slightly worried now because white's pawns are all pushing forward, white's pieces are still active, and most importantly, you haven't been able to evict that white knight away out of that beautiful outpost it sits on. OK, the white rook steps back to defend its fellow. That looks decent as well, this last move, and this is now Magnus's intention. He's using the black knight to support this pawn push. He had to play this pawn push, I feel, Magnus Carlsen, before white was able to use this square for his own pawns. And now, sneaky by Mamedyarov.
Check that move out, David.
Wow.
Well, you know, backward bishop move. I bet that one came as a surprise to Magnus.
Came as a surprise to us, right?
Totally.
Not on my radar.
No. OK.
We should explain why that's so sneaky. Magnus suddenly reacting. It took a while, but he's finally starting to understand he's in a bit of trouble, because as soon as you move that black bishop, and you have to actually capture white's bishop right now, as soon as that happens, you lose protection of your knight. So white will not recapture the bishop back. White will take the black knight with his rook. And... OK, really, really sneaky stuff by Mamedyarov. Always retreating moves are difficult to see, and Magnus there shaking his head as well.
Yeah, and you commented on Magnus shaking his head. I have to say, After Shakirel made that move, he kind of leant back, poured himself a drink.
Proud of that one.
I know, I'm in the driving seat now. So, yeah, what an awesome move. You know, bishop takes bishop, we were just met by rook takes knight.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see it, because what else? Black can move his knight. He can be a bit tricky maybe, but as soon as the black knight moves, you lose protection of that pawn that you did just push. And, yeah, suddenly I think Magnus, I said a little bit of trouble. Might be big trouble. Yeah. There we go. The bishop takes bishop, and now we will see the reason that white has distracted away the black bishop.
Okay, rook takes knight on the board.
And that black knight was the only thing stopping the white rooks from entering the black half, entering the black position. White's rook now can get the 7th rank. Look at all those targets. Look at all those pawns that are about to fall prey to that white rook.
I mean, the most natural move on the position is actually to step forward with the rook and kind of challenge the rook on the 7th row. Yeah. And then simply you can just go rook takes rook. And pawn takes pawn on the board.
OK, so Magnus deciding to allow white's rook to survive and remain on the 7th rank, but that white rook can get greedy already. You can bring it across and take a pawn in front of the black king. That's a check. The white rook and knight teaming up together, then the white rook can kind of use the windmill effect, just go back across the board and just yo-yo back and forth, taking pawns. And I think Mamedyarov will be at least 1 pawn up at the end of this process. Look at that white knight paralysing the 2 black rooks together.
At least. And, OK, the king moves to the side. OK, you have to move the white rook because otherwise black will play rook takes knight. So grab the pawn.
Which one, Jovanka? There's 2 pawns up for grabs from that white rook.
Yes, there is. I was so fixated on the f-pawn that I forgot that the rook can just maintain its presence on the 7th row. Rook takes the a-pawn. Attack the bishop.
Yeah, so the white rook can come the whole way across, grab a pawn. White will be a pawn up with a great knight, with great rooks.
Yep.
Everything's in white's favour right now.
Yeah, exactly. And the knight can also be stabilised with a pawn, can push forward the e-pawn, and then the other rook is free to move. It's really, really bad at the minute for Magnus. Yeah. I mean, I think... Do you think it's enough to win?
It should be, I think, with best play, if this was a classical long game. But in rapid chess, there's always tricks, right? And if the black rooks, they're pretty bad right now, but if one of them gets active and somehow sneaks behind and starts attacking the white king, then maybe black has some chances. So I'm definitely not writing off Magnus yet, because we know how great he is in the endgame, a bit of a genius there. But it's definitely kind of panic stations for the world champion. So white did take a pawn. He was attacking that black bishop with his rook as well, so the black bishop had to move, just gaining a bit of time against white's rook. And the white rook, I'm expecting it to just drop back 1 square, just to attack that black bishop.
Yeah, I'm expecting that move as well, because then it gives white the time to push forward with his central pawn and anchor his knight.
Yeah, that's the key. Defending that white knight, maintaining it. Yeah, I mean, you coined this phrase Octo Knight right at the beginning of the Champions Chess Tour season, but this is the definition. Look how many squares that white knight controls. 8 squares, and neither of the black rooks can get to open files, to open lines, because that white knight just stops them. It controls their entry squares, it blocks things up, it has all of its tentacles
out. I was thinking that. I don't know why. It was like we were channeling the same thing. I was like, oh, tentacles. It's like the Kraken. Ooh. Yeah. Destroying the black position.
And I think he will be destroying the black position if he's accurate, Mamedyarov. So he's got a lot of time on the clock. He's just spending it wisely now, double-checking his variations. And here, white can do a variety of things. White can move one of his rooks. White can bring his king towards the centre. White can push his central pawn. That's the move you've been advocating, Jovanka.
For a while. I'm a big fan of this. Also, I really like stepping forward with the king. If, you know, why not?
Yeah.
The king is a very useful attacking piece in the endgame. Why not just harmonise your pieces?
Yeah, I think black only has maybe 1 or 2 plans here. Black's rooks need to get active, so one idea would be to challenge white's rook on the 7th. OK, he does bring the king. You need to challenge white's rook on the 7th rank, so black's rook could go to the A-line. It does. I was going to say maybe you could also try and profit from the pin of the white knight to go to the C-line, but this one offers a trade of rooks trying to get rid of one of white's best pieces. I mean, I say that, the rest of white's pieces are pretty good too, so... Magnus just trying to ease his defensive task by initiating these trades. That's quite sensible, but even if these rooks disappear, white is 1 pawn up with a better minor piece, the strong knight against the black bishop, which is just hitting thin air.
So, I mean, there is kind of some hope for Magnus, though, because if the rooks kind of get traded off, then Magnus will be attacking the backward A pawn. And that's not an easy pawn to defend.
No. Yeah, I mean, some hope. I still think white's doing great. For example, if you trade rooks and just start activating the white king. But, I mean, in that regard, if you don't want to allow this trade, do you keep your white rook on the 7th rank? Is that the option you're considering here?
No, because then I would be giving away pawn.
OK. Then you get a pawn back. Lots of options. And
Yeah, well, no, I mean, one of the reasons is kind of like whenever I try to look at these positions, I try to look at the pros and cons for each side. And it's primarily because when you're defending it, it's very important not to be too negative about your position. No. You can't be too pessimistic. You always have to look on the bright side and spot those opportunities and those targets. When you're attacking, sometimes it's all about maintaining control, and sometimes it's just about maximising your pieces. Here, I think you have to perhaps abandon the concept of control and maybe just say, OK, black is going to get a little bit active. But, you know, doesn't matter because you have extra material.
Yep, so white actually maintains his rook on the 7th rank, and he does allow black to get active, as Jovanka mentioned, but white can take a pawn anytime he wants with his rook on that 7th rank. White can later on try and get his king active. White can push his central pawn forward, supporting his knight. So many options still. And he's still in control, Mamedyarov. But Magnus is doing his best to fight back, or at least to scare Mamedyarov, to force him to consider any possible counterplay later in the game.
And at least the clocks are about to be equal here. Shakhriyar about to go under 7 minutes. And if he wins this game, Mamedyarov, then he will be up by 1 point. In the other games, it does look like it's good for Wesley So in game 3 against Maxim Vachilegrad. But what's happening here?
Oh, we just saw
a rook sacrifice from Mamedyarov.
I didn't spot that one.
Yeah, I spotted it, but I thought it was just not a great idea, to be honest. But yeah, he sacrificed his rook in order to lure out the black king into the eye line of the white knight. The white knight dropped back with a check, and there was a discovered attack against black's rook. Yeah, I must admit I was surprised by this. I thought, OK, Magnus there reacting to the music, or are there mosquitoes? Are the mosquitoes back? But yeah, I thought this was a bit risky for white because suddenly the black king is out in the open, but it's quite active. And in an endgame, active pieces often are worth pawns. So Mamedyarov, in that little process, in that transition, he did win a pawn, but suddenly, OK, black's bishop dropping back. Black's rook is nice and active, cutting off the 3rd rank, stopping white's king from stepping forward. And black's king is about to find the centre of the board as well. OK, white is the only one who can win because he's a pawn up. But I think Magnus will be much, much happier about his defensive chances. I've seen his some of his chessable courses, and he does talk about activity in the endgame. That's the key. It's not about a pawn here or there. It's about an active king, an active rook, and he's got that now.
Yeah, I agree with you there, David. I mean, I can see the situation also going a little bit wrong for Mamedyarov. If he's not careful, the black king will centralise itself, and suddenly it's not just an active king, it's also an active rook as well on the board. No. So... I
said black can't win, but there are some small chances if that black king gets active, if he can start picking up some pawns.
It requires a lot of help from the white pieces, but, you know, definitely danger is there. If I were white...
Would you get greedy and take another pawn, Jovanka? You're 1 pawn up. You can use the white knight and go to the edge of the board on that right side and capture a pawn.
OK, I mean, the reason I'm like, no, don't do it, is because, actually, take a look at that pattern. If the knight did capture the pawn, then the bishop would be absolutely dominating that knight.
This is what we got tricked into calling the knight stable by Simon Williams, the Ginger GM, our good friend. And as you mentioned, Jovanka, this knight suddenly on the edge of the board is completely controlled. All of its escape squares are controlled by this black bishop. So this would have been just too risky. Knights on the rim are dim in general, but this knight would be especially bad because the black bishop controls it. That's why Mamedyarov chose to centralise his knight. So he's dropped his knight back. There's actually a bit of a threat in the position. This white knight putting some pressure on the black bishop, and white's rook maybe trying to pin this black bishop to the black king. If you pin it, you probably win it, that bishop. So I'm expecting now Magnus Carlsen to just move this bishop out of the way, either to step back or maybe to step forward, just to a safe square. And once that happens, no matter where he goes, later on the king will start finding the centre. Yeah. Actually, maybe you should go back. Just I want to kind of avoid any potential checks from behind.
He just reminded me of a nice memory there where Simon...
Knight stable in the book Chess and Fishing by Frederick von Finkel or something like that.
Well, Kaja,
Nice.
I remember Van Winkle, that's all I remember.
Maybe that was it, yeah.
And I was thinking, is that book? And that kind of like bugged me for quite a while. And so the next day I was like, Chess and Fishing.
Yeah.
David was nodding. Yeah. David was nodding. That must be true.
I was like, wow, I've never heard of that, but that sounds cool.
Chess and Fishing. All right.
Okay, a couple of moves.
Yeah.
Wow, look at Magnus's mouth skills. The moves coming thick and fast there. Such a nice play zone there on Chess24 as well. So
the new play zone looking so cool.
Yeah, and OK, Magnus, we saw him actually make the move as well on the screen. So he gave a check to the white king. He forced the white king to step back to a worse square, and then he retreated the black bishop. So very sensible by Magnus, but the black bishop maybe not where it wants to be standing on the edge of the board. Bishops on the edge are better than knights on the edge for sure, but that black bishop now maybe lacking a bit of influence. And OK, white does have the option, for example, of giving a check with the white rook. White can even bring the white rook back on the 5th rank and cut off the black king from stepping towards the centre, as we mentioned.
Yeah, I like that plan much more, you know, just to cut the black king off, because, you know, the problem in this position, yes, the black bishop is offside, but the rook is so active there on the 2nd row, you know, it's such a nuisance piece. And if the king can also mobilise as well, I think it's going to be a little bit tricky. OK, so Mamedyarov doing what you liked and I liked a lot.
Yeah, so cutting off the black king, but also the kind of added bonus is that white's central pawn now is about to step forward with check. And that formation, actually, of the white rook, the white knight and the white pawn in the centre of the board, together, they're quite a potent force. And here we're going to see it, actually. Magnus has stepped back, attacking white's central pawn. I think white's going to give a check with that pawn and force the black king onto a worse square. And, OK, Mamedyarov, he's got options. He could also check with his rook, potentially. But let's see. Will he push his pawn forward? I think he's going to give a check no matter what. But which way? With the pawn or with the rook?
I think of the pawn.
OK.
I'm going to hedge my bets and say the pawn. Pawn push.
Yeah. I mean, normally I would bet against you, but I think pawn too. I think you should check forward with that pawn. And also, I've learnt not to bet against you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would, if the white pawn does step forward, checking the black king, then that would force the black king back, I feel. I don't think the black king can get brave and start going on a journey.
No.
So I think the black king would be forced to step back, and white's pawn later on will cause a bit of nuisance, supported by its knight and rook.
Yeah, definitely. And also, you know, the pawn check allows when the king is driven backwards, then allows the white rook to actually come and give some checks, which are pretty inconvenient for the black king.
Mamedyarov, the main thing he has to prevent or worry about is actually black's bishop getting active. So even if this white pawn moves, the square that it currently sits on, the black bishop wants to occupy that square, and together the black rook and bishop want to combine actually against the pawn in front of white's king. So it's sitting on a light square. It's actually fixed on a light square, that pawn on g2.
Oh.
OK, I should have bet against you, Jovanka, because he goes for the other option, the other check.
I think that we were correct, though. I think that pawn check was a lot better. But OK, it might not be.
OK, so the reason he didn't push that pawn forward is because he wanted to drive the black king back and then use this square for his knight. And he couldn't control the light squares if his pawn had pushed forward to a dark square. So some logic behind this one. Mamedyarov trying to simplify his task by going after some pawns now with his knight. He's actually hoping that Magnus Carlsen trades the black bishop for the white knight.
It's not easy.
Happens.
It's not easy to defend this B pawn that's under attack on the left.
I mean, obviously Magnus Carlsen is in a little bit of trouble here. Is it becoming big problems for him?
Yeah. It's already at the moment where maybe if Mamedyarov is accurate, there's a win, or maybe if Magnus makes one tiny slip, it's going to be a win. We've seen a couple of rook endgames already today with connected passed pawns, and we might even see a third case of that, another scenario where Mamedyarov picks off. For example, already there's an offer of a pawn. White's rook can just zoom across and pick up black's h-pawn, and then if white's rook is able to kind of relocate and pick off all of black's pawns on that right flank, or the f-pawn, for example, then connected passed pawns will mean a win.
And what move would you play here? I mean, basically, white can choose which pawn to eat.
Go for.
Yeah, you know, you can take the pawn on the H line. You can even drop the rook back 2 squares and try to go for this. This F pawn.
Yeah, so I would probably I see a pawn, I want to take a pawn. That's at least what I would calculate first. But like you said, many tempting options. You could also bring your rook across 2 squares to the b6 square and then go for black's pawn on that side. You can actually go for all 3 of black's pawns right now. You can guarantee that you can win one of them, but which one do you want to pick? It's like a lucky dip.
It is a lucky... I'm kind of...
Okay, he takes the most obvious pawn.
Yeah.
The one that was staring him in the face.
Yeah, exactly. To the right. Okay, and now Magnus, well, his only chance is to get active with the rook, and so he starts menacing his opponent's pawns.
Yeah, so I'm expecting white's rook to just bring itself back the whole way across, maybe to the B line, just to keep an eye on black's pawn on their left side, and then once black captures pawn with his rook, the white king will start trying to get active.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice technique. I think it should be winning, right?
It feels like it should be winning, but I'm never 100% sure in rook endgames because they have such a drawish reputation, a drawish tendency. There might be some tricks left from Magnus Carlsen. I don't see them yet, but it does feel like Mamedyarov, he's on the brink of winning this game.
Yeah.
And the time factor shouldn't be an issue. 3 minutes should be enough here because it is such a simplified position. And, OK, wow, he brings his rook to this square. That looks pretty decent too.
Looks good, but I wasn't expecting that. I mean, I think rooks behind pawns, that's what we're taught. That's what we've been advocating.
Yep.
So I think, slight inaccuracy. But after rook takes pawn, white's idea is to step forward with the king. And if the rook were to come and give check, then you just step forward with the king again.
Yeah. I think the reason white wants to use his rook on this square is he just has access to all the ranks, all the files, white's rook controlling everything. And if black's rook tries to cut off the white king from advancing, if the black rook just steps down 1 square, cutting off the 3rd rank, then the white rook will be the one going for black's remaining pawn on the right side. So that black F pawn, this intruder into white's half, it's doomed to the white king or to the white rook. And once that happens, it's another case of connected pass pawns for one side in a rook endgame. And we've seen that already twice result in wins for the side with the connected pawns. Black's pawn, the lone pawn over on that left side, will be easy to stop for white. 1 pawn on its own is easy to stop with a rook. 2 connected pawns are impossible to stop.
And it's looking dramatic for Magnus Carlsen. It's even more dramatic for Wesley. So the bar all the way over to Maxim Vachier-Lagrav's side. And if Wesley loses this game, he will lose the match. And that means 0 points for him. And he's going to hope that Magnus loses this match as well.
OK, we're going to see the idea. And, well, the pawn pushes forward.
And one thing white should not get tempted to do is to actually capture that pawn with his own pawn. That would break the integrity and break the structure for white there of his own pawn structure. Yeah, he just needs to push forward, ignore that pawn, ignore the temptation.
Pawns work best in chains.
In chains,
That's what they say.
We don't mean like handcuff chains. We mean as like a connected pawn chain in a nice, orderly formation.
Yes, like a chain gang. More like a chain.
Yeah.
Like linked.
Linked in a chain.
Yeah.
They want to hold each other's hands and just march forward slowly. So right now, Mamedyarov, he's trying to overcome the temptation to capture that black pawn. What else could he be thinking about, though? If he takes that black pawn, then the black king's actually just going to start marching forward and starting to attack white's disconnected pawns. So you have to connect them up, team up your pawns together.
Exactly.
It's the only solution for Mamedyarov.
And that endgame, you know, with the 2 disconnected pawns, might not even be a win. Even with that, even black didn't have his own pawn. So
I agree. I don't think it is.
So don't do that. Keep the integrity of the pawn chain. Push pawn forward. And maybe he's considering... I don't know what he's considering, actually.
I think he wants to play that move. He will play that move to push white's g-pawn forward 2 squares and bypass black's pawn, but he's just trying to look into the future and trying to work out what happens if black's king races forward and tries to get active. So black's king, I think that's Magnus's next move no matter what. He can even pre-move it on the mouse if he's feeling really brave, but black's king is going to step onto the f6 square towards the white pawns. The black king has to participate. It's doing absolutely nothing right now. So, OK. Mamedyarov pushes the pawn forward 1 square. That's also sensible, also should be winning. And there we go. Magnus does bring his king forward.
And his idea is to step forward with the rook to defend his pawn horizontally.
Yeah, and now look how he's caged the black king. The black king can no longer cause any real damage. Really nice move by Mamedyarov, actually.
Yeah, really good technique. I mean, it's a safety first, keep the win in hand. All about control. Okay, Magnus steps forward with his king. This was a forced move if he wanted to stay alive. And now the rook just steps to the side.
And is this Zugzwang? So White's trying to argue that Black's rook is stuck. Black's rook is stuck defending both of its pawns at the same time. Black's king doesn't want to retreat because then the white pawn step forward. So any move that Black makes might worsen his position. That's what we mean by Zugzwang, when you give your opponent a move when they would rather say pass. And there we go. The black pawn steps forward. White's rook is just going to step again to the side behind it. And the same issue for the black rook, stuck defending both of its pawns at the same time.
Yep, and there it happens. And what to do? I guess you have to step back with the king, or you can move to the side. You move to the side with the king.
I thought maybe Black could actually start giving some checks. I thought maybe Black could give a check to the white king takes a pawn, then just check, 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 check forever. Maybe that, just trying to think, maybe would that have saved the game? Okay, maybe Magnus had a fleeting, momentary opportunity there. But now the black king has been forced to run away, to retreat, and now white's pawns are just going to march forward.
All three of them.
All three of them together, connected.
There goes one.
There goes the first one, the second one.
And now the second one will join.
Yep. Okay, we're waiting for Mamedyarov to do it. He's got 2 minutes, but...
We needed Mamedyarov to make that move for dramatic effect, you know?
Oh, Mamedyarov, he's doing the right thing, though. He's just sitting on his hands and calculating, just double-checking that he's not being too hasty. And, okay, Mamedyarov, he's got actually a choice. He can even push this h-pawn forward again with a check, just to distract the black king. One of those white pawns is going to promote. It's going to become a new queen. There we go. He gives a pawn with check, but if black captures that pawn right now, then the other white pawn runs through to its end goal. So Magnus is forced to retreat, and Magnus is about to resign. Those three white pawns stepping forward, and there we go. We have a result. Magnus loses.
Wow. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov winning both of his rapid games here with the white pieces. Magnus Carlsen is down by 1 point in the match against Mamedyarov. He has to make a comeback in the fourth and final rapid game with the white pieces to take this to tie breaks. And what are we reading out of his body language here, Jovanka?
Oh. Yeah, he looks annoyed with himself, doesn't he? You know, this is really not the situation he wants to be in. 2 losses with the black pieces, and he has to win the fourth game. Yeah. And he will be thinking about how he can recover from that disastrous loss and do what needs to be done.
Great game by Mamedyarov, though. David, what happened?
Yeah, wonderful game from Mamedyarov. We're not used to seeing these slow endgame grinds from him, but he's shown that he is a universal player. He can do anything. And actually, the key move was now. This was the one that Magnus missed. We saw him shaking his head earlier. He missed Magnus, that white can retreat his bishop back. He stepped back with his bishop, deflecting away black's bishop. This is actually the ideal scenario, the ideal defensive setup for black. This bishop and the knight combining, defending each other, controlling everything. But as soon as this bishop had to move, the black bishop forced to capture white's bishop. Suddenly, the floodgates opened. White's rook captured the black knight, and after the bishop retreated again, the white rook found the 7th rank. And we talk about the 7th rank all the time, but this is why it's so effective. There are pawns everywhere. White's rook started capturing things. White actually won a couple of pawns in this process, and this is how Mamedyarov guided the game slowly towards that victory.
All right, and that means Mamedyarov is up by 1 point. Dramatic for Magnus Carlsen, but even more dramatic for Wesley. So he is already down by 1 point against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. A loss here, and Wesley will lose the match and the bar. It's saying that is a loss.
Yeah, it's saying it, and it looks really bad. I mean, take a look at the black king. I mean, it's out there exposed in the open, and it's not just the king that is in a precarious situation, because look at white's pawns. You know, there's 2 pawns on both sides of the board, 2 squares away from queening. Yeah, it is just a case of just taking care of the white king, ensuring that there is no danger of perpetual check. And those 2 pawns, it's just too much. I mean, there's even a 3rd pawn that's going to be marching as well.
Yeah, black has an extra rook compared to a bishop, but white has 4 pawns more than black does, and all of them are passed pawns. And yeah, you mentioned Jovanka, those pawns are going to do the work, they're going to do the damage. This last move by Vachier-Lagrave, I really like it. It's just keeping control, not taking any risks. The white queen now stopping any potential checks that the black queen wants to make against white's king out there in the corner. White's king is the only thing that could go wrong here, just because it's so vulnerable, hiding in plain sight there on the side of the board. But the problem is for black, no time to give checks, no way to give checks, and white now, with the queen trade, securing, locking down the victory. And Wesley, so he just resigns. White's pawns were about to start running forward, and the black rook would have been helpless.
Wow.
Maxime takes the win.
Yeah, horrible day for Wesley. So great day for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, winning the match here against Wesley. So has been fantastic in the tour, but now a loss here means 0 points for Wesley. So in the fight to catch up with Magnus Carlsen on the overall tour standing. So this is dramatic. He's definitely going to hope that Magnus is not able to win his next game against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And let's take a look at this game, David. What happened?
Yeah, it was a bit of a crazy game, a really wild one. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave sacrificing early in the game, trying to win, creating some threats against the Black King. Here already, as we join the position, White is threatening checkmate. White is threatening to bring the queen across and trap the Black King in the corner. That is why Wesley So had only one opportunity here to save the game. He missed it, however. He gave a check with his queen, but we saw the White King running to safety, and after another check, the White pawn stepped forward, and this king turned out to be surprisingly safe on the edge of the board. Instead, however, Wesley could have saved it with a miraculous move. He could have given up his rook with a check, allowing White to take back this rook, but after queen takes bishop, surprisingly, there's no way to escape the checks. White's king, no matter where it goes, will get checked. If it steps back, there'll be a check. If it steps forward again, another check, and so on. If it hides on the edge of the board this time, the checks continue, and the Black Queen can continue its checking motion. This was difficult to spot, but Wesley So he would normally find a defensive resource like this. Just seems like he's been out of form today.
It's dramatic for Magnus Carlsen. He has to win the fourth and final rapid game against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov to take it to tiebreaks. If he loses or if it is a draw, then Mamedyarov will be the winner of that match. All right, we are hoping to get a reaction for Wesley So after losing his match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, how important is it for Wesley now that Magnus does not win his match?
It's essential. If Magnus somehow claws back in the next game and wins the tiebreak, then the gap widens. Wesley's going to need Magnus to have a couple of bad days in the next week in order to catch up and just break down Magnus's lead. So it's not going to be easy for Wesley if Magnus comes back now. But he'll be watching and he'll be hoping that Mamedyarov, in great form right now, can save the next game and at least draw it and take the match victory.
All right. It's going to start in about 10 minutes now, the next round. Now, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was qualified for the Tour finals, but in exactly 2 months from today, the World Championship match will start, and Jan has decided to shift his focus completely to that huge event when he will face Magnus Carlsen and challenge him for the World Chess Championship title. Now, he played the Norway Chess. It finished about a week ago, and we did get a talk with Jan after finishing Norway Chess.
Jan Nepomniachtchi is walking into probably his last over-the-board tournament before the World Championship match.
Very likely, because there is not such a big choice of the tournaments, and some of them are, basically not interesting enough.
He played 2 matches against world champion Magnus Carlsen in Norway Chess. Both ended in draw, but Nepomniachtchi lost in Armageddon.
2 relatively quick draws, but I guess games were more or less fine, but I don't think it really matters.
What matters now is the World Championship, but he does not want to talk about his preparations.
Did you get some answers today?
Well, even if I get them, even if I got some answers, I would never tell about it.
Have you gathered a team?
Well, I believe this is sort of a secret. So,
what's the plan now for you leading up to the World Championship match?
Well, I just continue my preparation. So the plan is simple, and then I play the match.
You were in New York in 2016, and some people were saying maybe you were working with Karakin somehow. But will you be talking to him before the match to get some advice?
Well, why not? I think if it would be useful, then okay, of course I will talk to him. But actually, I just was in New York as a guest, so just was very interesting, to basically to hang around here to feel the atmosphere of the match. And of course, it's a very special chess event here. It's you can't attend it every day.
Magnus Carlsen has held the throne for 8 years.
How are you feeling about the match?
Of course, I'm excited, and I'm really looking forward. And it's really challenging.
How will you beat Magnus in the match?
Just wait for a couple of months. Yeah.
In exactly 2 months, you guys, Game 1 in the World Chess Championship between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen will start. And definitely the secrecy has started. He will not reveal his team. Obviously, Magnus will not reveal his team. Why all this secrecy around the teams for the World Championship match?
I guess if a player knows the coaches of the opponent, of the other player, then you get so much extra information. For example, if someone were to hire me, they would know that, okay, maybe Magnus is looking for the Caro-Kann defense or the Grunfeld or the English opening. And you definitely want to keep as much information safe as possible. Keep your cards close to your chest.
And Nepomniachtchi, obviously, he won the candidates tournaments. That is why he is the one to face Magnus Carlsen, to challenge him for the World Chess Championship title. And 2 months before it starts, Jovanka, what chances do you give Nepomniachtchi against Magnus?
I think this one's going to be really close. I mean, I think Magnus edges it, so I would say probably 60% chance in Magnus's favour, but it's going to be very, very close because Nepomniachtchi is dedicated. I mean, he will have a huge team behind him. And, of course, Magnus, I have to say, when it comes to World Championship matches, he's never been so convincing. He's kind of had to rely on his skills in the tiebreak. And I think there, Nepomniachtchi is a worthy contender. So, to be honest, I think it's going to be so difficult, too close to call.
Yeah. And obviously, Magnus is playing here. He is playing the tour finals. But after that, probably he will go into hiding a little bit as well. The training camps will start. What will happen now, David, in the 2 months before it all kicks off in Dubai?
Yeah, it's going to get intense. Magnus, he's been a busy man these last few weeks. I think first, after the tour finals, he'll take a few days rest and then straight to the training camps where maybe with half a dozen other people, he'll be studying chess every day, playing training games, looking at openings, doing a lot of fitness. We know that Magnus has been doing that. Nepomniachtchi as well recently, doing a lot of physical exercise in order to make sure that his stamina is intact for the 3-week-long World Championship. It's going to be a real marathon, that match, and that's why the players, with their training camps, their practice matches, they're just getting in the zone, in the tournament mindset.
All right, well, now let's get into the mindset of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour finals. It's a little bit dramatic because Wesley So, he has lost his match after only 3 games to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And we're joined by Wesley So, who is finished for today. Wesley, what happened today?
Yeah, things didn't go well.
Yeah.
I think made some mistakes here and there. Also had very poor time management today. But I think that was my main issue.
And how dramatic do you sort of think this is, in the fight with Magnus Carlsen for the overall victory?
Yeah, well, I just want to take it one round at a time. The tournament is still very long. Anything can still happen. If it's the penultimate round, then things would be different. But the tournament is barely just starting.
Definitely. And of course, Magnus is down by 1 point in his match against Mamadjarov now. So will you keep an eye on what happens there in this next game and maybe hope a little bit that Magnus will not win the next game?
Yeah, that too. It's always shocking when Magnus loses a game. Today he lost 2. So I'm hoping that he'll give us some chances. And yeah, I'm definitely following the last game. It's still going to be very exciting. But hopefully I can play better tomorrow.
Yeah. What will you do to shift it around? What will you do tomorrow to come back strong?
We'll see. Well, I first of all, I have to play faster. My clock management today was very poor, especially in the openings. After around move 20-25, I'm down by like 4 or 5 minutes on the clock, which is never good. And secondly, just try to play better. But it's hard to say how you can play better.
Yeah.
Chess. And try to be less distracted with all stuff and just focus on chess.
All right. What sort of stuff was distracting for you today?
Nothing much. Nothing much. Nothing much. It's just a bit bright. Maybe tomorrow I'll close the curtains. A bit glaring. And also I've been drinking too much water. But all those little stuff, it doesn't really matter. But it's really my fault.
Yeah, but it's all in the details, right, Wesley? All your successes in the tours, I bet you've been very focused on the details.
Yeah. I always try to do things. As I said 2 months ago, I always try to wake up a certain time and do everything similarly during the entire tournament. So maybe a little change here and there. But overall, my play just needs to be better. But we'll see what happens. It's still a very long tournament.
All right. Well, Wesley, we wish you the best of luck tomorrow in your match against Vladislav Artemiev. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for telling me my opponent. I have no idea.
Yeah. Now you can start preparing. Thanks, Wesley.
I'll watch.
All right. Wesley's up against Vladislav Artemiev tomorrow. These are the results so far in day 2 of the finals. 3 very quick draws between Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Radjabov. They are tied. Vladislav Artemiev and Levon Aronian, they have won 1 game each. They tied the 3rd game, so they are all tied before game 4. And then Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he is already the winner, winning 2 games against Wesley. So that match is over. 3 points for Maxim, 0 for Wesley. And then Shakhriyar Mamedyarov winning both his games with the white pieces against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. A must-win situation to take this to tiebreaks in the next game. And then Anish Giri and Jan-Christoph Duda, they're also tied after 3 games. If we have a winner in the next one, then that player will be the winner of the match. If it's tied, then we go to tiebreaks. But we will follow the next game with Magnus Carlsen against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Magnus with the white pieces, a must-win situation. We are waiting for Magnus to arrive the Oslo Arena to play his games with the white pieces. What do you expect right now, David?
I think he's got to do what he did in game 2 of today. Just calm, slowly build up and keep control over the position. Actually, every player who's had the white pieces in this matchup today has played perfectly, played fantastically. And here he comes, the world champion. He just needs to get a decent position out of the opening and do his thing.
And right behind him, Jan-Christoph Duda getting ready for game 4 against Anish Giri. Odds are, you guys, that we will have some tiebreaks today, and we do love those. But for Magnus Carlsen to go to tiebreaks, he will have to win this next game, and those must-win situations. How stressful are they, Jovanka?
Incredibly stressful. But at the same time, they're quite relaxing because, you know, it's up to you. You control everything. And, you know, you just got to enjoy the game move by move. And I agree with you, we are going to see some tie breaks.
Yeah, I definitely think we will. Anish Giri is also going towards the Oslo Arena to face Jan-Christoph Duda with his cup of tea. Magnus Carlsen against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with the white pieces. All right. Magnus, he will have to win this next game. Will we see something similar from his first white game that he won?
I think it's up to Mamedyarov to switch things up and change, maybe a different opening from Mamedyarov. Magnus might well just adopt the same strategy. There's no one better at bouncing back from a defeat than Magnus Carlsen. Nearly every time he loses a game, he follows it up with a win. So he's going to be confident in his own abilities. It's just all about the opening. If he can get his type of position, if he can make sure that Mamedyarov doesn't get any activity. We've shown that, he's shown Mamedyarov that activity is his friend. So Magnus, he's done his opening work. He's probably talked to some coaches back in his green room.
I actually have some I have some inside information. Apparently Magnus sent a text to Askild, our reporter who is also a friend of Magnus, saying, awful play, fantastic playlist. He's loving the music, Magnus Carlsen. So maybe that can give him some confidence and some good mood before this must-win game against Mamedyarov.
I also found out what song he was listening to when he won the game earlier today, but I think we might save it for a bit later. Just a bit of a reveal the reason he was smiling.
And I can tell you, actually, one game is already finished. Would you be surprised to know which one it is? It's Radjabov against Hikaru Nakamura. That game will be going to tiebreak. That match will be going to tiebreaks.
Yeah, and that is actually an exact replica of the game they played in the previous game, but just with reverse colours. They played exactly the same moves. I don't want to be harsh, but that's just disrespectful, I think, to the fans.
Yeah.
And
we will have tiebreaks, though, between those two. But first, this game, Magnus Carlsen, Shakhriyar Mamadjarov, must-win situation, and what's happening for Magnus?
OK, so it's the Queen's Gambit, but it's the Queen's Gambit declined. Black not taking the gambited pawn, instead just pushing forward his corner pawn. And this is actually a speciality of Magnus Carlsen himself from the black side. Mamadjarov using Magnus's own weapon against him.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what do you think about that as an opening choice? I feel it's a bit risky, right? I mean, you're playing into an opening that your opponent knows incredibly well.
Yeah, he's actually asking Magnus, though, to reveal some secrets. This is Magnus's favourite opening, and maybe Magnus wanted to play it against Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship match in November. So now there's a bit of a dilemma for Magnus. Does he find, does he show what he thinks is the most dangerous reply for white, but at the risk of revealing his hand to Jan Nepomniachtchi and his team, or does he just play a quieter continuation? It's definitely all about those mind games. It's a very odd strategy from Mamadjarov, something we don't normally see from him, to kind of play on the opponent's turf, but he's certainly asking a question early on to Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, on that subject, I do wonder whether, it could be, because we don't know who's working with Nepomniachtchi, right? So it could be Mamadjarov, and the instructions are, hey.
Well, maybe after this, Jan Nepomniachtchi will call him.
Especially for his white repertoire.
Yeah, right. Come to my team, please.
But he's forcing Magnus to show his hand, because I think that White's most kind of critical continuations, the acid test of Black's whole opening setup, is something very direct, where you need to know your stuff. You need to know 10, 15, 20 moves into the future. And even if Magnus knows all that stuff, does he want to show Nepomniachtchi he knows it? Or does he want to play something less direct? So we do see a trade of pawns in the centre. Will we see White's bishop come out? White's dark-squared bishop? Will White develop his queen? Will White bring his other knight out? Lots of options here for Magnus.
Yeah.
If he wants to really test Black's setup, he will bring the white queen out. Let's see. Is he feeling in the mood for a direct fight? No, he just develops a bishop. That's also very, very sensible. And actually, this opening, I remember watching VHS videotapes on it when I was a kid. This line, it was played in the 19th century in many big battles among the giants from that time.
Oh.
So, yeah.
So you would actually watch games on video to analyse, or for entertainment's sake?
Entertainment.
Bit of both. But not to analyse, just to learn and be entertained. But it was actually videos of people like Danny King, an English Grandmaster, just talking about the openings, about the history of openings.
Pre-YouTube?
Pre-YouTube, yep. Back in the 90s.
Cool.
So, OK, we do see White's bishop come out. Just both sides developing now. A bit of tension in the centre as well with some pawns. Mamadjarov, I think he'll be quite happy with how the openings panned out. This is still very well-known stuff, or relatively well-known stuff. And,
yeah.
Very healthy position for Black, but White will be the first to castle. Magnus, just we saw on the screen there, on his screen, he's getting ready to bring his bishop out, and then he's getting ready to castle his king. Will we see him make a pre-move? I don't think so, but sometimes you see a player hover over the pieces. And White's next move, unless Black captures the pawn in the centre, is just to castle and get that king to safety.
Yeah, and Black's main move is actually just to develop the bishop.
Which one? The dark square bishop?
The dark square bishop, and get the king ready. I was going to say, an alternative is actually to determine the pawn structure by pushing a pawn forward, and that is the move that Mamadjarov has chosen. Now, it is not the most popular move in the database, and I'm taking a look at the players' ratings who's played it, and the highest rated is around about 2242s, so a very strong player, but everyone else is around about 1100, 1700, so not the most popular choice.
Okay. So not super popular, but very, very ambitious by Mamadjarov. He's kept his pawns intact. His bishop now comes out to put some pressure on White's knight on that left side, and I definitely envisage a expansion of Black's pawns over on that left flank. He's going to try and throw everything forward over there later on. I think Magnus will be looking at the centre of the board. That's where white has his pawn majority. If you look at the two central lines, the E and D line, white has a 2 versus 1 pawn majority there, so he'll try and open things up. And also, he is the first to complete development. He's the first to have castles, so he does have that luxury of the next 2 or 3 moves. He's got a bit of time with which to initiate some direct play while black finishes his development. Yeah, very, very tense position and very complex. I was slightly surprised that Mamedyarov went for this pawn push because he only needs a draw.
Yeah.
He could have stayed solid. He could have just developed his pieces, kept calm. But now, with this kind of odd, imbalanced pawn structure, black gaining all the space, that also comes with downsides. It does mean that white will break down the pawn's open lines at some point too.
Yeah.
Is he simply playing sort of objectively, not thinking about the tournament situation and the match situation, just playing the moves he thinks are best?
That's Mamedyarov's style in general.
I'm surprised by this move, though. I have to say, I was kind of expecting the white knight to jump into the centre because that's kind of an idea that you use in a very similar pawn structure when you have it with the black pieces. And here Magnus is like, OK, fine. I'm going to destabilise the defender of the D5 square.
Yeah, so creating an annoying pin, but that white bishop had already developed, it had already moved once, so Magnus accepting a bit of a loss of time. Yeah, it's generally not advised to move the same piece twice while the rooks are asleep, while the queen is asleep, while other pieces could be improved. So Magnus spending that time to create some threats. But Mamedyarov very quickly reacting, bringing his bishop out, defending the centre. And now your move, Jovanka, the white knight does enter the middle of the board. So a very, very nice square for that knight. It shouldn't be captured. If black's knight takes that white knight, then it will be replaced by a pawn. And there would be bad consequences for black to do with the pin from the white dark square bishop to the queen. So I think Mamedyarov, he just has to defend his knight or he has to castle. Not too many options here. What do you think? Whose position do you prefer? It's still early, but...
White.
You like white?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the pawn structure. It's like, it's a white version of the Caro-Kann, so...
But with an extra move,
exactly, exactly. You know, you can't go wrong. And it's just like you say, you know, you've got ideas of playing knight takes knight, and after pawn takes knight, you know, at the right time, you destabilise the pawn structure. Another idea is just to kind of blast open the centre, explode open the position because the king is in the middle. Every single time I would choose the white pieces, David.
The white pieces?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's actually show some of the reasoning for your evaluation there, Jovanka. As you mentioned, there is the idea of exploding open the centre, pushing a pawn, especially while the black king is still not castled. Another idea would be pushing this one you mentioned, starting to create a pawn storm on this side of the board. That's where white has the pawn majority, so that's the side you should play on. And
another thematic one is just simply to go knight takes knight. Okay.
Example of black castles.
Yeah. Okay. So knight takes knight, and after pawn takes knight. Now, obviously, you can't do it here. I just want to highlight the thematic idea is that you break up the pawn wedge there by challenging the pawns, and then the concept will be once the pawn trade happens.
For example,
Yeah. Okay.
Once the pawn trade happens.
Yeah, exactly. And then you'll say, okay, yes, white has a weak pawn. But take a look at black. Black has 2 weak pawns to attack. And if you do a little basic maths, 2 weaknesses are worse than 1.
Yeah, white has easy access to these weaknesses as well. So this type of pawn structure is fantastic for white. Maybe that's why Mamedyarov has gone on the counter-attack in the current position. He's brought his queen out. I'm slightly surprised by this, but he's just trying to put some pressure, I guess, on this white knight. What happens here, however, if, for example, just bishop takes knight? Look at black's pawn structure. Is it about to get ruined?
Yep.
Black's going to recapture back, and after knight takes knight, how many sets of pawns, doubled pawns, does black have? A double set here, another double set here. Also, if we're talking about isolated pawns, this pawn is isolated, this pawn is isolated. Ugh, black's pawn structure is ugly, but he has the bishop pair and still some threats against white's knight. So personally, I would go for this if I were Magnus and maybe just defend this knight now or bring it to the edge of the board and go for your plan, Jovanka, to try and break down black structure. But Mamedyarov, maybe he has some attacking intentions with his rook on one of the sides of the board. I'm not sure which side he wants to play on, but either way, Mamedyarov taking big, big risks. And actually, we have seen bishop takes knight and a recapture and another capture. We actually got this position on the board, and I'm expecting Mamedyarov to bring one of his rooks into the game. I'm not sure which one, but either way, look at this black pawn structure. Look how ugly this is. It's just... I mean, if Magnus goes on to win this one, we'll show this as a classic example in a book of how not to place your pawns.
In the words of Beth Harmon, chess can also be beautiful, but I guess chess can also be ugly.
Yes. And what do you think about Mamedyarow's decision, where you kind of said, well, you know, use the rook on an open line, and he's like, I'm castling there.
I mean, it's definitely not following conventional wisdom, but maybe the black king is not easy to attack yet. Okay, Magnus just very sensibly trying to break up that pawn structure. So this plan you highlighted quite a few moves ago, Jovanka, if we do see a trade of pawns now on that left side of the board, then lines will open up for the white rooks. And Magnus, yeah, personally, I would take the healthy pawn structure over the bishop pair here every day of the week. But maybe the bishop pair will become a factor if Mamedyarov can get active, if he can keep his position energetic. And there we go. One of the rooks does sidestep, getting ready to use an open line. If we do see a trade of pawns now on that left side, then black's rook is very well situated. I don't think Magnus will rush. I expect to see him just move his queen, shift his queen across, maybe to the c2 square. Just keep control.
Yeah.
No need to rush yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 1000%. And it's also a really Magnus type of move, just to improve the placing of the queen.
Connect the white rooks.
Connect the white rooks. They're indestructible together. And David.
Wow, it's, like you said, it's logical.
Yes.
And sometimes you can break things down, go back to basics with chess and just think, OK, talk to my pieces.
That's true.
Yeah.
But confess. Do you feel a thrill when they play your moves that you suggest?
I feel surprised when they play the moves I suggest. I'm always thinking that they'll find something more sophisticated. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's quite nice. Actually, I mentioned the English Grandmaster Danny King. Another thing I used to do when I was young is in this chess magazine, Chess Monthly in the UK, he had this section, it's still going, called How Good Is Your Chess? And me and my mum used to sit side by side, and the whole point of that game is you guess the moves that were played in these Grandmaster games. And depending on what move you select, you get a number of points. So if you could select the right move, you might get 4 points. If you select the second best move, it might be 2 points. And you tally up your score, and it says, oh, your Grandmaster strength, or oh, you could do better, or Clubmaster.
That sounds cool.
And it's so satisfying guessing the moves of the Grandmasters.
Maybe we should start with that game here in the studio.
Yeah, we should have an option on the website or something where you can predict a move.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, and then kind of see who gets the best.
And then we will actually get the live answer every time. Yeah.
And maybe, because I seem to be quite good at this game.
Jovanka would be the favourite.
Topping the leaderboard.
Maybe we could also have like this thing where we do it too.
Yeah.
I'm lucky.
That could be cool. Maybe next season. We'll see.
Yes.
We'll see. So meanwhile, Shakriyar Mamedyarov just bringing his rook across. And yes, that rook doesn't look like it's doing too much, but it is getting ready in case the position opens up to defend some pawns or to support the push of some pawns.
Yeah.
Now Magnus grabbing a pawn temporarily. I expect to see black recapture. And yes, black's pawn structure is going to continue being ugly, but still no way yet for Magnus to profit immediately.
I mean, just so I'm thinking that black has to play pawn takes pawn. I don't see any other move, although Shakriyar is thinking about it. So
he's a creative guy.
Yeah, I wonder what he has. No, I don't see. But what would be White's plan there? Would it be just to occupy the centre with more pawns? Would it be to get greedy, relocate the knight?
I mean, question, maybe.
I think I would be attracted to just pushing the pawns, occupying the centre.
OK, so while Mamedyarov has this think, let's check out what White can do. Maybe the reason he's thinking is because after White's pawn captures Jovanka, White does have another option. White can take this pawn with his bishop, and after a trade, it looks like White has actually blundered a piece. White's won a pawn, but he's forgotten about the protection of his knight. But after this, maybe White can just say, OK, I've pinned you, this bishop cannot move, so I'm just going to attack it, step forward with a pawn, and next move, capture the bishop. So White would be a pawn up temporarily if he's able to regain that bishop. But maybe black can try and defend this one by trading queens or by pushing pawns himself and activating the black rooks. So a lot to work out here. And that, I think, is why Mamedyarov is thinking. In the current position, he's just assuming that if he plays pawn takes pawn, Magnus will recapture and initiate this 3-4 move sequence, which will liquidate and kind of just simplify the position completely.
Yeah.
All the pieces coming off.
But it's a tricky decision, right? No. It's definitely because black can't initiate chaos. Okay, pawn takes pawn has been played. I like the move that you suggested, actually.
Okay, actually, Magnus finds an easier way, maybe, of just pushing the pawn forward. And now, once this bishop moves, it steps back. Now he's going to take this pawn and just gain a pawn advantage. Okay, it actually steps back the bishop to a different square. It steps back, eyeing up the white king maybe later on. And Magnus says, OK, give me. Let's take that pawn. And white's a pawn up. The knight's not great, but it can hop into better squares maybe later on. And meanwhile, look at these black pawns still. Sorry for highlighting them again, but look at these black pawns. This is what we mean by isolated pawns. They can't protect each other. They're all kind of separated. They're social distancing. And, nobody likes social distancing.
Every single one of them, right? And, well, on top of that, white is a pawn up.
Yes.
So does that mean this is looking really good for Magnus Carlsen in his must-win situation?
Yes.
Yes.
Unless Mamedyarov can sprinkle some magic on the position, it's looking really good for Magnus. OK, the bishop attacks the queen. That's a nice move.
Yep, so that queen...
Queen must step.
Can step back.
Backwards.
White can block that attack with a pawn maybe as well. Magnus has a decision to make, but he does step back with the queen, so he doesn't want to calculate any potential tricks there. Just keeping the queen nice and safe. And it had to come back to this square because the white queen has to defend its knight on the side of the board. Now, Mamedyarov, again, he's going to be struggling for a plan. He does have the two bishops, so ideally he wants to whip up some attack maybe against the white king. White's king lacking defenders, but it's hard to do that immediately.
No, it's very difficult. And, I mean, black's pieces are all very nice, but there's no targets, there's no entry points. It's a lot of air. And
very airy.
Yeah, exactly. OK, and he steps back with his bishop.
OK, he plugs the holes of the air around that black king with his bishop. He's keeping lots of pawns protected as well, but that's the type of move that you play when there's nothing better, when there's kind of a reluctant move. Just retreating a piece and just not really achieving too much. Now it's down to Magnus. How can he improve? The one downside for Magnus is that he is a bit tied up. White's queen is stuck defending the knight on the edge of the board. The white knight, no matter where it goes, is going to get captured. The white rook's no longer connected.
Yeah.
So it does take some work for white to untangle and really utilise the extra pawn later in the game.
Yes, on that subject, I was thinking, you know, maybe... You need to... somehow it's a little bit more than the knight that needs to be untangled. It's also the rooks as well.
Yep.
So, not so easy, actually.
Not so easy.
Not so easy. Maybe you have to make moves like retreating the bishop, but no, you can't be doing that.
I could foresee Magnus maybe just trying to give up a pawn in order to get the rooks into the game. For example, just to bring the knight into the c5 square. Yes, it can be captured by a bishop. Yes, white will lose the pawn back in the process. Magnus enjoying the playlist, maybe the music playlist.
Must be that. Although we have seen this reaction from him all throughout the entire tour when he's been sitting without music. Sometimes it's just something that pops up in his mind. Something funny.
Yeah, but normally he tries to dodge the question. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He never tells us why he's laughing. Let's try and get it out of him.
Yeah, I know.
And David, totally right. Just to clarify the situation, Magnus is prepared to return material and, just free up his pieces. And now it's up to Mamedyarov whether he wants to capture the pawn. I don't think necessarily he will.
No rush yet. So if the black queen just comes across two squares and takes that white pawn, then white's bishop can actually take the black pawn on the a6 square. So that would just be a trade. So black can't win the pawn back yet. But white's pawn might well fall, but at least Magnus has got rid of black's bishop pair. He's got rid of the problem, the issue with his knight on the edge of the board, and that's why it's good not to be too materialistic. Sometimes you just have to break things down and think, OK, I've got a great position, my opponent's pawn structure is ruined. I don't need to be a pawn up as well. And sometimes you just need to play sensible, coordinate your pieces. And, Mamedyarov, the question for him is how to activate the black rooks. He wants to bring those guys into the game next. Yeah,
definitely. And you've reminded me of a tour moment, David and Kaja, when you talked about Magnus laughing. Just brought back some memories. And we're asking, what is your favourite moment from the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour? And Dr. Aid Kayopi says that their favourite moment in the tour was the chilly chess match between Magnus and David Howell. Talk about hot chess. I felt so sorry for poor David when he did that.
Those sauces were hot, hot, hot.
And okay, so the rook moves to challenge the queen.
And White's queen coming out, attacking 2 pawns at the same time. So White's queen eyeing up a couple of those weak, isolated, social distancing pawns. Black's queen, I expect now to come across 2 squares and capture one of White's pawns on the left side. But, yeah, Magnus, he's looking in control. He looks very confident. He beat me in the Chili Chess Challenge. It looks like he's going to be beating Mamadjarov in this one as well.
Yeah, he enjoyed those chilies, the chili sauces.
Yeah.
He had an extra one even after the camera stopped rolling just for a snack. It wasn't fair.
Maybe we should have brought, spicier chilies for him.
Next time.
Yeah, next time. All right. And remember, you can also vote for your favorite tour moment on chesschamps.io. And a bunch of moments gathered up there. Vote for your favorite moment for a chance to win a Champions Chess Tour t-shirt.
And Mamadjarov, head in his hands now. He's realising how difficult this position is for Black.
Queen takes pawn on the board.
But this does drop a pawn to White's bishop, so White maintaining the 1 extra pawn advantage. Also, if we're looking at which pawns are the most important long-term in an endgame, I think it's White's A pawn actually out there on the left side. It's got no pieces, no pawns preventing it from running forward, and you could envisage a situation where the White bishop controls the corner, the top corner square, A8, and the White pawn, helped by that bishop, just marches forward.
And just looking at this position, I mean, I'm seeing that there's 2 pawns potentially under attack as well. So you have the pawn that's standing there on F6. That's under attack by the queen. And I think the only move to kind of keep both the pawns alive, the C6 pawn and the F6 pawn, well, that's actually just to go forward with the rook 2 squares and attack the bishop. Because once that's done, it gives you the time to step forward with your king. Yeah. Otherwise, okay.
Okay, he brings his rook across, attacking White's bishop. Yeah, because White's bishop now can move. It can attack that black rook, or White can bring a rook across to attack the black queen. Options for Magnus Carlsen. 2 strong options, I think.
Attack the black queen. That's
what
I would do.
Attack the black queen with one of the white rooks. Which rook would you use?
I would use the rook that's not working at all, the rook that's standing next to the king.
Yep, so...
And I just need to make sure that there's no back rank issues.
Because White's forgotten to make any lift, any breathing space for the king.
No, exactly. So you got to always be aware of that issue. And once that's under control, then you can leap forward with the rook and capture those pawns.
Yeah, luckily for White, there are 2 rooks remaining on that first rank. So I don't think there'll be any tricks against the White king. So yeah, that looks very strong, Jovanka. I personally also would be tempted to play this move that Magnus has just planted down on the board, attacking the rook in the corner, also eyeing up a pawn with that bishop. And now once the black rook moves, I'm expecting it to take a pawn. White's A pawn, I mentioned that was quite a dangerous one. OK, he doesn't take it. I was going to say, once that happens, we would have seen a trade of rooks and White's queen would have grabbed a pawn. Very important pawn. But now, OK, Mamadjarov attacking the white bishop. So will that bishop move?
Can the... no. I was going to say, you can't get greedy, can you? And play queen takes pawn and go counter-attacking some pieces. No, much safer just to play queen takes the other pawn. And
2-pawn advantage now for Magnus Carlsen. And while his pawn on that A-line remains, he always knows he's happy to go into an endgame. If White's A-pawn disappears, then actually the queen trade might not be so profitable for White. Because actually on the king side alone, on the right side of the board, it's hard to create a passed pawn, despite the fact you have 1 pawn extra. And, OK, Black's queen dropping back. Actually, how is White's bishop getting out? White's bishop almost trapped right now.
1 square.
There's 1 square you can run to.
1
is that
hidey hole.
Sufficient, though? OK, maybe we should explain the problems. Magnus now deep in thought. Will he keep his poker face or will he start to react? Because suddenly it's not so easy. This bishop is attacked. It's almost trapped, as Jovanka mentions. There's only 1 safe square for it. It's attacked by the queen and by the rook. You can't bring your rook across, for example, as White and defend this bishop because, whoops, suddenly the black bishop does have a purpose and the black bishop will take this white rook. So in the current position, If Magnus drops his bishop back, which he's done, then he should be safe. But if he came forward, then suddenly, whoops, the black rook would come across and double attack against the two pieces. So Magnus did find the safe square, the only safe square for his bishop. But now the question is, can black continue harassing the white queen? Bring the rook forward. X-ray vision again against the bishop. If white's queen gives a check, the black rook drops back. And where do you put the white queen to be safe?
Drop it all the way to the 4th row.
OK, you have to go this square.
Yeah,
and
you have to go that square, and then you kind of...
Yeah, it's actually very lucky that your opponent's king is a bit open here, because after the black bishop drops in, attacking the white queen, attacking the white rook, also the bishop in the corner, then there's a check. Otherwise, Magnus would be in big trouble. White could give a check. And that's why having an open king is never good. The tactics don't work in your favour long term if your king is open. And here, white would be safe. Next move, he'll just take the black bishop and be 2 pawns up. Yeah, right now, OK, Magnus, he would have found that, so that's why Mamedyarov, in the current position after the bishop dropped back, he just attacked this white bishop, allowing it to step back, but he wants to go for white's most important pawn.
And this endgame, though, with, you know, OK, yes, black has an unsafe king, but if some pieces get traded...
It's not easy.
It's not easy endgame to win because, you know, those double pawns, they look ugly and everything. And especially if the queens are traded off, suddenly those double pawns might make good defensive pawns.
Yeah, fully agreed. Especially if the queens come off, as you mentioned. So Magnus does have to retreat his bishop. White's pawn is about to fall there. But once it does, Magnus, he needs to keep his queen alive at all costs if he wants to win this game. It's suddenly much more difficult for the world champion than it should have been, I think. I think he took the wrong pawn earlier, to be honest. And, OK, black doesn't take the pawn yet. He activates his bishop, attacking the white queen. Will we see the white queen move to safety, or will white block that attack with his own bishop? This is the question for Magnus Carlsen. Which pieces do you want to keep on the board? Which ones are you happy to see leave the board? He thinks he's happy to see the bishops leave the board. That makes some sense. But, again, if the bishops, rooks, queens, if you trade the wrong pieces... You might not be left with enough attacking ammunition to win the game.
Yeah, I do approve of the decision of trading bishops, though. I mean, because the bishop is a valuable defender of the black king. And but there is the issue that this queen is getting... harassed.
Where do you put the white queen to protect her bishop, but also to be safe on her own?
You could step the queen 1 square on the diagonal.
Back to the b3 square?
Yeah, back there.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that probably is the best way. I don't see any other safe squares, to be honest.
There's kind of like ideas of playing rook takes pawn.
Yeah, so black's rook will take that pawn at some point. But Magnus, he needs to be really careful where he puts his queen. It's not easy for the world champion. No. Even after doing everything right, even with black's ugly pawn structure earlier, OK, as you called it, Jovanka, yeah, it's definitely still in the balance. Magnus needing to win, remember. But he has pretty good conditions with which to go for the win.
Wow, that air quality is pitch perfect.
The studio's here in Oslo. Yeah, that's looking good.
Fresh air, yeah. A little bit colder than what we usually see when Magnus Carlsen is sitting at home. It's usually like 28, 27 degrees, 21. A little bit colder for him, but they say that's the best.
Yes. That's what they say, you know, you've got to have cool air. And it's like we're predicting everything, David, because rook takes pawn on the board. And again, white has to be careful about making too many trades because the more pieces that get swapped off, the more this benefits black because his king isn't in so much danger.
Yeah, the dream scenario for black is to get the queens off and it's just a pure rook endgame with all of the pawns on one side of the board. Then I think it's an easy draw. So Mamedyarov, he wants to get rid of the bishops and the queens and 1 set of rooks if he wants to hold this game.
All right, so how do you see Magnus's chances now? That win that he needs, taking also into account the clock situation. I mean, he is 1 minute up on the clock.
Yeah, I think it's 50% chances of winning, 50% chances of a draw. But wow, OK, we didn't spot this one, Jovanka. This is such a cunning move by Magnus Carlsen. I'm not sure whether it's a good one, but it's a very double-edged idea. He's taken a pawn with check. He's actually giving up his bishop, but if the black queen takes that bishop, then she loses her protection of the black rook in the corner there. So Magnus trying to play a distraction trick here, and black's queen could not take that bishop. It was poisoned, so black's king just moving out of the way. The problem for Magnus is, though, his queen is under attack from the black rook, and his bishop now is a bit loose. It's a bit of an intruder, and it could get picked off. So.
But Okay, so what is his idea? So now the queens are coming off.
Wow. Okay, all the tactics, all the tricks. White offering a queen trade, but Magnus, has he spotted this? Mamedyarov giving up his bishop. He knows that the white bishop is going to be taken next move, so his bishop was about to fall as well. He's giving up his bishop, but for a pawn. So Magnus, if he plays king takes bishop right now, black's queen will take the white bishop. So he's going for a trade, but he's just trying to win a pawn in the process. That is so sneaky. These players, they spot these things just instantly.
That's true. But, I mean, again, that is a super double-edged move because, you know, once the king takes the bishop, the queen is forced to capture and then the queens are still present on the board. And black's king, still so super shaky. No pawn protection, no cover.
The white king as well, though.
That's true.
It's out in the open now. White gives a check. That was actually a double attack against the king and the black rook, so the black queen had to sidestep and block to protect the rook indirectly.
And
Magnus keeps the queens on.
Exactly. He absolutely needs to do this if he wants to maximise his winning chances.
Yeah, so he needs to keep the queens on and activate the white rook to try and get that white rook attacking the black king. But also, meanwhile, keeping the white king safe.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy. It's still in the balance. Mamedyarov has great drawing chances, but he has to be accurate.
Yes. And here it's going to be all about king safety. I mean, I always say this about these type of endgames with queens and rooks on the board. Just king safety, piece activity. And here, Magnus, I think, is winning the king safety issue.
Can kind of see him talking a little bit to himself. Is that calculation?
I think he's looking to the past. He thinks he could have played something better.
Ah, OK.
He's not even looking at the screen right now. He didn't even see Mamedyarov's move until just then. Yeah, and normally when players talk to themselves, they're just saying, like, oh, must have been something better. That must have been. But, OK, talking of king safety, Jovanka, what do you think of this last move? White's king getting spicy, getting adventurous.
Yeah, I'm reminded of some lines into the valley of the shadow of death. Look at the king, he's coming forward, knows no fear.
OK.
Rare stuff to do it so brazenly when it's rook and queens on the board.
Yeah, especially with rooks and queens on the board. But yeah, black's rook actually takes a while, though, to relocate itself, to find the open G line, to start checking the white king. That's the only way you can actually get to that white king right now. It's protected by the diagonals, it's protected from the side by pawns, so you have to attack it from the front. And it's not easy to get black's rook to the front to start checking that white king. So Magnus playing with fire, but not yet getting burnt. He's hoping as well that if Mamedyarov is a bit too slow, then white's rook only needs 2 moves to zoom across and then up the board to start checking the black king.
OK, the rook comes to its most natural square, and now, well, both sides have to be super careful because suddenly the rook is threatening to come and give check, and the rook is pretty safe there on the edge of the board. So that's why Magnus just pushes 1 pawn forward, covers some squares.
Yeah, so that pawn push is designed to stop black's rook from checking, but also it has created an escape route for the white king if it really needs one. So white's king can finally step back to safety if it needs to.
Well, it's dramatic in all the games here now. Round 4 in the matches. Duda, it's looking really good for him in his game against Anish Giri. If he wins it, he will be the winner of that match. Levon Aronian, the bar all the way over to his side. And if he wins this 4th game against Artemiev, he will be the winner of this match. But we definitely will have tiebreaks between Timur Radjabov and Hikaru Nakamura. And also, if Magnus Carlsen wins this game, that means tiebreaks.
What do we think? Will Radjabov and Nakamura have 2 quick draws in the Blitz?
Ooh, and take it to Armageddon?
Straight to Armageddon.
Well, that's going to be advantage for Radjabov then, because he is the highest ranked player. He can choose the colours.
Yeah, higher in the tour standings.
But then Hikaru is actually pretty quick.
Yeah.
He's like the Blitz king.
But he did lose to Anish Giri in Blitz yesterday.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you guys were discussing taking those 2 quick draws. I'm not sure who
that favours.
Who that favours.
Yeah.
OK.
It's going to be interesting. And this one as well could go to tiebreaks. But Magnus Carlsen have to win this game.
Yep, he needs to, and he would love to get to those Blitz tiebreaks because I think he'll be a big favourite if he gets there. Meanwhile, Mamedyarov just bringing the black king up 1 square, just keeping pawns nice and protected, getting out of any potential checks. There's actually no checks available to white right now. But more importantly, I think he has a sneaky plan in mind. He wants to bring the black rook up back to where it started the game, to the 8th rank, and then swing it across. The black rook struggling to check that white king from the front, as we mentioned, so the black rook may be going on a journey to go back to the 8th rank and then across to the G line. And that would make white feel really uncomfortable. So Magnus has to be careful.
And Magnus mobilises his rook, and like you say, the rook goes back to the 8th row. And, OK.
A killer threat on the board, actually.
It is, I know.
Black's rook, if it does come across, that is a fatal check for white. So white has to be super careful. Maybe you step back with the white king first, just preempt that from happening. Maybe you have to push a white pawn forward. Oof, already, Magnus, he's got the advantage. OK, he does push the pawn forward. The reason this is so strong is because he's blocked the diagonal of the black queen. So now a rook check is not as dangerous as it previously was. White's king could just run away.
And it's white's turn to make dangerous threats because the rook is threatening to go down to the d6 square, to the 6th rank, and attack the queen and a pawn. So
that one's maybe not fatal, at least. Black's queen could give a check and protect everything, but you're right, that's what Magnus wants to do next.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, OK, both sides have their ideas. How does Black defend against White's idea or create more threats for himself?
And what is the situation if Black were to give a check? And say...
From which direction? From the side, from the front?
Well, Black's goal, I feel, is to trade queens because there's so much danger to his king. So if he kind of gives a check, move down the board and give a check on the c3 square, and then kind of, once the king steps back, try to trade queens, basically. How is that situation? Is it a terrible rook and pawn ending?
Yeah, so offering to trade queens because of this pin. As you mentioned, is it terrible? It's not clear. After takes, after white gives a rook check, maybe the reason this is good for white is because the black king gets forced to a bad square. The black king has to defend its pawn, and then the white rook will come and try to win the black pawn. So still not easy. It's very not easy to evaluate. But Mamedyarov, if he's not 100% sure, he can't trade the queens yet. So that's why, in the current position, he decided, OK, maybe he's still going for the same idea, but not right now. He brings his rook across. And now, if we do see your move, Jovanka, bring the rook up to try and double attack against the queen and against this pawn, then we'll see the same idea, a check, and then black will offer the trade of queens.
Yeah. But Magnus, he's sharp. He spots what Mamedyarov has planned and says, no, I'm going to take some precautions, protect my king, prevent the check.
Protecting his pawn, and now there's no checks from the side. So it's only checks from the front. He checks here, and now Magnus, he's got to plant his king on the side of the board. That's the only safe square. You've got to be careful. Don't go back.
He's gone
he has gone back.
OK,
actually, this is fine as well. I was panicking slightly about some checks, but white can just block. So, shaky, but good enough. And Magnus, right now, he does still have threats of his own. I think first he just wants to bring his rook up and defend across the board, defend his king from the side.
But it does look like, how is white going to start making improvements? Because white's king... shaky, and if white has to keep always one defensive eye on his monarch, then the problem is he's never going to be able to fully coordinate an attack on the black king.
Yeah, I think actually, does white only have one move to survive here? This is such a deadly threat for black to bring the queen in and deliver a check. How can you stop this other than bringing your queen back?
Yeah, you have to do that.
Yeah, and then any checks you give from white will backfire. Suddenly the black king marches forward and there's no more checks. Black is hitting the rook and maintaining this idea of jumping in towards the white king. So I think Magnus has to be super careful right now. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this might be the only defense for Magnus to bring his queen back. Suddenly, all three results are possible. We were talking about a Magnus win or a draw, but no, Mamedyarov now is creating some threats of his own. So Magnus has to be careful. I think he has to bring his queen back and hope that he can still maintain some winning chances. You mentioned, Jovanka, it's hard to do that while your king's so open. And it's not clear whose king is weaker, but certainly there are some threats against white's monarch.
Wow. And Levon Aronian, he has won Game 4 against Vladislav Artemiev to win that match, gaining 3 points. Levon Aronian, that's going to take him to 12 points on the standings. We know Wesley So is stuck on 15.5 after losing his match. Magnus Carlsen, if he's not able to win this game, will be stuck on 19.5. Levon Aronian could be getting closer.
Yeah, great win for Levon. And meanwhile, white did find the only move and then a check. And now Magnus, he's giving up a pawn. So he's blocked this check with a pawn. Can black's queen get greedy and just take that central pawn? OK, some calculation to be done here.
So the idea is actually after the queen takes pawn is to give a check on the diagonal. Move to the A2 square.
So actually black cannot get greedy and take a pawn right now. That would be a losing blunder. Mamedyarov has 2 minutes. He has to avoid this trap. He has to keep his king safe, and Stockfish, the computer, says that he's blundered. He had to keep his queen safe, his king safe on the diagonal. And Jovanka, you mentioned this diagonal check is deadly. No matter where the black king goes now, white's rook will give a check, and the black rook will actually fall. White's queen on this diagonal is about to win a whole rook, at the very least.
Yeah, and okay.
Okay, Mamedyarov, we saw him shake his head. He moved quickly because he had to on the clock. He's brought his king across. Now, maybe a small trap. You should not take black's rook immediately. If white's queen takes the black rook, the black queen will start giving some annoying checks and probably just pick off white's rook. But white's queen can zoom up the board now and check on the 7th rank.
Yes. And that is going to be killer. Okay, and Magnus does not miss those opportunities. Okay, the king takes a step backwards, but okay, it's going to be game over. Yep. Now, one more check.
Yep. So you can bring the black queen, the white queen up the board with a check. You can kind of zigzag towards the black king, and
now what can you do? You can check again.
So black's king now cannot go back to the back rank, to the 8th rank, because white's rook will join the party and give checkmate. And if you come to the side of the board, white's rook will also come from the front.
Yep.
No matter where you go, you're about to get checked by the white rook.
Yes. And the key thing is that the black king can't hide in the middle, and you can see.
Oh, look at that reaction from Magnus, a fist in the air. He is the winner of game 4. That means this match is tied. They will play tie breaks, Magnus Carlsen and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And what about that reaction, David?
Yeah, I mean, he deserves it. He's earned it. He set that final trap, and Mamedyarov fell into it. Yeah, I mean, great game by both players. It was up and down, keeping us on the edge of our seats. But yeah, Magnus, he's going to be thinking he's a big favourite now in the tie breaks. Getting to the tie breaks at all is a huge success for him.
Yeah, winning both of his games with the white pieces. Mamedyarov winning both of his games with the white pieces. Magnus Carlsen will now be walking back to his lounge. He's going to have 15 minutes after the last game today finishes in rapid. So it could be 15 minutes, could be 20 minutes. And look at that reaction. Nope. He wants to get into his lounge and start preparing to shift into the mode of rapid chess, no blitz chess.
Yeah, and also just shake off the adrenaline, which must be pumping through his veins, and the excitement that he felt, you know, when he saw that Shakhriyar Mamedyarov had fallen into his trap. But, you know, he won on demand. That was what he needed to do. And now, change the pace, because things are speeding up.
Definitely.
And definitely, Magnus is the favourite here.
Yep. Well, he's going to play blitz chess against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. But first, let's take a look at this final rapid game. A win for Magnus Carlsen.
One thing about queen endgames is you always have to look for the diagonal checks. Diagonal checks are often the most deadly. They're the hardest to block. And that is why black here should have simply retreated his queen to keep control over this diagonal, to stop white from delivering a nasty check. Instead, Mamedyarov took the bait. He saw a pawn, he thought it was up for grabs, but after taking, he realized that, whoops, suddenly white is delivering this deadly check, and suddenly there's nowhere safe for the black king to hide. We saw the black king try and run. It didn't work out, but for example, if it had stepped back, we would have seen a rook check and winning the black rook. Again, if it had stepped to this side, we would have seen another rook check, again winning the black rook. And this is what helped Magnus to win. Mamedyarov just forgetting the first rule of queen endgames, looking for those checks.
What a win for Magnus Carlsen, and tying the match. He's getting ready for blitz chess now. But first, this game has to finish. Jan-Kristoffer Duda and Anish Giri, they are tied. And the bar in game 4 all the way over to Duda's side. Is he winning this game and the match?
He should be. He's 2 pawns up, and it's 2 clear pawns. There's no compensation here for Giri. Giri's only hope is to somehow sacrifice the black knight for all of white's remaining pawns. There, maybe he can make a draw. So it's not over yet. Giri has some small chances, but Duda has this one in the bag if he's accurate.
Yeah. And unfortunately, trading off the knight for all of the pawns looks like a pipe dream, David.
It's a distant fantasy right now for Giri. His black king as well, it's on the wrong side of the board. If you look where all the pawns are, the Black King needs to somehow scoot over, sprint over towards the white pawns, the Black Knight as well. Yeah, just not on a great circuit. Black's Rook trying to get active now. He's going after one of White's central pawns. That's a decent try, I think, at least from a practical point of view. From Manishgiri, he needs to create threats to make Dudo nervous, to try and force and coerce a mistake. But I don't see any issues if White just brings the king over slowly. White's king, there we go. White's king defends its pawn.
And the white rook is still menacing the pawn. That's sat there on a7. And soon he might even be 3 pawns up. And that's going to be a very tough job for Anish to try to save.
OK, so he gives a check. He's forcing the white king to the back rank. Maybe the white king could have stepped forward as well, but it does step to the back rank. This looks very sensible. He's just trying to shift the white king over towards its pawns to actually protect its own pawns, maybe. And Black's king, how does that get involved?
Well,
maybe it doesn't.
It doesn't, and Anish doesn't have so much time left on the clock. And Duda is just casually improving his position. He's doing everything you need to do in endgames, using teamwork. OK, and now Giri retreats with his knight, but OK, there's just nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing else to do other than this move. At least he's cleared a path for the Black King to start moving over, shifting to the left side of the board. But Duda can lift his rook. There we go, indirectly threatening the check. Once the white knight moves out the way now, the Black King is going to be under fire. That's a really nice and annoying move as well for Giri to face with less than 10 seconds on his clock. Black's rook coming across, so allowing a potential check. But maybe there's nothing that the white knight can attack right now. If there's nothing for the white knight to attack, then white will simply improve the king.
Yeah.
Just improve your pieces. There's no rush to push white's extra pawns forward. They will march forward at some point. You just need to make sure you're ready with all your pieces first.
Yep, and he pushes forward with his king. I mean, a move that I would be tempted to do, especially now, I would be tempted just to retreat the knight, give a check, and then relocate my knight to a better square. Or push a pawn.
Yeah. Push a pawn.
Push a pawn, and I'm talking about the A pawn, you know, control the knight.
Yep. You push all.
There
we
go.
Jovanka, she's winning the guessing game so far today, that's for sure. And yeah, the white knight stepping back. So actually a combination of both of your plans. White's knight is actually going to find itself on an outpost soon. It's going to relocate to the c4 square in front of the white king, where both those 2 white pawns are going to protect it. Duda's following all... There we go. Look at White's knight. It's just... I mean, I've used the word beautiful a few times today, but that white knight is beautiful, supported by pawns. And, OK, it gives a check. I'm reluctant to move the knight away from that beautiful post, but...
And step forward with the king. Teamwork makes the dream work. I mean, this is especially true in endgames. He's using every single one of his pieces. OK?
He's doing everything right, Duda, but he still needs the killer blow. He still needs the final breakthrough. That will eventually involve pushing his pawns forward, but he's in no rush. He first kicks back the Black King.
Yep. And I predict he's going to push his A-pawn and control the knight again. OK, the rook now swings to the other side of the board. Why not? And Duda just continues pushing his pawns forward. It's just instructive stuff from Duda here.
And note how he's centralised his knight in the middle of the board, controlling lots of squares. The white rook doing a great job controlling the black knight. The white king, much more active than its counterpart. And, yeah, the baby steps with the pawns, they're coming. They've moved forward a lot over the last few turns, but first, white keeps his king nice and safe.
And when we talk about technique, this is it.
Yeah.
You know, just using all the pieces, maximising them, putting them on their great squares, and also stepping forward with your pawns, slowly but surely. It's the tortoise that will win the race.
And Anish, look at his reaction. He knows what's coming. He knows he's losing this game, and with it, the match. But he's doing what he needs to do. He's just fighting on, making it as difficult as possible for Duda. He'll try and set a trap maybe later on, if there is one in the position, but the clock situation isn't on his side either. So, yeah, difficult time for Anish Giri fans. OK, he gives a check, so at least his knight is active. But the problem is White's king is...
And he can't take that pawn because of a knight check, and there would be a fork.
Yeah, so Black's rook cannot go and grab any white pawns right now. White's knight just too strong. So, OK, Black has created a threat. He's moved his king away from any potential knight checks, knight forks, but White's knight still marches forward, defending its own pawns. And Black's remaining pawn, that lone ranger, is about to drop. It's about to be a 3-pawn advantage for Duda.
Yeah.
One pawn is not great, 2 pawns is too much, 3 pawns is hopeless in nearly every endgame.
And if I were Duda, I would preserve that pawn in the middle, just because, why not?
White's knight protecting all of his remaining pawns. And I think no more tricks or traps in this one. Duda, this is perfect endgame technique.
Yeah.
Didn't take any risks. Every time protecting his pieces, over-protecting his pieces as well.
Okay, finally, 1 pawn drops, and the knight can give check, the rook can just step backwards, which is what I would probably play.
Yeah, so White's rook under fire from the black knight. So as long as he avoids that threat, he's going to win. And Giri, he actually just took out his headphones. He's getting ready to resign, unfortunately.
Wow. After such a fantastic match win yesterday for Anish Giri, this is definitely not what he was looking for today. But what a comeback by Jan-Christoph Duda, losing very dominantly by Magnus Carlsen yesterday, coming back with a win here.
Shows his character.
Yeah.
Yesterday must have been demoralising, but Duda's looked very calm today. And, the black knight still harassing the white rook. Duda leaning forward. The white rook can give a check. You can just step 1 square up the board. There we go. It cuts off the black king. Why give a check when you can just stop your opponent's king moving at all up to an active square? And, it does just slide across that king. Now white's knight might relocate itself. We're moments away now.
Anything goes, basically.
Yeah, anything goes. So as long as you don't blunder your rook as white or blunder your knight to a check, then it's game over. So actually, that's a really sensible move again from Duda, just bringing his king back. So there's never going to be any checks against that king. And I think the black knight will go back to the centre now, and we'll see a couple more moves. And then the white pawns. As soon as white pushes another white pawn, I think that will be the cue, the sign for Giri to give up.
And when this is finished, 15 minutes, the clock will start ticking down to tie-breaks between Magnus Carlsen and Shakhriyar Mamdiyarov, and also Timur Ajabov and Hikaru Nakamura. Those 2 matches will be decided in tie-breaks.
And the knight does step back, so white's rook under fire. That white rook, I think, should just give a check. It does, forcing the black king back. That black king now traps on its back rank on the 8th row. White can step forward with pawns. White can... Or maybe there's one small trick in the position. If white steps forward with his B pawn right now, black's knight is going to give a check back on the C7 square, so where the black king previously stood. So that is one trap that Giri has set. I don't think that will even save the game for him, but at least it might win him a pawn, or regain him a pawn, I should say.
Yeah, so...
3 pawns down. It might only be 2 after this next couple of moves. I think the white knight, however, can move right now. The white knight can go back to the centre of the board and just set up some potential knight checks, knight forks. There we go. The white knight did go back to the middle, and black's king sliding across. Okay. Giri's still fighting.
Yeah.
This is one lesson for everyone, including myself, for everyone at home. Never resign, just in case your opponent gets nervous, just in case they blunder. For example, white's king could step onto the wrong square, and knight might check it, and maybe the white rook will drop off. The white rook's slightly loose now, but...
Chances are Duda will just play knight, defend the pawn.
Yeah, white's knight can, again, continue hopping around and cover everything. Yeah, the one thing is you've got to be careful of some stalemates maybe as well. That's another way you can save the game, not just winning all the white pawns. You could, now, for example, the black king, just before this, it couldn't move. So if black could somehow sacrifice his rook and his knight, it wouldn't be check, it would be stalemate, and he would save the draw. But the problem is, if you try and sacrifice your rook and your knight, it will be quite obvious to the opponent what you're going for, and Duda will avoid the stalemate. And now the white king's zigzagged away from any checks. Yeah, it looks like Duda putting the finishing touches on. And, the black knight still making it difficult for the white pawns to advance.
I mean, the knight has been quite annoying. It's been such a great defensive piece. I'm kind of tempted just to decoy it, give away a pawn, the central pawn, bishop, and just to stop anything happening.
I do see one trick in the position, actually, if white pushes his A pawn forward. I don't think it even works if white's accurate, but black could take that, that pawn and try and sacrifice everything for that stalemate. So, Duda, what he's done is actually release the black king. So now no more worries about stalemates, accidental drawing mechanisms there. He's given the black king a lot of breathing space.
And he's threatening checkmate. No, he's not threatening checkmate, but he's threatening a deadly check.
And the black knight hops away.
Okay.
So stopping the white rook from coming behind the black king and checking it.
Now is the time to push forward with the central pawn. Oh, okay, he pushed forward with the A pawn.
Yeah.
It's good enough.
Spoiled for choice. That A pawn is 2 squares away from becoming a queen. There's no blockers for it either. There's no way to hold up that pawn. No more checks for black, no more tricks for black. Giri, he's about to throw in the towel.
Yeah. Oh, it must be hard, though. After fighting back, making a comeback in the match and just to push that resign button.
Yes, that is one of the most difficult things in chess, and I think...
So Giri's still thinking, but Duda, he's shown to Giri that he knows he's about to win.
That is so instructive by young Christoph Duda. He's such a polite guy, of course, but just, OK, you're done, mate. Come on.
Let's not waste any more time. That's what Duda's saying to Giri. But Giri, he's still doing the right thing. He's still playing on. There's no pressure to resign. Modern etiquette, you just play on forever if you want. And now he's trying to give up his knight. He's trying to play for one last trick, maybe. I don't see it. If white just captures the knight, as he has done, he's hoping for a stalemate, but that's not going to happen.
No.
OK, there we go. The rooks have come off the board. It's not stalemate because black's king does have one safe square to go to, and Giri puts up his hand. He apologises for playing on so long. And there we go, a result. Duda wins.
And they're talking to each other. Jan Christoph Duda is the winner of this game and the match against Anish Giri. After winning his match in tiebreaks yesterday to Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri loses today's match. They are still sitting in the Oslo arena talking over the game, like they would in over-the-board chess. Yeah, back to normal.
That's a nice touch from Giri as well, just showing that he's not down about the defeat. He still wants to learn from it.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I was talking to Giri before this tournament started, and I asked him this question, like, how do you get over these losses? And he said, sometimes it's just good to talk about it, just to get it out of your system, just exchange those ideas, find out where you could have improved, and then you let it go.
And I think definitely seeing the hand movements of Anish Giri here, it is chess moves that they are talking about.
Yeah. Maybe he's just discussing a variation that could have been, that he could have gone for. Maybe he's asking, what do you think of this? Is this where I went wrong? Just doing a bit of calculation work. They're basically playing blindfold chess in their minds right now, right? They're just working out some variations from the game.
We do see Magnus Carlsen getting back to the board. And we do see a big smile by Jan Christoph Duda. The information I have is that the tiebreaks will start 15 minutes after this game, the final rapid game of today, ended. So I do think the blitz for Magnus Carlsen will start in 14 minutes now. He did get back to the board, though. So let's just keep an eye on that. But Anish Giri, defeated, walking back to his lounge. Hopefully we will get a reaction from Anish. And yes, he's saying, I just want to go to my lounge first. This must be devastating, though, after flying so high yesterday from that win.
I know, and you know, just because they're playing so close to so close to us, you really feel it. You know, you feel the emotion for Duda. That yes, you know, he managed to recover from yesterday's defeat, and then Anish, you could just see his disappointment. You know, and you feel, oh, but okay, chess is chess, and tomorrow they have another round, and another 4-game match.
And Jan Christoph Duda, the victor of this match against Anish Giri. What a day for Jan Christoph Duda, and what a character he's showing after losing on a very tough day to Magnus Carlsen on day 1 in the Oslo arena, on day 2 as well, playing on the podium. And hopefully we will get his reaction as well. The 23-year-old from Poland who's having the year of his life, most recently winning the World Cup to qualify for the next candidates tournament, with a chance to win it and face Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match. Should we take a quick look, though, at this game, David, the final game where he won against Anish?
Yes, and I just want to show maybe the final stages because, yeah, it was just perfect technique from Duda, especially at this moment after black dropped the knight back, just to give a check and then bring the white king across. I think this was the killer blow. Just keeping the king away from any checks, away from any knight forks. When your opponent has knights, especially in speed chess, just keep out of any checks. That is the key. Keep out of the circuit of your opponent's knight. And actually, this created a deadly threat of a check. And this would have almost trapped the black king, but at least forced the black king away from the protection of its knight. And as we saw, once the pawn started marching forward, that was it. There was no longer any hope for Giri.
All right. And I think Rune is ready with one of the players. Is it Jan-Christoph Duda or Anish Giri that is with you right now, Rune?
I am here with Anish Giri. It was a tough day for you, and I saw you were a good sportsman. You spoke a little bit to Jan-Christoph Duda after the game. What did you talk about?
Yeah, we discussed a little bit the position. I thought I should have been fine at many points. And actually, I was better in the beginning. I didn't realize I was this much better. But anyway, the decisive moment was in the end game. I kind of made a blunder. I had this idea to counterattack his king. And I just chose the wrong order of moves, missing this rook cc5, and then there was a problem. I cannot, not in time, just to start my counterplay, which is a big pity, because if I had seen that, position was still very fine, and yeah, could have held on.
Yeah. Why did you miss that, do you think?
Because I'm stupid.
All right. How do you shake this loss off to go back tomorrow with confidence?
I told you already before, today I never have confidence, so that's not a problem. And that's a good thing also. I'm never confident anyway. I honestly don't really care like for tomorrow, whether I lost today or not. I'll play the same way. But it's just a pity that I lost, because I would have had more points if I didn't. But tomorrow, I mean, every day here is very, very hard. And today I have to say that, okay, he played very, very well in some of the games, and just the opponents are very strong. So you have to really, really be on the top of your game. Otherwise, you're not going to get any easy days.
Anish Giri with the ice-cold logic and absolutely no need for confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anish Giri, being a good sportsman, he always is. And unfortunately, though, a loss on day 2 here to Jan-Christoph Duda. Let's take a look at the results. And remember, everyone, the day is not over. We will head to tie breaks. But some players have finished the day. Levon Aronian is one of those players. He won 2 games against Vladislav Artemiev today. A win for Levon Aronian means 3 points. That's going to get him closer to Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, because Wesley, he lost the match in the Rapid after only 3 games. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave winning 2 games, taking all 3 points, 0 points for Wesley So in that one. And then Jan-Christoph Duda winning 2 games today. Anish Giri winning 1. That was not enough. Jan-Christoph Duda is the winner of that match, taking all 3 points. And then Hikaru Nakamura and Timo Rajabov 4 extremely fast draws, and they are ready for the tiebreaks with Blitz. And same situation for Magnus Carlsen and Shakhriyar Mamdjarov. 4 extremely exciting games, 2 wins for each of the players, and that means they are heading to tiebreaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon. And let's go back to Rune in the lounge now. He's ready with the winner of the match, Jan-Christoph Duda.
Here with Grandmaster Jan-Christoph Duda. When you were walking back and forth today, you were so concentrated. For good reason, you brought the heat today. It went right. How?
Yeah, actually, it was quite a tense match. It's a bit difficult to say because I won this first game with black, which normally should be like a very huge achievement, and maybe not match over, but I mean, almost match over. And yeah, the game was very tense, actually, with many mistakes from both sides, I guess, because just the nature of the position was so complicated. I thought I was winning at some point, but then blunder c3, some trick with knight b4, check idea after king c6. And I thought it was a draw, actually, there. I also didn't check the game with the engine, so I'm really saying stupid things right now. Yeah, but somehow he didn't push his h-pawn, which was kind of surprising to me. And the wrong endgame should be one with 2 connected pass pawns. The second game was kind of, it was terribly played by me. I chose perfect opening. I got plus minus. I felt it during the game, but had so many options to go, like so many opportunities to play in basically almost each move. Yeah, and then somehow, I didn't play this that well, but still got reasonable position, and then played some empty move rook e5, which is kind of, total blackout. Like I only calculated queen f6 and forgot that he can just play queen d7 or queen c8, and I'm like losing actually to tempi because f6 is a threat with double attack. So yeah, and after that I also blundered the pawn on d5, which was, I mean, I was frustrated, to be honest, and also kind of, also didn't have that much time, but yeah, I just blundered this pawn, and I think the rune game was completely, I mean, totally hopeless. There was no chance to save it. Okay, the third game was, again, I was pressing, but yeah, I played knight h5 too early, I think. I just forgot about bishop e5, maybe knight h7 or something like this was an improvement. I don't know, I had a feeling that he was basically trying to trade pieces and made a draw, because he was very peaceful. I mean, he played in a very peaceful way. Yeah, but somehow I was sort of pressing, but didn't use my moment, and then, okay, it was like nominally better for black, I guess, but still rather drawish, and didn't find anything. Okay, and the fourth game I managed to win. Actually, I played a tempo the line. I mean, I wanted to play something else. I played queen b3 instead of queen d1, which has, I mean, the variation from my side had absolutely no point. Like playing queen a4 and then queen b3, and it was kind of level, but actually I was kind of tense about my position, because there was some knight a5 jumps, knight c4. Yeah, but I was very surprised that he actually played e5 move, because, okay, he had played like this in the candidates, for example, I mean this structure with the pawns c6, d5 with black, but I didn't see like absolutely, I mean, no need to play like this, because he was like, I thought slightly worse after that, maybe okay, but I was the one pressing, so. And then, okay, it was like, he just made a mistake. I mean, he allowed me to trade queens, which was good for me, of course, but still it was okay for him, and he just blundered after d4 rooks c5, and it was basically game over, even though he didn't trust my technique and was playing till the very end.
Yeah, he didn't trust your technique, and you didn't check the game with the engine, but you did check the game with Anish, discussing it after the game in the arena and also just over here. So what did he have to say for himself?
Yeah, no, basically we fought alike in that game. I mean, obviously, it would be preferable to him not to trade queens. That was the way fought, and also he suggested the line shown by computer. I also had seen with bishop h3, which was apparently I don't know, maybe perpetual or some sort of, because we both were under impression that I'm running a wave making, but apparently it wasn't the case. So yeah, but I was in control, I think. Maybe I also understood that queen e5 right away might have been not that great. Maybe some knight c5 and so on. I expected that computer would love black's attack, to be honest, but during the game it was kind of, I mean, annoying, you know, this heavy stuff on the h file. And yeah, I decided to trade queens, and maybe not in the best moment. Maybe could have played some improving move first and only then trade queens.
Thank you very much, and back to Kaja and the team in the studio.
Wow, it's so fun to listen to Jan-Christoph Duda. Huge congratulations for him to winning the match today, and thank you, Rune, for taking us behind the scenes here. Now, Jan-Christoph Duda obviously very happy, and the players here in the Oslo Arena has been happy that they can listen to the music while playing their games. Now, all the way back to the start of the season, we had some videos with quick questions with the players, and this one is fun to watch now because we asked them what is their favorite motivational music.
Usually I like rock and pop. I mean, my favorite group is Marea, a Spanish group. It gets me more excited to go to the game.
The songs change at every tournament. This is sort of my ritual, so there's going to be one tournament, one song that I will obligatorily listen to just before going to the game.
Right now I'm listening to Bee Gees. I like in general pop songs, you know, like that. I mean, I know they're not the best songs, but they're very catchy. And I sometimes listen to rap too, like Eminem, although he doesn't have the best songs either in terms of lyrics.
This playlist is called Momentum. So the last song in that respect was Atom from Crystal Fighters.
I'm not really like the man of the music and stuff. I just put sometimes some things, but especially mostly the rap things and so on, they get you in shape, especially if the mood is like so-so and you need to fight.
Well, maybe Timur Radjabov is listening to some rap music now to get ready for his blitz tiebreaks with Hikaru Nakamura coming up in 1.5 minutes. We're going to follow the first blitz game between Magnus Carlsen and Shakhriyar Mamadjarov. And Magnus Carlsen, the momentum must be on his side after winning the final game.
Yes, for sure. And it does look like as well, because he can choose the colours, he's chosen white. And remember, every game that these guys have played against each other today, white has won. So the momentum's on his side, and he's hoping to continue that in the first blitz game. And
can you remind us, David, about the regulations and the blitz tiebreaks?
So the tiebreaks, they will take place over 2 games, 2 blitz games, 1 with each colour. And if those blitz games are drawn, we will head to Armageddon Chess. The blitz games, they do comprise of 5 minutes per player. They do gain 3 seconds after every move. But as mentioned, if things go to that Armageddon, no added time. It's simply white with 5 minutes, black with 4 minutes. But white has to win. A draw will count as a win for black.
And David mentioning it, Magnus choosing the white pieces. This is not what we usually see. We usually see them choosing the black pieces. They want to end with the white pieces. So is this Magnus just feeling so confident after that win as we see him walking towards the arena to play the blitz tiebreaks?
It's to do with the person who's been winning with the white pieces. And if you notice in the earlier match, every single player who played white won. So Magnus wants to have that momentum behind him. He's got good memories, and he wants to see whether he can take on Shakhriyar with the white pieces and defeat him like he's done in the past.
Getting ready, Magnus Carlsen in the Oslo Arena. The game, the first blitz game, he's going to have the white pieces. It's going to start in a few seconds. Magnus Carlsen, as always, he is a favorite, and especially in blitz, shorter time controls, he gets even better. That was what David said earlier today. So he's probably going to feel confident now, and the jacket is off. Magnus Carlsen is ready to fight for the 2 points. 2 points for the winner in tiebreaks, 1 point for the loser. Wesley So has already lost his match today, so that means Magnus Carlsen can increase his lead if he wins these tiebreaks. And what do you expect from the opening? Something different from what he's done today so far?
I think Magnus will keep the same strategy. It's up to Shakhriyar Mamadjarov. He has to hope he's 3rd time lucky in terms of saving a game with black. He needs to maybe play more solid. It's not necessarily his style, but here we go. It's the Queen's Gambit again, a replica, complete replica of the game we saw just earlier, just in the last round of the rapid games. And here, Magnus, in the last game, just pushed a pawn forward, just brought his knight out, just started slowly developing his pieces, and he got a decent advantage from the opening. Mamadjarov must be the one with a new plan, with a new idea.
And is there on the board that pawn move? Very rare, David.
But it's going to transpose, I think, into pretty much what we had previously. Jovanka, if white doesn't take that pawn...
Maybe.
If white does take that pawn, then we'll see something new. But if not, then I think we'll just head straight back.
Heading straight back. So I don't think he can take that. I don't think he will take that pawn. But I agree with you. Yes.
I mean, why else would Magnus spend 45 seconds in a blitz game? Maybe he's not adjusted to the speed, the rhythm, the tempo yet. He needs to make a move soon, and he needs to do it. OK, he does take the pawn. So the acid test of black's rare move you mentioned there, Jovanka, is to get greedy and snatch a pawn. So temporarily, white is actually a pawn up. But look at this, Magnus Carlsen, rather than giving the pawn back and allowing black to equalise the position and the material, he's defended his pawns, but at the cost of moving this bishop twice. For the 2nd time this bishop's moved. That's clumsy. It gets in the way of his own pawns as well.
And unsurprisingly, this has never been seen before. So, OK, the players are in totally new territory, and Magnus now developing his knight.
Do you feel that Mamadjarov, maybe because it's blitz, he just wanted to get moves down quickly, but he messed up his move order? That's the impression I get. I think he wanted to play this pawn push on the next turn, but he played it first because he was rushing a bit.
Could be.
Yeah, I mean, you would know what's happening in this position. You would play instantly if it was part of your plan to sacrifice a pawn. I just feel maybe he confused himself slightly, and Magnus just sensing that and trying to take advantage by using this bit of greed, by maintaining his extra pawn advantage. It's not easy. How does black regain that white pawn on the c5 square, defended by a bishop, and sufficiently defended for now? There's no way to really add extra pressure onto it.
No, you can't do that, anything, because if you try to get a bit feisty and try to recapture the pawn directly by coming out to the edge of the board with the queen, Well, that doesn't really work because white can step forward with his A-pawn, 1 square, and the pawn is still untouchable.
Yeah, so white will try and link up his pawns on that left side a bit later on in the game. White needs to hurry up and develop his pieces. That's the only downside for Magnus Carlsen, that he's had to waste a bit of time with his bishop in order to protect his extra pawn. But look at this, look at the clock situation. Already 1.5 minute think for Mamedyarov. His head is in his hands. He's already maybe just slipped in this opening stage. It's only move 8, but white's a clear pawn up. And Mamedyarov now down on the clock as well by a whole minute. Yep. Not looking good for the Azeri player.
No, I think he just has to accept that he blundered a pawn and develop his pieces and try to make use of the fact that white's pieces are a little bit clunky. OK, so he develops his light square bishop, but it cost him a lot of time.
Yep, a lot of time on the clock.
That's a luxury that you can't really afford in Blitz.
Now Magnus just pushes a pawn. He needs to develop his light squared bishop. That white light squared bishop is in the way of the white king. It wants to castle away to safety. So very sensible blitz chess move. When in doubt, just develop a piece. And that innocent-looking pawn move is definitely part of the bigger strategy. And Magnus now, he's going to hope that Mamedyarov continues burning time on the clock in order to try and win this pawn back. That seems to be Mamedyarov's plan. Bring the rook across. And now trying to go for this white dart squared bishop, trying to kick it away so that that white pawn on c5 will drop. What do you think, Jovanka? Will that bishop move? It has to move, right?
Yeah, it has to move.
In which direction? White's bishop does not want to let itself be captured by a white knight, by the black knight. It will just shatter white's pawn structure.
I think it can spend some time attacking the queen, the black queen.
So and then move away no matter what.
Exactly. And just use that extra time to solidify the situation in the centre. So, for instance, move a knight to the middle of the board. OK, so...
Follows your advice. Your prediction game today, Jovanka, is just
At times. Flawless. No, OK.
OK, so the white bishop attacking the black queen. It looks like this bishop has lost a bit of time because it's getting kicked away now. But this last move by black is weakening. It's very loose now, black's position. And Magnus, he is the first to castle his king to safety. In blitz chess, you have to play with a safe king. You cannot afford to be on the defensive side. It takes a lot more time on the clock to defend than it does to attack. And that's why both sides now have castled. And the evaluation bar slightly over to black side now. Magnus, he's foregone his extra pawn. That has disappeared. And now it's just about manoeuvring, just improving pieces. Both sides have reason to be happy here, I feel. It might well come down to clock situation. Who will keep the better nerves?
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, the bar might be in black's favour, but I do think that white has the easier position to play because the aim of the game is just simply just to control the weak centre pawn that black has, swap off some pieces. But I'm not sure about this move. You go backwards, where I guess the knight is headed to the middle of the board, but...
Yeah, I guess white also wants to open up his light squared bishop to attack black's central pawn. But you're right, it does look a bit clumsy, this last move by Magnus. It's kind of a luxury move where if all of the rest of your pieces are already perfectly placed, then you remaneuver. But, OK, we'll see. Will Mamedyarov take this retreat as a sign that he wants to attack? And will black start pushing forward now that he's sensed a bit of uncertainty from Magnus? I think it's a decent move, but Mamedyarov, it is his style, it feels like, this type of position where it is slightly imbalanced now. Black's knight, especially on that right side, looking very active. Black's dart square bishop pointing at the white king. Can Mamedyarov get an attack going? The clock situation, though, is not in his favour. He's still thinking too long. He's still not in the blitz mindset, but he's attacking.
He is attacking. And you do have to remember, OK, yes, he's burnt time on the clock, but he does get those 3-second increment per move. And the bishop has now retreated. I wonder whether he could put pressure on the f2 pawn.
Yeah,
OK.
He will try.
Yeah.
So both sides just retreating there and then now manoeuvring knights. So black has actually this very healthy square in the centre of the board, this nice square that both of the black knights can occupy, both of the black knights defending each other right now. And Magnus, how is he going to fight against that central influence that Mamedyarov has? It looks like Mamedyarov has solved all of his opening problems, still very active. I expect to see black's knight recapture that knight. Black can also take that knight back with a pawn if he wants to be super ambitious and control all of the central squares. So, OK, Magnus taking that last decision very, very quickly, but quite a committal decision. And Mamedyarov, maybe Magnus's idea is to get Mamedyarov thinking, giving him 2 or 3 choices on every turn.
Yeah. But it does make sense to capture with the pawn.
does, yeah. Opening up the black rook as well. If black takes that knight back with a pawn, the black rook on the f line is going to be pointing towards the white king.
And the secret when you have two central pawns, okay, he's done that, is not to push them forward. It's just to park them in the centre and just defend them with everything you have because you have extra space. And it will be white, the one that will be struggling for squares.
The one thing that Mamedyarov won't be comfortable with, however, is look at the black king. The pawn in front of it on the G line, he would far rather retreat that pawn and pretend it hadn't pushed. Now the black king forever in this blitz game is going to be slightly loose, slightly airy.
Well, you can't win everything.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking blitz mentality.
Oh,
okay,
Magnus shaking
Magnus shaking his head. Okay, maybe he just missed this last move because now he brought his queen to this square. He thought he was attacking.
Whoa.
But now he's forced to retreat. He's losing time with his queen. The white queen's going to have to go back where she came from. Magnus has basically given away 2 moves for free with this queen maneuver. It's not the end of the world. He's still okay. There's no... OK, he doesn't go back where he came from. He's trying a different angle, a different strategy, but that queen can get harassed even further.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, also it's just inviting the black knight and the rooks to kind of spring forward. And the knight's there, attacking the bishop. So the bishop now has to...
Drop back.
If they want to stay alive.
Yeah, suddenly real danger for Magnus Carlsen. It was that one mistake we saw him react. He brought his queen out, but that only helped black to gain time. Black's knight now jumping into the heart of white's position, and Magnus still shaking his head there. He's feeling uncomfortable. He's got to deal with this threat against his dark squared bishop, that black knight threatening a pawn as well. How do you stop them both from falling? You have to protect one of them. Okay, he does drop back with his bishop, but look at this. The white rook next to the white king now, completely locked in.
Oh, look how frustrated he is.
Yeah, and Mamedyarov not making Magnus's life easy because he pushes one pawn in the centre. And now the threat is actually to push that pawn 1 square even further. And suddenly there will be chaos on the dark squares.
Okay, wow, Jovanka, that's ambitious. I thought the idea was just to completely block in white's bishop. And Magnus reacting. He's brought the white queen back. He's lost so much time with his pieces. I think he spent about 6 moves, by the way, with his dark squared bishop. And look at that white dark squared bishop. It's on its worst possible square. Yeah, the world champion. Just that one slip, and suddenly all of his pieces are being kicked backwards. That's the margin at this really high level. All these world-class players, just one tiny mistake, and the opponent will pounce and punish you. And now black offering a trade of queens. Slightly surprising?
No.
No.
No, because, I mean, like you say, the bishops are locked in. There's no way out.
But white is cramped. White's piece is struggling for space. Why allow any trades?
To minimise the risk, because this is just a kind of a factor because of the clock. You know, Mamedyarov is just under 1 minute.
He wants
not
a
much
position
time.
he can control.
Exactly. He doesn't want to suddenly be vulnerable to an attack.
Bar has completely gone down to the middle again, though.
I hate that queen exchange for black. I think black's whole idea was to attack while white's pieces are terribly placed. And also the white queen, she was on a bad square anyway. She was just moving around, not doing much. And then to trade her off, to trade off a bad piece, gives the opponent hope. And look at this. Black won a pawn, but Magnus said, no, I don't care. I'm going to sacrifice now. And he's shaking his head, but he's alive. It could have been a lot worse. He's giving up his rook for a bishop. So black's bishop, light square bishop, can take that rook in the centre. But then the white knight will leap into the middle. And suddenly the white knight is actually really active.
But also digging the music here, Magnus. Is he poker facing Shakhriyar Mamedyarov here? Trying to tell him that, yeah, no, I hate my position. Constantly shaking his head, but actually feeling kind of confident now.
And
oh, wow.
No.
Mamedyarov.
But we see a blunder from Mamedyarov.
He's blundered and Magnus has got out of jail. Mamedyarov forgot that the white rook could save itself and come across with a check, and black's rook next is going to drop. Mamedyarov resigns. Magnus wins. Huge turnaround.
Oh, my. Chess god. That is such a huge turn of events. Magnus Carlsen, it was looking horrible for him. He ends up winning the first blitz game. How is he feeling now? Lucky? Excited?
Relieved?
Yeah.
Confused? Yeah. Wow, I mean, I don't think he's even got time to kind of process all of those twists and turns because they have got another blitz game coming up. And also that game, the evaluation changed several times. Wow, what a start to the playoffs.
What a start to the playoffs. David, you have to show us what happened in this moment. A huge blunder by Mamedyarov.
Yes, and Magnus actually did set this trap. In this position, it's hopeless for Magnus unless he sacrifices. But he went for it. He gave up his rook in the centre by taking a pawn. And now Mamedyarov just had to get rid of this rook. This rook is too strong. You have to take it and allow white to install this strong knight in the centre. Now black's bishop, for example, could drop back and the game goes on. White will take a pawn and all three results are possible here. But Mamedyarov, he completely blundered here. He just forgot that this rook is threatening a pawn with check. He thought that he could sacrifice his own rook to remove the white knight, to remove the defender of white's rook, hoping that the white bishop would recapture and black would end up with extra material. But instead, after this cold shower, this cold surprise, after rook takes knight, suddenly rook takes pawn is a check. And that's the key. Once the black king moves, the black rook would simply fall. White would have an extra rook here for just a knight, and that's why Mamedyarov resigned. Massive turnaround, all in the space of one move.
And let's see the reaction when this happened. Huge win for Magnus Carlsen. What is that about?
He knows that it wasn't the finest game by either player. It's just both players super nervous, making small mistakes here and there.
And the frustration for Mamedyarov. It was looking so good for him.
Yeah, on the brink of victory, and suddenly to end it like that.
Yeah.
It's hard to overcome when things turn.
All right. Well, Mamedyarov, he's going to have the white pieces in the second Blitz game. He has to win it to take it to Armageddon. The chance is still there for him. It's going to start in a few minutes. Before that, let's head out to the lounge where Rune, I think he's with the CEO of Chess24, basically the stadium for these Champions Chess Tour tournaments.
I am here with Gerald Tan, CEO of Chess24 and the man powering the actual chess going on at the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Gerald, how does it work?
So we're really proud to be here, and can I say that I'm just excited about being in the studio. So much energy and excitement. So how it works is Chess24 is the technology behind what the grandmasters play and use in this competition. And we're really excited because we've been improving this technology over months and months this year.
Thank you, and it looks really, really cool. Is this new cool technology something that us mere mortals will have access to at some point?
For sure. So we've been working really hard now, trying to democratize this so that all of us, not just the grandmasters, are able to play on this new play zone. And so around the World Chess Championship in November, what we're going to do is we're going to actually launch this to all our users, and we want to give them not just a new web experience, but also 2 new apps, iOS and Android, and the idea there is to show them new features, the new play zone, and most importantly, a fresh new design.
That is so cool. I can't wait to get started. You are here at the cutting edge of the chess revolution, turning chess into an esport. What do you think about this revolution going on?
So I think it's great. As much as we love watching the grandmasters, and I enjoy watching them, I also want to take part. I'm not as good, but the idea is that we can all take part in different arenas, different levels of tournaments, so that we can all win some sort of prize, right? And it's not just about the collaboration and the competition, it's also being part of this exciting new revolution.
Fantastic. And as a chess fan, how does it feel to be in the building where we have Duda, we have Giri, we have Magnus Carlsen, they're just over there, they're playing. How does that make you feel?
It's awesome. And as much as I see them on screen and on paper all the time, seeing them in person, nothing beats it. And I'm just like a fanboy, right, being here.
Well, me too. Is there anything last words you would like to say?
For sure. So obviously, we've been working really hard. And it's really for our Chess24 users, especially our premium users who's been really supporting us all this time. So really a big thank you to them. Come to chess24.com and keep trying. And for everyone who's not a fan, who's not registered, come, take a look at what we have to offer and be a fan too. So thanks for having me.
Thank you. See you.
All right, we do love the new Chess24 Premium Play Zone, and these players are playing in that new play zone. And Magnus Carlsen is running back to the Oslo Arena to play Game 2 in the Blitz. He is in the lead. He won the first game. Mamedyarov will now have the white pieces. Magnus only needs a draw or a win, and he will be the winner of the tiebreak match. If he loses, it will head to tiebreaks. And do you think he's happy now that he did choose to start with the white pieces?
He's going to be happy, but he does have to break this streak now if he wants to win today's match. He has to break the streak of white wins. It's 5 in a row between these two that white has won. And he knows that surviving the opening now with black is going to be the biggest hurdle. It's not going to be easy for him. Mamedyarow's going to throw everything at Magnus.
Definitely. Magnus Carlsen and Mamedyarov, they are ready for game 2. Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Rajabov, they also finished their first blitz game. That was a win for Hikaru Nakamura. He will have the white pieces in the second game and only needs a draw or a win to be the winner of the match in tiebreaks against Timur Rajabov. But we will follow now game 2 with Magnus Carlsen and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Let's see what Mamedyarov brings to the table in a must-win situation with the white pieces. What do you think? What will we see?
Mamedyarov, in the first game today, he destroyed Magnus with a really nice opening. In the third game today, he got a decent position and slowly outmaneuvered Magnus. I think we'll see somewhere in between. A bit of aggression, but also a bit of control from Mamedyarov.
But I do predict that it will be the queen's pawn moving forward, or the knight.
Yep.
King's knight.
That is what Mamedyarov tends to do. And he's had a lot of success. Every time he's pushed his queen's pawn open forward first against Magnus, he's won. So. Also over the board last week, he did that too and got a great position with white. Mamedyarov, he's going to go for that queen's pawn. Magnus needs to choose a better opening, a different opening.
Something a little bit more solid, I think.
Yeah, so Magnus, as we wait, as they tease us, as the anticipation builds, he's just mulling over his opening choices.
Yeah, yeah. And he knows 2 points is at stake. If he loses this, he will get 1 point in this match. If he wins, he will get 2 points. And Wesley So did lose his match today.
Okay.
And here we go.
Okay.
Didn't expect any of this.
Mamedyarov, wow, look at this last move. He's pushed his A-pawn on the second turn. You nearly never see this at Grandmaster level, especially at this elite level in such a big competition. He's preparing to go for a branch of what we call the wing gambit to try and sacrifice a pawn. But no, look at this. He's now attacking on the other side of the board. Forget about developing pieces.
What is this?
These players, they're breaking all the rules. He wants to go straight on the attack, Mamedyarov. Look at this. He's pushed Harry the H-pawn forward. He's trying to open up lines for his rook. And he's forced Magnus to think. Magnus for sure will be surprised by this. And, OK, Magnus finally develops a piece. It's move 4, and now 1 piece has been developed, but Mamedyarov doesn't care. All the pawns marching forward. And now Black's knight blocking the advance of that corner pawn.
All right. I guess this is a game we should say, do not do this at home, kids.
No. Definitely. Play through the game, have fun watching the creativity of the Grandmasters, but don't try and copy.
I did not expect this at all. OK, well, Mamedyarov's last move with the bishop attacked the knight, so I'm guessing the knight has to move.
No, Jovanka, that knight won't move. I think Magnus is going to channel the ideas from what we call the North Sea defence or the Norwegian rat.
Oh, what?
There's an opening called the Norwegian rat that's very similar to this, but this is an even better version for black because white hasn't occupied the centre with pawns. White wasted time on that left flank with an A-pawn. So Magnus, I think he's just going to leave his knight where it is, offer it up as bait. OK, he does move it. I was wrong, but he could have just countered in the centre and I think he would have had a great position. Magnus instead going for the bishop.
He only needs to draw in this game, Magnus Carlsen. And why Norwegian rat? What is up with that name?
I wish I knew the reason. Tweet us. Tell us why it's called the Norwegian rat.
Please do.
But it's
horrible name.
Yeah, Magnus has played it in the past, though, not greatly with success, though. He once lost to the English #1, Michael Adams, in that opening. So, OK, maybe with that in mind, he's just gone for a solid approach. He's traded off a knight for a bishop. He's trading a set of pawns. And Mamedyarov, he's continuing his strategy. He's burning all his bridges and going on the attack with his pawns. What a risky strategy.
It is a risky strategy, but the great thing is that he's playing very quickly.
Yep.
So, I mean, he's putting the pressure on Magnus from the word go. But, OK, fundamentally, I mean...
Look at those white pieces on the left flank. Look at the white king in the middle.
Totally. And what did black do to deserve punishment like this?
Black's done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong, exactly. So... I mean, I really enjoy it when my opponents play aggressively from move 1 because you do know that you have a solid foundation to fall back upon. So, yeah, I mean, even now, I mean, I'm wondering how is white going to maintain the centre?
Yeah, I mean, this move was forced pretty much. That was the only move for White to keep the fight going, or at least keep his strategy going. And it cost Mamedyarov quite a bit of time. So now Magnus, OK, he's got rid of that really annoying pawn, that H pawn, which was going to act as that battering ram, which was maybe going to harass the black dark-squared bishop. So that has, meanwhile, weakened his own position. And, OK, Mamedyarov continuing the strategy with pawns, offering a pawn sacrifice. This white pawn is just trying to destroy the shelter in front of the black king. And if that white pawn is taken, White's queen is going to jump out and capture the pawn on the side of the board. White is aiming to go all out on the attack right now. Magnus knows he's facing a really bold approach from Mamedyarov.
And the big question is, can Black take that pawn?
Probably yes, but you need nerves, you need courage, and you need to have calculated a little bit as well. That's why Magnus
do you ignore it?
spent a bit of time.
OK, so Magnus decided to give a check with the queen. OK, this looks great.
Yep, looks very sensible. That black queen is actually, if this check is blocked, if the black queen is attacked, it's going to bring itself to the centre of the board.
Right. So, I mean, the natural reaction would be to develop the knight. And now, OK, Magnus has captured the bishop.
Yep,
the pawn, sorry.
The pawn. So now, if there is a trade on this square, if White's knight takes the bishop, the whole point of Black bringing his queen out is to stop White's queen jumping out then without avoiding a trade. So White's rook now attacking the black queen. Black queen slides back. If we do a quick count, White is 1 pawn down. And look at the black king, it's pretty safe for now.
Yes, and there's a lot of pressure on the knight in the centre of the board. And so this is why Mamedyarov just offered a pawn up for grabs. So Magnus can now, with his queen, take the pawn on b2. Would you do it?
No, greed is sometimes good, but I think that's a step too far. Black's queen has already wasted a lot of time, and I think Black needs to catch up with development. So the black queen maybe could have taken a pawn, but Magnus chooses to develop a knight. Very sensible. And as you mentioned, Jovanka, a lot of pressure on White's central knight right now. Everything's pointing towards that piece. And look at this. So creative from Mamedyarov. How often do you see a white rook land on that square and it's only moved 15? And White's king hasn't castled. Neither side has castled. All the pawns have disappeared from the centre.
OK, but finally we have some kind of material parity because the knight has traded itself for a bishop. And, well, both sides have double pawns.
Yep. Loads of weak pawns now, loads of ugly pawns. Mamedyarov seeming to embrace these ugly pawn structures. But now White's queen has jumped out, delivering a check, forcing the black king to forego its castling rights. Black's king in the middle now is the target, and White is going for it.
Yep, and Magnus clearly has been listening to you, David, because the knight has retreated, and the whole concept is that knight is protecting the king. Knight's the king's best friend. And also there is a threat in the position queen takes pawn. And bold move as anything, because he just castled with his king to the long side. He don't care about material.
He doesn't care about anything right now,
Or rules or anything.
No. OK.
He's only got one thing on his mind, Mamedyarov, a one-track mind. He's focused on the black king. With castling his king now with White, he's also gained time to bring his rook to the centre, to the same line as the black king. Look at all of White's pieces, actually. They're super active, but they need to somehow break through Black's pawn structure. The shelter in front of Black's king is intact right now. And Magnus just bringing his rook across. This one, it feels like if White doesn't strike now, Black is simply going to mobilise all the pieces with the nice pawn structure, going to grind down and win an endgame. But Mamedyarov, he's great at attacking. Wow, another crazy move. We can't predict any of these. White's rook now attacking the black queen, and this rook cannot be captured by a pawn because there's a pin on the D line. So now Black's queen, it has to run away. Simply nothing else to do.
Where to run away? I mean, I'm thinking it should maybe run to the eye line of the bishop, because if it steps back to the square all the way to close to this rook, I mean, that just looks... Ugh.
OK, Magnus has given up his queen.
No, this is too much.
You think so? Has Magnus blundered? He's just allowed a check, and now the...
What?
We've seen a blunder from the world champion. The black queen is just going to be taken by White's bishop on the next turn. It's going to be a queen for only a rook, and it's going to be game over. Mamedyarov frowning there. I think Magnus missed this last pawn move. He thought the queen would be captured immediately and Black would have had chances. But now, look at the black king, too open. And Magnus disgusted with himself.
Yeah.
Now White's simply going to bring the white queen across, and it's going to be checkmate within the next few moves.
Yeah, and the trend has continued.
Wow.
It will be only White winning.
6 games in a row, White wins. And it's all going to come down to the Armageddon. I know what colour Magnus is going to pick in the Armageddon for sure.
Must be the white ones.
Yeah, it's going to be the white pieces. And
is there no chance here, basically?
No.
No chance. Black lacks the queen. Black's king is too open. Sometimes you can create some type of fortress with a rook and a minor piece against a queen, but here the black king is too open. And look at white's pawn as well in the centre. 2 squares away from becoming a second queen. It's just too much.
But it looked like he even spent some time before he made that move. What happened?
Yeah, I think he just didn't... We talk about it sometimes, you've got to look for checks and captures first, but he forgot to look for checks. He looked at the capture of his queen. If you give up a queen, you assume your opponent will take it immediately. But he just looked at the right idea, just in the wrong order. And it's an understandable mistake. It was a difficult position anyway. But, yeah, he will be annoyed at himself. Now the black king is getting chased to the corner where it will eventually be trapped.
What a thrilling match this is. All games ending up with a winner, and it's going to go all the way to Armageddon if Shakhriyar Mamedyarov does not blunder something enormous right now. Oh, and look at Magnus. This is huge frustration.
Yes, and also, what an unconventional opening from Mamedyarov.
With success.
I mean, that just shows why everybody seems to love Mamedyarov, his rivals, his fans. Everyone loves Mamedyarov. He's just so creative. And, OK, he gives a check. He's actually sacrificing his rook there, but he's going to win the black rook in return. So just simplifying, like a good maths equation, Mamedyarov just making his task easier.
Yep, and now this is just a clear win because all white needs to do is just advance the passed pawn that is there on the right. And there's just nothing that black can do. So Magnus is just moving, making some moves because he wants to resign, basically.
Yep, it's pure inertia right now that's keeping Magnus playing, keeping him at the board. He wants to at least make Mamedyarov sweat slightly, maybe tire out Mamedyarov before the Armageddon, but the result is inevitable. White's queen is simply going to guide this pawn, the G-pawn, forward. And eventually that white pawn on the right is going to cost black his knight or his rook, maybe even both. So Magnus, OK, trying to set up some counterplay. He's trying to get that black knight involved, but look at the white king. Safe as anything, safe as houses. And no more tricks, I think, here. The white pawn simply got a clear run through to its destination.
Yes.
Well, he keeps fighting, Magnus. Why? Is it clock situation, the fact that it's blitz game?
I think it's psychology. I think he's just trying to tire Mamedyarov out, or at least make him sweat. But no, it's game over now. Finally, Magnus resigns.
Wow. The 6th game these two have played today, and again, white wins. That has happened in all their games, and we will head to Armageddon in 5 minutes, you guys. For Magnus Carlsen, looking over this, what's going through his head? Big frustration?
Yeah.
You only needed a draw.
Yeah, and, you know, and also there's the kind of pride involved that Magnus played against a very unusual opening. You kind of tend to feel that when your opponent plays like that out of the opening, I mean, you shouldn't be losing that game. You should at least be dealing with that a little bit better. But, OK, he has no time to regret his mistakes. He just has to move forward because there's an Armageddon high-pressure match happening next. And, well, there will be no increments, so things are going to get mad.
Yeah, running back through his lounge, Magnus Carlsen will have the advantage of choosing colours. We do expect him to choose white because all white games, the winner has been the player with the white pieces in this matchup. David, this game, what an opening. We had a blunder. Take us through the action.
Yeah, I would love to talk for hours about this game because there was so much content within it, but it did come down to this one moment, the one big blunder from Magnus Carlsen. Mamedyarov has just played a really creative move. He's brought his rook to this square, attacking the black queen. And remember, because this pawn, is pinned, it cannot capture this rook. The black king would then be under fire. And here, Magnus Carlsen would have had an OK position. He just needed to move the queen, maybe to this square, as Jovanka mentioned, also creating his own type of pin. But instead, he thought he would be clever. He thought he could sacrifice his queen, hoping and expecting that Mamedyarov would take it immediately. And now, after the black rook takes this pawn, we see a fork, a double attack. The white queen under fire, the white bishop under fire. And here, black will guarantee that he wins the white bishop, and the game goes on. Black here would have been in decent shape, but instead, Magnus, he had missed a killer blow. He had missed that white doesn't need to take this queen back yet. First, he flicks in, pawn takes pawn, check. And now the big difference, for example, if the knight takes, is that after bishop takes queen, there's no rook move to double attack against the queen and bishop. And if the knight takes the bishop, the queen could again recapture. And due to this pin, white would have an extra queen for just a rook. this mistake led to Magnus's defeat.
Wow. And now we have to go to Armageddon. It's going to start in 3 minutes. And Magnus Carlsen, he has chosen the white pieces. Of course, no wonder. We know, and maybe we should remind everyone, what are the rules in the Armageddon, David?
Yeah, so white is going to have 5 minutes for the whole game. No added time. Black, meanwhile, has only 4 minutes, so a minute less. But if it's a draw, it counts as a black win. That means that Magnus now, having chosen the white pieces, needs to win. No other option.
But I have to say, though, in the first Blitz game, Black was about to win, or it was looking good for Black. White eventually did win. The White eventually did win the second Blitz game as well. And I mean, Magnus had to choose the white pieces here. Yeah. But what will be Mamadjarov's chance here to win the match now?
Well, Mamadjarov just has to play in a very solid style. You know, he needs to...
You're not expecting a sort of opening like that?
No, absolutely not. I'm expecting Mamadjarov to play very simple chess and try to exchange as many pieces as possible. And this is so super important. He needs to play quickly because he has a 1 minute time deficit. For Magnus will probably take the long-term approach, which is just maintain all the pieces on the board and just keep dragging out the game. Yeah. Because after all, if you win on time, that is still counted as a victory, and it's a fully deserved one at that.
We even saw it yesterday, right? Levon Aronian with the white pieces in Armageddon. He simply ran out of time. Yeah. So time management, especially for the player with the white pieces, how important is that?
It's essential. We saw Levon Aronian a completely winning position, just a few moves away from wrapping up the victory, and the clock decided it. Magnus as well. This is the first test we're going to see in the studio of the mouse he's got in the Oslo arena. It's all about the mouse skills, and my worry for Mamadjarov, meanwhile, I've played him a lot online, in blitz chess especially. He is slightly slow, especially compared to Magnus. Magnus is lightning fast. So for Mamadjarov, Jovanka mentions the kind of solid strategy. I think if he adopts that, he might lose on time. So I think maybe he needs to go on the attack and just hope that he can win on the board before the time runs out.
And we do have the cameras tuned in. It can go quite close on Magnus's hand. We're going to keep an eye on how fast he plays his move in the Armageddon. If he wins it, he will be the winner of the match, gaining 2 points. If it's a draw, or if he loses, Mamadjarov will be the winner of the match. We are waiting for Magnus to come around this corner to head into the Oslo arena to get ready for the Armageddon. And in the other one, Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Radjabov, they are still playing Blitz game number 2. Hikaru won the first one. The bar is saying this looks like a draw, so Hikaru Nakamura could be about to win the match against Timur Radjabov. But here comes Magnus Carlsen, ready for Armageddon. He must be a big favorite, especially with the white pieces, but it's all about that momentum, though.
Yep, it's all about momentum. I think especially between these two, it's avoiding blunders. It's just keeping things simple, not trying to be too flashy, because when the players have been trying to be a bit sneaky, a bit clever, it's rebounded. So Magnus just needs to go back to basics and trust his instincts as well. That's the key in Armageddon chess.
All right, the jacket is going back on for Magnus Carlsen. He will make the first move in this game, having the white pieces. He has to win the game.
And yeah, there we go. He's already just hand on the mouse, ready to go, ready to get started. Oh, the nerves already. I can feel them here.
I can feel them here. I'm feeling this hype, all the tension that the players must be feeling. And I'm only an observer, you know. I have no stake in this match, but goodness me, I mean, both players getting ready. It will be all about speed. I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
And Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Radjabov, they have played a draw in the second Blitz game. Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of that match, gaining 2 points, 1 point for Radjabov in that match. And that is the same amount of points that is at stake for Magnus Carlsen and Mamadjarov. 2 points for the winner, 1 point for the loser in the tie breaks. And here he comes, Shakhriyar. No, that is not Shakhriyar Mamadjarov. He got a little bit older since the last time we saw him.
Are we being trolled here? Has Mamadjarov tagged in a friend to play on his behalf?
This must be the arbiter, right? I suppose it's the arbiter sitting with Mamadjarov, making sure everything is ready when Mamadjarov comes to the board.
I wonder whether Magnus has got the webcam up now, whether he's surprised at all by his new opponent.
Okay, well, the big question then is, where is Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and why is the arbiter sitting in his place?
Maybe he's testing the mouse, I don't know.
The arbiter's got a smile on his face as well. Do you think he's going to try and play a few moves?
He looks like he's a player. He looks like he's in game mode.
Maybe he'll start with the opening, and then when it gets really messy, then he'll sub Mamedyarov back in for the complicated stage. Wow. Talk about mind games.
Yeah, that was such a big shock. All right, well, Magnus Carlsen is definitely ready. He is waiting for the correct opponent. This is the arbiter, making sure everything goes according to plan, where Mamedyarov is sitting. Looks like he's talking, so Mamedyarov should be right next to him.
Maybe he's suggesting that he stays in the seat.
Yeah. I wish I could hear what they were saying right now. The game should have started. Magnus is ready. He is waiting, but going through his head right now.
It's pure focus, I think. Look at Magnus. He's barely flinched. He's barely changed position or moved at all in the last couple of minutes. I think, yes, he's deciding what opening to play, but after that, it's pure instinct, and it's all about the focus, getting in the zone, and making sure you have that rhythm as well. Yeah. You can't afford more thinks of more than 20 seconds, 30 seconds maximum in an Armageddon game. You just have to maintain the pace, no matter how messy the position is.
Definitely in the zone, Magnus Carlsen. Probably the moves in the opening going through his head right now. He wants to win this matchup. It's been such an interesting and entertaining matchup. You said it before the start, Jovanka. Magnus Carlsen, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, this will be fireworks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even I didn't think it would be this epic, with 3 wins apiece and then going to the Armageddon. No, I didn't expect it at all. But, what can I say? They both played fantastically well. And
there's been some blunders as well. They keep pushing each other to the edge, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. They're really forcing each other to be creative, to be resourceful, to be tenacious. There's so much creativity in the games that, sometimes the players do go over the edge, and we can't blame them for that with the rapid format. It's so intense, and that's the type of chess that especially Mamedyarov plays. One mistake is all it takes in either direction. And yes, Mamedyarov's made mistakes, Magnus has made mistakes, but that is part of the reason we love chess, because there are so many possibilities, and even the mistakes they made, they weren't obvious. They did lead to some really stunning continuations.
Yeah, and I have to say I've been incredibly impressed by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov because, he's kind of chosen 3 different approaches in the games. There's the first game, it was like some cunning trap. The second game was a grind. The third game, computer chess, weird things, weird and wonderful things.
Even computers, I think, aren't creative enough to come up with some of Mamedyarov's moves. I mean, just not caring about pawn structures, not caring about piece development, just focused, trained on the opponent's king. And
okay, there we have him.
Mamedyarov sits down. He's ready.
And the Armageddon has started. The final game of today in the second day of the finals. Here we go.
It's a Queen's Gambit again for the 3rd time we've seen today.
Okay.
White, every time in the past, Magnus has brought his knight out. Does it again.
And, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is quite persistent. He chooses the same opening he's done 3 times in a row.
Yep, so we've seen this position before earlier today, but now the first new move, Black challenging White's bishop, and that bishop runs away from a trade. So this is still very standard stuff. Just both sides are now going to develop their pieces, mobilize, and okay, Magnus is the first one to go on the attack to ask the questions of Mamedyarov. That white pawn push, he's trying to push his f-pawn forward to trap Black's bishop, and we see a trade of pawns now, neither side pausing for thought. I think this has been seen before. I think this is still relatively well known, but it's complicated. Black is temporarily a pawn down. Black in return has opened up some lines on the right side of the board, and now both kings are going to rush to the other side. Both kings are going to try and castle to the left.
This pawn move by Mamedyarov is a new idea, actually. I mean, previously Black had always been capturing a pawn that was up for grabs on
it looks
H2.
Slow.
Yeah.
It looks slow what Mamedyarov has done. Now he's been forced to retreat his bishop as well. That is not a good sign. He sacrificed a pawn in order to get dynamic, active play, and then he was forced to retreat. And Black's queen coming out will most likely be met by White's king castling away to safety. There we go.
Okay, so Magnus ahead on time and also ahead on material, so looking good.
Yeah, but Mamedyarov has been playing relatively fast. That's one thing in his favour. So the time advantage was 1 minute at the start of the game. It's down to under 40 seconds now. So Mamedyarov asking questions. He's pushed his pawns forward. He's trying to go for the white king. That's why Magnus brings back a piece to the defence, just keeping the white king nice and cosy, nice and comfortable. Black's king, meanwhile, pretty much stranded in the centre.
Yep.
Less Mamedyarov castles and copies Magnus castles on that left side.
Okay, and he has copied. And, okay.
Okay, Magnus still a pawn up, so if he can just stabilise the position, he'll be very, very happy, but it's costing him a bit of time. He's not sure how to stabilise. I would want to maybe improve the white rooks. Maybe you push one of the pawns forward on the right side. That's where Magnus has his pawn majority. That's where he has the advantage.
And is there anything wrong with making moves like take the pawn, for instance?
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with
White
that.
can trade a set of pawns. I have a feeling Magnus won't. Okay,
And he
brings
doesn't.
his knight into the game.
Yeah.
Both sides, I expect at some point to see their kings try and hide in the left corner. Both kings will shuffle away to safety. Eventually, Magnus first just asking questions of Mamedyarov. How is he going to deal with this knight jump? Some pressure on his central pawns now, some pressure on his light squared bishop for black.
Yeah, and okay, well,
Okay.
and tactics initiated.
Yeah, it's chaos initiated
Yeah.
because black is attacking the white queen and white did not move the queen away. White counterattacked against the black queen. And yeah, if these trades happen, if both the queens disappear, Magnus is simply going to be a couple of pawns up. Magnus nodding his head there slightly as well. He thinks he's got this one under control. It does look that way. So knight takes knight, white's queen under fire. Temporarily, black is a piece up, but white has a selection of pieces to take to recapture. White, for example, can use his knight and take that black knight in the middle, still attacking and counterattacking against the black queen.
Yeah, he can definitely do that, and he's done it. And after bishop takes queen, knight takes queen check, knight takes knight forced.
Yep, so right now, black's a piece up, but now no longer. And look, everything's getting hoovered off. All the captures. White gives a nasty check. That might have been a surprise from Mamedyarov. Look at Mamedyarov face. It was a surprise. He resigns. Magnus takes the win.
Wow, and look at that reaction from Magnus Carlsen. I wasn't sure if he was digging the music or digging the victory. He is the winner of this match, Magnus Carlsen, after a thrilling fight against Shakirya and Mamedyarov, going all the way to Armageddon. But Magnus Carlsen is the winner, and that was a quick game.
Yeah, just too fast and too strong.
Yeah.
For Magnus, yeah, Mamedyarov took some risks, and they didn't quite work out.
And it was choosing the white pieces. Was that basically what it all came down to?
Yes, absolutely. But also, you know, Mamedyarov was a great fighter, but ultimately, Mamedyarov kept playing into Magnus's opening specialty.
And we see Magnus getting ready with Rune, so let's head over there. And congratulations to Magnus for winning this.
Yeah, congratulations. What an absolutely epic match. 7 wins for white. Luckily for you, you had white in the last game. How did you achieve this?
It was, as you said, epic is one word. But I think, yeah, neither of us could really get going at all with black somehow. And I don't know. I felt like the last few rapid games I didn't play so badly, but the blitz games were just ugh. But at least the Armageddon was okay.
Yeah. On the scale from 1 to 10, how drained are you after 7 games like this?
No, it's fine. I'll just need a little time. I'll be back up.
So plenty of energy for tomorrow?
I hope so.
Well, congratulations on the win, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Magnus Carlsen, not too drained, but yeah, as Rune mentioned, 7 games and going all the way into Armageddon like this. First of all, how impressed are you with Magnus being able to win like this in the Armageddon?
Yeah, incredibly impressed, and how he's always managed to make that comeback when he's needed to. I mean, that's just equally impressive. I mean, I have to say, I'm impressed with both players. You know, Shakirya Mamedyarov for his energetic style of play, and Magnus Carlsen for just playing the way he always does.
Yeah. Should we take a look at this final game, though, David? Armageddon, it was a must-win situation for Magnus with the white pieces. What happened?
Yeah, it was chaotic, as usual. It was a lot of fun, very entertaining, lots of surprises as well, as we've become accustomed to from these two warriors. And actually, just before the end, just to show why Mamedyarov resigned, we can jump into this position. White queen was attacked, but he actually counterattacked against the black queen. And here we saw a bit of a Hungry Hippos game. All of the pieces disappearing, all of the pieces being captured. Black captured the white queen, white captured the black queen with check. The white knight disappeared, then the black bishop disappeared. And after white rook was captured, I think this was the move that Mamedyarov missed. White, instead of capturing this bishop, or instead of capturing the rook, he gave a nasty check. And this meant that no matter what black does here, for example, if black blocks, then white will just capture the black rook. And after more pieces disappear, we do a quick count, white has 2 extra pawns. And that's why Mamedyarov resigned. He was down on the clock and about to be down 2 pawns on the board.
All right. Wow, what a match this was. Shakhriyar and Mamedyarov, what a fight he gave Magnus Carlsen here in their match. 4 games, 4 rapid games, ending up with a winner with the white pieces. Blitz games, they won 1 each, and in the Armageddon with the white pieces. Magnus Carlsen was able to win it, gain 2 points, 1 point for Shakhriyar and Mamedyarov. We hope to get reactions from Shakhriyar as well. He must also be feeling a little bit tired after this long match, but what a fight. Jovanka predicted it, fireworks between these two, and that is exactly what we got. And in the other tie-breaks, we did see Hikaru Nakamura win in the Blitz against Timur Rajabo. But what a cool second day in the finals here, right?
I know.
Yeah.
Lots of unexpected moments. Yeah. I have to say, my favourite was expecting Shakhriyar Mamedyarov to appear and play the Blitz game, and someone else appears instead. When have we seen that?
I know. Some funny moments as well, right? Well, as we are waiting for Mamedyarov, maybe we should announce the winner for the quiz of today. Talking about funny moments.
Yeah, you know, we were asking what was your favourite Meltwater Championship Chess Tour moment of 2021, and the winner is Dr. Aid Kaopi, who said that their favourite moment in the tour was the chilly chess match between Magnus and David Howell. Talk about hot chess. I was a real classic there.
You can see on Magnus's face in the picture there, he was loving it. He was loving my suffering.
Yeah, and I'm considering this an order for a rerun, so we definitely will show this one day during the finals. Yeah. All right, well, you guys, let's take a look also at the results from the second day in the tour finals. Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Rajabo for quick draws in the tiebreaks. Hikaru Nakamura got the win he needed. He is the winner of that match, gaining 2 points. Levon Aronian, he won 2 games in the rapid against Vladislav Artemiev to win the match and gain all 3 points. Maxim Vagier-Lagrave, after only 3 games, he was the winner in the match against Wesley So, and that's not good news for Wesley So. 0 points. He is, falling behind Magnus Carlsen, because Magnus Carlsen, after 4 exciting rapid games, 2 wins for each, they went to tiebreaks, Magnus Carlsen and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And in Armageddon, Magnus eventually won to gain 2 points. And young Christoph Duda sitting on the podium with Anish Giri, winning 2 games. A great match win for Duda against Giri to gain all 3 points in that one. So here it is, 3 points for Levon Aronian, 3 points for Maxim Vagier-Lagrave, and 3 points for young Christoph Duda. 2 points for Magnus Carlsen, and we're also noticing 0 points for Wesley So. So these are now the standings in the tour finals. Magnus in the lead, 21.5 points. He now has 6 points more than Wesley So. How dramatic is this getting for Wesley?
It's getting dramatic. He now needs Magnus to have at least a couple of bad days in order to catch up.
Yeah, and then we also see some players shifting, some players climbing, some players going down on the table. And we're joined now by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov after a very long day, eventually losing in the Armageddon. What was that like, Shakhriyar?
Hello. Yeah, it was very good match, very interesting games, and I think it was a very good chance for me in last game in rapid. He missed something, bishop d3, It's okay. We played very good match, very interesting. 7 games, 7 win for white. It's very nice. It's okay. I'm they're happy with our match. Very good match.
Yeah, it was such a cool match to follow for the entertainment values as well. And of course, in the Armageddon, anything can happen. So how happy are you with your performance overall against the world champion today?
Okay, it's not every time. It's not easy to play against world champion, and we know how he's strong. He's very good. But okay, I just tried to play with whites very good. I think I played not good with blacks. But I think it was more important to play good match, and we played this good match. I'm happy for my games.
And of course, in that second Blitz game, a very creative opening. Take us through your plan when you went into that game.
Yeah, of course. I just understand that I need to play something creative, something interesting. For this reason, I played e4, c5, a3. It is also not so bad move. And it's just very interesting move. I just want to try to play something new for myself and for my opponent. And for this reason, I play a3. Of course, normally, I understand it's not easy to play in classical chess, but in Blitz, also I played in classical chess, but I lose this one when I played a3. But okay, I want to play fighting chess, and for this reason, I play a3.
And Shakhriyar, first of all, thank you for all the entertainment today. We were loving it here in the studio. What are your goals for the rest of the event? What's your approach?
Yeah, it's not easy to play a tournament for me because it's also points difference. I have not very good chance to play for first place, but I just try to play very nice tournament because it's very nice tournament, very nice event. I am very happy to be here and to play in such a very strong tournament. And I just want to enjoy from chess, to play all games for win. I just very happy to play this tournament. Okay, not first place, maybe not second place, not chance, but I have very good chance to play very nice chess. And that is okay. For this reason, I will try to play very nice and I will enjoy from chess.
And we thank you for that because that is so entertaining. So thank you for the entertainment, Shakhriyar, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Definitely one of the players we have to follow in this tournament. The entertainment value in his game is just exceptional.
Yeah, totally. Like you said, he said he wants to play very, very nice games. And I've never seen anyone take on Magnus Carlsen the way that he did.
Fearless.
in the Blitz game, where he just played this really weird and wonderful chess. And it's a delight. It's refreshingly different.
So finally, you guys, let's just be reminded at what matches we have coming up tomorrow on day 3 of the tour finals. And it's going to be another 5 exciting matches. Jan-Christoph Duda coming from a win. He is now up against the exciting Shakhriyar Mammadiyar. Wesley So, he needs to gain points. He needs to win the match against Vladislav Artemyev. Levon Aronian against Hikaru Nakamura. Timur Rajabov against Anish Giri. A chance for a comeback from Anish Giri after losing today. And then Magnus Carlsen against his good friend Maxim Vagier-Legrand. What do you expect from that one, David?
More fireworks.
Yeah.
It's going to be. Maxime was great today, beating Wesley So, and Magnus on a high after that crazy Armageddon victory. These two, anything can happen when they meet.
Yeah, anything can happen. Day 3 of the tour finals coming up tomorrow, you guys. We hope you will be back to follow all these thrilling games. But in the meantime, have a good one.